Guys, we're gonna do some ASMR today. That is a certified ASMR mode for me eating my Chinese food. Shut the fuck up. Certified Lover Boys, certified. I can't get over that line. Watch it drops an absolute beast in a hot minute. It's super broad rotation on the lower levels, but the upper levels are good. Alexa, coping mode. Hell yeah. Alexa, my location. Here, another severe thunderstorm. Typical 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind, or quarter-size hail. Doesn't have much rotation, actually pretty much none at all. But all these storms are going to be having a little bit of weak rotation to them until we get anything developed. But like I said, as they're crossing into Indiana, we're getting into a better environment, which is why they've been getting a little bit more severe or tornadic. In this case, the one storm over here earlier. It looked a lot better than it is now. And like I said, we still have that northern strong winds. And also here in the Texas area later tonight, we have a small slight risk that was just issued for 15% SIG for some large hail. So yeah, that's something to watch out for. I believe that's what this mesoscale discussion says. If I get to it, yeah, strong thunderstorms capable of hail and damaging wind gusts are possible this evening for western, central North Carolina and western Virginia. So watch unlikely though. So very conditional type of threat. Nothing too much. So we do have a severe here. Nothing too much though on the side of things. Just some typical small pop-up showers and thunderstorms. Like I said, we're watching these threats as they go along. We're going to keep an eye on to this storm right here. We could see something over in the north. This is just a waiting game for the most part. This is what happens. But as these get closer into Indiana, we will definitely see that watch be issued later. So that's something to watch out for. Those are going to be the more favorable environment. And lately, in this part of the U.S., especially Ohio, Indiana, we've had some overperforming type events. And while I'm not going to say this event's going to overperform, I'm just saying you need to be weather aware because this is the possibility. Especially what happened not too long ago with Indian Lake and all that in Ohio. We had that one event where we had the 10 SIG over in Chicago and the 10 SIG down in Indiana. They did nothing, but it had an EF2 in Springfield, Ohio, which is plotted right over here. Actually barely missed my house. I was actually more making a turn over here. It's going towards the direction of my house, but I missed it. Thank you, Lord. But yeah, we're watching some small spin-ups going along these storms. My main 3 storms of interest is going to be, of course, this tornado warning that looks like they're going to allow to expire soon. They just dropped a severe on it. This severe right here, and then this storm that's starting to develop too. And I would watch, of course, these storms over here, this one, this one. You know, all these storms are something to watch out for because if any of these can latch on to any environment, then it could be something. Yeah, it looks like they're going to allow this one to expire, especially putting the Tor possible on the severe. And then we're going to go back over here to the southern event. Nothing too much from what I saw, but it looks a little bit better. It might be trying to do something. I mean, it wants to. I mean, of course, if you look here, there's no CC at all. But if there was, it would be around here. And honestly, it's in an open area besides Downjiak. I think this is Dowajiak. I don't even know how you say that. Doesn't look too impressive. If I go onto my screen. If I go to this area. Oh, I'm going to check out something on my own self. It's not too much of anything. It's actually not too terrible. We could have a possible tornado developing on this thing eventually. Whoa. Kind of curious to see how this one does. I think not too bad, not too shabby, but it's trying to make a little hook on itself. It's a little adorable storm. Right around here, you have a tornado probably along this line, I believe, if I plot that correctly. I did. Is that a... curiosity intrigues me. Is that what I think it is? Maybe. Is that a little bee war? If so, it'd be really adorable. I don't think it is. It looks, I mean, this looks a lot more impressive now, guys. We might see something. We might see a little bit of a spin up on this thing. Curious to see how that goes. That's been giving a decent enough environment to do it. We go back here real quick. Like I said, it looks like that tornado warning has pretty much been set to fully expire. Nothing too much on velocity, just very broad rotation for the most part. And then we have these two that I'm going to get a quickly look at. This one is starting to tighten up a little bit more. That would be an area of rotation to watch out for. That northern one, they might go toward possible. And this one doesn't look very good. This is all broad. Nothing too much of note, but it's in a more favorable-ish environment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, I said India. Wow. I'm a real goofball. Real goofster. So we're just watching that. I believe that's... is it the same storm? It would be a continuation. It might drop soon. We're looking at this thing. It actually had really more favorable conditions for a possible spin up. Not the strongest rotation in the world, but enough to drop one. I apologize. I'm going to be occasionally smacking food. I'm finishing up my lunch that I'm having at 4:15. Wow, what a very timely planned lunch I'm having, but we are watching this thing though. I got chew. I gotta eat my really mid Panda Express, but oh no, I see that tornado warning. Wow, that's weird. Yeah, it is a continuation, but they kind of just like, unless it's another. Yeah. There's the most random severe in Iowa. Guys, I gotta chase this now. Yeah. I gotta drop the suitcase after. It's about a 2-hour drive to Waterloo. Okay, whatever. I can teleport. I'm pretty good at it. Still watching that tour possible, the other one over here. All these are going to be near the Minneapolis Metro, so I'm kind of hoping they don't do anything. Last thing I need is a tornado right near Indianapolis. Though I really do like that Frankfort one to the north a little bit, though it's very broad rotation. It could tighten up eventually. All these storms, though, are in Illinois right now, and they're moving faster than yesterday and the days before. These are moving east at 45 miles per hour, which is a blessing to us because that means stuff will fire sooner or later, and I don't have to be here for 6 hours. But it also sucks for you guys because you won't have much time, so... more of a disbenefit, I guess, when you look at it. Rotation is getting a little bit, it's broad, it's crap, but it's getting a little bit better on that one storm. It's not the greatest. Like, it needs a lot more time, but it's still the storm to watch out for, because this is the best supercell we've had developed so far. It does have ping pong size hail, which is 1.5 inch hail, We also have more storms following right across the line over here near Indiana. Not India, in Indianapolis. Wow. It's in Indiana. Wow. I'm honestly just waiting for that new watch the fire and these things to get really close. Really, really close. Trying to watch this right here. It looks like a mess. I'm just watching these suckers go. This is a very slow start to this, of course, but we're going to pick up very, very soon. I guarantee you. I mean, that one cell looks a little bit better. It's starting to get taking its shape. It's, of course, broad rotation, but if I go to Echo Tops, it's a lot better. 30, almost 40,000 peaking Echo Tops, 43,000 on this one. We're getting lower on this one. Yeah, I mean, we're really beginning. I'm kind of surprised they dropped this watch a bit early, and I think that was because the lapse rates were really susceptible in Illinois to rapidly develop these storms, but there wasn't a good warm sector or enough forcing to cause it. I'm surprised they kind of pulled it this early because this watch has 70-40 probs on it, which is like, okay. And we've had no tornadoes. Yeah, this one tornado warning though, wow. That might drop soon. The one to the north, it might actually go. Like, I'm not even going to hold you. This one might actually do it. Decent enough NRA on it. It's a good hail core. I'll tell you that much. We might... No, that's not a tornado. It'd be really interesting if it was, though. It would be the weakest... Well, Is that seriously? I'll lose it if it is. I don't think it is, though. No, that's not the main rotation. Never mind. Damn, yeah, it looks good. Is that its own little B-bar? No. It's formed into its own little embedded supercell along this line. I'm really curious to see how this does. Kind of curious to see if anyone's out there today. We might have a CC drop on this. Might have a it'd be a complete spin up. But this might be a CC drop. We're kind of watching it and monitoring it, but this entire thing is rotating. It would kind of make sense if there's a very weak tornado on this. So there's a possible chance we have a tornado, and it lines up perfectly with the hook. We might have a tornado on the ground, and if so, you will have to, of course. Oh, by the way, I do want to tell you guys, and this is also probably news for Mason, that the survey team from last night in Barnsdale has found low in EF4 damage. So, yeah. The Barnsdale one will be getting EF4 rated, which is a pretty big deal. Though it's kind of expected, though, because that was just such a strong tornado. I think some of you, I mean, we were live last night monitoring it, and I mean, oh boy, that's definitely a tornado. It's a nice weak tornado on the ground. We do have a tornado on the ground then officially. We're gonna put our
New information.
put our
This
it's not
tornado
the
warning
Y'all
has been
tornado,
upgraded.
tornado confirmed tornado, but you know. Yeah. There we go. We have official tornado on the ground. It is heading just it might I don't think it's actually gonna miss it. It might actually hit it. Yeah, if you're in Decatur, Lawton, Matan, anywhere in that area, you need to be seeking shelter. If you're just south of if you're just north of Vionia, you need to be seeking shelter. I'm gonna go on to this to see if we got anything. Yeah, I mean, Enrod's picking this up. There is a tornado on the ground. This is heading for right outside of Decatur, so if you're within that, or it's going to hit Decatur. There looks to be some warehouses, some businesses. You guys need to be in your shelters, just in case if you are watching this. There is a tornado on the ground. It's not the strongest thing in the world, but that doesn't mean anything because it's still a tornado, and it is. Yeah, we'll definitely give any answers that we can. We know not all of you are going to be staring at us because, wow, Ryan Hall went live. Yeah, bro, he goes live and he instantly is up 30K. But we're going to be monitoring this as it goes along. We do have a tornado on the ground. It is heading for Decatur, and there is a good enough NRA on it. I'm sorry. Wow, Decatur. I should know this. We have Decatur here in Iowa. Yeah, that's proper CC. That is definitely on the ground and a good NROT to that. Heading straight for Decatur. If you're in Decatur, you need to be in your shelter now. We do have a proper tornado on the ground, and it is heading for your area, and it is going to be moving.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
It's going to be very close. Yeah, I believe they also did because it's moving more of a right turn, more of a northerly turn, which is why I'm like, yeah, Decatur, you're definitely under the gun. Yeah, Griff's a little bit surprised we went EF4, but I'm not. They went observed. It looks very interesting. Yeah. Trying to check some other cells within this. We have a severe over here, of course, that I don't think we've talked about that much. It has sort of a meso, but it also sort of doesn't have a meso. It's there, but it's not, if you know what I mean. But yeah, like I said, tornado warning still continues. This thing is on the ground. There is CC showing right there. You can see it right here. Not lofting too much and too high into the air. I have GR2, so I could probably pull a 3D if I actually remember how to do that. I don't think I do, though, so we're going to deal with that another time when I actually know what I'm doing. It looks like on the new scan it has lifted, which should show up here in just a second. I'm on GR2 on another screen. Actually, I can probably pull a window display, window capture 3, which would be titled GR2. I could probably show you guys. Whoa, sorry, I don't mean to be doing this. You can see here on the screen from GR2, this is lifted now. There is no more CC. Velocity is still there, but this looks more. Oh, never mind. Wow, never mind. It is on the ground. I lied to myself. It's still on the ground. I was looking at the wrong storm. This is a classic rookie mistake. Wow. There is good NRA on this. This actually is this might be, it's getting stronger. This might be a possibly stronger tornado heading for Decatur, whatever. Yeah, they're... No, this is Michigan. We gotta. I wouldn't even say, quite frankly, get out of it. You don't have much time. If you, well, in this situation, if you were in a mobile home, what you do is that you go to you would go into your bathtub. You would put mattress over you, or you would just hold on to dear life, put some heavy blankets over you, hold on to anything that's sturdy, like a toilet, anything of that kind. You don't have much time. This is heading for you. If you look here, there is good en route on this, and there is CC showing this thing is on the ground. Good velocity on this, and that is definitely a nice hook to this. This is definitely coming for you guys. It's not going to be the strongest thing in the world, but it's enough to do some pretty hefty damage, especially in your poorly built houses. This is, I know for Michigan folk, this is a rare occurrence where there is a tornado over there. Where is that trailer park? Is that to the west? Is that on the lakeside? Because it looks like all the lakeside might be lucky, but even then, you still need to be hunkered down right now, just in case, no matter what. Anywhere in Decatur, and then like I said, this is going straight to Pawpaw, Lawton, Matanwa. I do want to actually say though, Pawpaw is the best name of a town ever. I hope it doesn't get hit. That's actually a cool name. But we do, like I said, have a tornado on the ground, and if I move this out of the way to put in for GR2, you can see clearly that there is a nice CC, which is a correlation coefficient. This is a TDS, or a signature, that shows the tornado is on the ground. If we go here, that is stronger rotation on this. This is a classic case of that nice couplet clicking in place. There is a tornado on the ground. And for the southern folk, here by Three Rivers and all that, Centerville and Mendon and Mendon, sorry, like this is in like you need to be careful. This thing is also hooking. We could have a couple of tornadoes in Michigan, a rare occurrence, I might ask, might say, because Michigan doesn't typically see your tornadoes. New scan did come in from GR2, and I will say it doesn't look fairly impressive on the CC, so we might be seeing a weakening out of this thing. It doesn't look like the CC goes very high into the upper tilts. This thing might have only been lofting upwards of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, which would be close to about EF1, but that doesn't mean anything to you guys. It could still get very much stronger any moment now. So that is a time where you guys need to be in your shelters, getting ready. It might just miss Decatur by a little bit, but that still means that you need to be in your shelters, and that doesn't mean anything. This thing can still make a northerly turn towards Lawton, Matan, or if not, Portage. You're in the path of this. Galesburg in the farther distance, you're in the path. Galesburg is about 32 miles away from this thing, and this thing is moving at about 40 miles per hour, so within the hour it will be coming towards you guys. And while it is less favorable conditions in that area, it's still favorable enough to produce maybe a couple weak tornadoes. And the new scan coming out shows that this thing has more tighter rotation on the south side. So Decatur, you might be lucky. I keep on saying your names wrong. I apologize. But to the south, again, like I said, we have stronger rotation-ish. We might have a bit of a spin-up going on sooner or later. Is that decoupling of the hook that's forming? That's weird. Hook slice this early. We have very, very weak rotation here. I would be careful just in case. They might go toward possible on that one soon. And we go to the south. We, of course, have some more storms. This one, I believe, went toward possible. We do have a tornado possible now for that the storm north of Indianapolis. And we actually have a tornado possible on the southern one still to be watched out for. Like I said, that northern one looks pretty decent. Both of these look pretty decent. Yeah? Yeah, that's the one I was pointing out, the southern one that is toward possible. Yeah, that one does definitely look. I said keep an eye on that one because that's the more mature cell out of these two. But I will say the northern one has the better chance of producing now versus the southern one. The southern one has a better chance of producing later, a more stronger tornado later. So that's something you got to watch out for. You got to watch for these cells that are like, okay, what's going to produce now or what's going to produce later. And it's going to be an interesting day because a lot of people were chasing the high risk. So there are a lot of storm spotters out here, but there aren't as many as yesterday. So it might get a bit hard. And this is the kind of area that you'll see a lot of high precipitation storms. HP, or is what other people like to say. So this could be one of those events that could get a little bit messy if you aren't going to be able to see the storms. I would know, for example, I was in Louisville when we saw that one tornado, the EF2, on April 2nd, the April 2nd moderate risk. That one was a high precipitation mess. We do have video of it occluding, though, which we'll eventually have to do with that later. That's pretty cool. But that's besides the point. We're looking at these two.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
One in Michigan has lifted. Rotation is pretty god-awful now, and the CC is showing that it's not on the ground anymore. It's mostly just debris fallout. So I do notice that now. We do have a continuation. We also have a new. No, that's not a continue. That's a new tornado warning for that'd be for the southern one that I was pointing out to be careful for. So, like I said, this southern one was looking just a little bit better. That's like a broad rotation, but it's a well more defined meso than the other one. If that could hook around, we could be having issues. This is something to be monitoring at. We have a tornado warning for the north, tornado warning for the south. This is something to ignore real quick, though. This is all contamination. The rotation would probably be up in here, like I said, trying to form a bit of a little sad donut, I guess you could say. That was a really bad one. But yeah, this is all contam. Ignore this part. We're gonna go just to the. Oh man, I mean, I've watched the one to the west of that too. That's taking shape as well. And these storms are looking really interesting to the north. A lot of this. If it does, then we'll definitely see a tornado. I mean, I'm pretty sure the northern one had a merger to help it. There's gonna be a lot of rain shower mergers that could help these things today. Kind of curious. Well, let's do I'm gonna go to mesoscale analysis on my end. I'm kind of curious. I think what's pushing this thing is the shear. Yeah, this thing has really good shear to the north. Yeah, I will say this for you guys. So the reason why that northern thread's doing really good, it has a lot better shear, a lot more effective bulk shear to the north, and it's also running along that surface-based cape bound. It's running along that cape boundary that's just shooting up a little bit north. But what's harpering from these storms to produce that might help you guys a little bit is that there's not very good low-level lapse rates. There's good mid-level lapse rates, and there's good high-level lapse rates, but there is not that good low-level lapse rates. But to the south, there's some pretty decent low-level lapse rates in Indiana, which is pushing those Indiana storms to be possible tornado producers. So we're seeing an example of it's got a good enough amount of shear, but it has good lapse rates to push it. And while these don't have great amount of lapse rates, this has good shear to loft it around. So it's an interesting kind of trade-off. I'm going to kind of curiously see how this goes. Looking at that tornado warning to the south, it's a little bit better. The southern one versus the northern one. Northern one has pretty much decoupled when it comes to the rotation. It's very, very broad now. And all of that rotation has pretty much died out. Though it might cycle back. That's always a possibility. But as these go more north, they are going to be in a less favorable environment than where they are now. They'll be leaving that good shear. And then, of course, there's still more to come, though, because there is a couple cells that are in Michigan Lake right now. I think that's what it is, Michigan Lake up here. And it's going to be getting into that environment as it makes it to land. So we still got a couple to watch out for. And like Hunter said, there is going to be a merger right here. It would. It's just... Yeah. Yeah. We more than you know. We're selling out so you guys can do it for us.
A new tornado warning
But
has been issued.
We're actually not selling out. Could be worse. Could be doing a raid sponsor. But let me I think you would be that, or it's the continuation, but they expired it. I'm pretty sure the expired the observed. Let me quickly take a look. Yep, continued. It's actually continuing of the southern threat. It looks like they're making it. Oh no! I see the one now, the big polygon. But they did also continue. Wow, that is a very wow. What polygon is that? That's a drunken sailor's polygon, because there's like two forms of rotation. It's really weird. The Southern Michigan one. Oh. Yes, I do see that. Yes, I'm seeing what you're seeing now. I was not paying attention to that. Thank you. Yeah, he's right. There is a good RFT search. Wow, new scan came in. That's instantly better. We'll see what happens to that southern one. That southern one looks really good. They are going to have to issue a new warning, though, soon. That's going to be pushing this a little bit more. That's hooking out, though. This thing's getting definitely an RFD search. This will be making impacts near Mendon and Leonidas. Athens. Wow, they are Greek names. Wow. All right. Leonidas and Athens. Come Leonidas. I'm just thinking of 300. I don't know if that thing's gonna merge. They're both moving. That's really weird. I think the other one's moving. They did put a severe down. I'm trying to look here. Both of these look really, really goofy. Like, I think that one, like, this southern one, like, this northern one has, like, a donut hole to it. It has a BWAR to it. It kind of looks like for a second. No, it's not. No, it's not. But it's, like, it's really weird because it's the weakest one in the world. It's odd. But I'm really looking at that southern one, like you said, which they are probably going to have to extend out more north soon. That is true. Yeah, we also want to point out the northern Indianapolis one, which now has another, which is still tour possible on it. I don't know if they added that other severe for the other storm that's to its west, because it does have rotation, but it does say tour possible. I don't know if it's just the extension that's expired yet. We'll see what happens, but both of these, but this one has a really nice mezzo to it. It's just very broad rotation, but if this thing could tighten up, which it looks like it is, you guys can kind of see right there, good example of tightening up that rotation. We could see a possible tornado eventually on this one. They might go tour on this, which is tornado warning radar indicated very soon. Ow. Ah. I ripped open my oopsie. I did a funny. Alright. I cut myself, guys. Don't do that. Give me like 15 seconds, guys. I gotta put a band-aid on this now. Yeah. Yeah, and that rotation has been getting better. Despite the contaminate, there is a little bit of contamination on it, so you are going to notice that just a little bit. But again, it's still getting really better rotation. It is starting to hook now, and the NROT is pretty good. We might get a tornado soon on this. We mm-hmm. My it should pass Centerville though now by the time it drops. But Mendon is definitely next, and if it is definitely heading a little bit more northernly towards you guys need to be very careful for that. And then, like I said, Leonidas and Athens, you guys will possibly under the gun if they expand this. If it does not go that way, then Sherwood, Union City, Burlington needs to watch out from the distance. Oh, wow. Yeah, the new scan is definitely showing a very classic hook to this. We could have a possible tornado very soon. Oh, that's just. I hope that's just a clear air slot. uh, that is 100% on the ground. We do have a little TDS. If I go to correlation coefficient for you guys, ignore the clear slot. This clear slot right here, you ignore. But if you go just south of that, there's a little here, right here, lines up with the NROT. There's a tornado on the ground. I can guarantee you right now there's a weak tornado on the ground, and it is heading for Mendon. So you got it will head just south of Mendon, or it's going to, if it doesn't hit Mendon, it will just be south of it, and it'll be making right towards Leonidas. So if you guys are in that area, you need to be in a safe place. I'm gonna pull up GR2 for you guys. You can see right here clearly. Don't look north, but if you look right here, you got a clear rotation lining up with the NROT, which is right around here if you ignore this for a little bit. And you can see that rotation. Oh wow, that's actually might be a big time tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You need to look at that. You're gonna need to look at that rotation. It's a bit contaminated with some purple, but it looks pretty dang good. It's not if that can tighten up really quickly, we have a problem on our hands. And I also do want to point out real quick before you get speaking again that the northern tornado warning is looking better again, look likely from an RFD surge. Did they issue that northern one, I'm guessing? Oh, they went tornado warning on that one again? Awesome. Not awesome, actually, but good for them. It was looking like they needed to issue that soon. If I go on GR2 for you guys, it's definitely there on the higher tilt. It doesn't look very good here, but it's there. Actually, let me go to radar scope. I'll need to get a better GR2 velocity thing running. There you go. Weaker rotation. I see why they did it. I bet on, yeah, it looks a little bit better on Indianapolis The no, they went tornado 1 for the the northern one. Yeah, that northern one that was the northern one that was the northern one north of Indianapolis. Oh, you said southern Indianapolis one. I thought. I don't know. Whatever. At the end of the day, there's a tornado warning, and you need to be very careful. Anyone near Sharpsville, just south of it, you'll be fine. But anyone near Jonesboro Gas City, which is right outside of it, Windfall City, which is in the path, you are in the path of this thing. Sharpsville, still take cover just in case, but you should be out of it for the most part. We're gonna go back to that other one. They haven't torqued it yet, but they should very soon. Oh wow. Wow, that's big. That's deep CC. That's properly on the ground. There we have a night. It's not a large tornado, but it's definitely a well-defined cone or stovepipe on the ground right now, and that is a very serious problem. Those are like those kind of drill bits that can have really bad consequences, and that is. I mean, Centerville, you're a little bit lucky, but that is wow. That is a proper tornado on the ground. Strong CC on this. Strong hook to that. That is proper NROT to that, and that is going to be just. Mendon might be lucky. Mendon's going to be hopefully lucky, but Leonidas, the small town of Leonidas, you are definitely in the path, and you need to be taking cover now. I believe they torred it, or maybe not. Ooh.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They went PDS. All right. PDS tornado warning for these areas. You need to be in a safe place immediately. We do have a strong tornado on the grounds for the Michigan area, which is a very rare occurrence. You guys don't typically get strong tornadoes, especially in this area. But this is a time where you need to be taking things seriously. You can look here on my GR2. Very strong rotation. Proper CC on that. And if I go to my upper level tilts, that is lofting well over.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Higher feet right there. Wow, that is a big CC right there on the new scan. It might be radar. Is it confirmed based on someone, or is it radar indicated confirmed? I won't be surprised if they went radar indicated confirmed. It might be EMS. Oh no, they went PDS for this one over here. This is on the ground? Oh my gosh. Both of them just got PDS. We have two large. Wow. I mean, look at that rotation on that. I just didn't see any CC, but let me go to. Wow. I'm slacking, guys. I apologize. Let me go to GR2 real quick. Let me go to NROF for that. Holy moly. It's just in open fields. That's a proper tornado on the ground heading for Portage. You guys need to be. Wow, that's very populated. We have two proper tornadoes on the ground, two strong tornadoes on the ground, both PDS now. One of them is heading for Leonidas and just north of Collin. You need to be in a safe place immediately. That one is the stronger tornado, I would assume, but both of these are strong to possibly violent tornadoes on the ground. You need to be in a shelter now. This is not a drill. This is heading straight for Collin and Leonidas. You need to be in a safe place. This is an area where it doesn't typically get tornadoes, but this is an area that we need to be, in this moment right now, we need to be taking serious. because we have two strong and violent possibly violent tornadoes, which is EF3 plus. I'm not lying to you guys. 2 PDSs on the ground. I literally, oh man, that sucks. I was heading straight for a very populated area. That northern one scares me. I mean, look at that. Look at the southern one, though. Look at that hook on that. That's why I say it's a lot stronger. Debris is being lofted, though, from the other one. 2 PDSs, man. And also that southern threat does have a nice meso to this. It is broad rotation. We're gonna quickly take off of the Michigan one. We're gonna talk about this other one really fast. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground heading for your areas. We do have a tornado we have a tornado warning over here that is still radar indicated. That is looking to have a little bit better rotation, but we'll see what happens. We also have this one over here, which I believe did drop the tornado expected. Yeah, the tornado possible on this one has been dropped for Indianapolis, so you just are going to get some classic quarter-size hail and all that. We're watching for that northern threat over there, of course. The southern threat might pop off eventually, but we're getting some strong tornadoes on this northern one. Very interesting. Wow, look at this. Wow. Look at that velocity on that southern PDS. That is a classic. That is a very classic. That is heading straight for Sherwood as well. By the way, Sherwood, you are under the gun. You need to be in a safe place now. And I do want to also want to point out, just south of all these, in that new tornado watch now, there is a storm in Orland, south of the 2 PDSs, that is starting to hook a little bit, having a nice rotation to that. Lesser strong couplet in broad rotation, but we'll see how this one goes. Wow, this is, I mean, that is CC going up into the hook. That is a proper tornado on the ground. It might just miss Colin and Leonidas, but that's heading straight for Sherwood. And Sherwood, you need to be underground now. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. That's coming at you in maybe 10 minutes. Sherwood, you are 7.8 miles, is moving at about even less now. This thing is moving at about 40 miles per hour. This is 6.5 miles away from you guys. Say 6 miles, give or take, maybe. I mean, you guys have no time. You guys need to get in there now. This also has 2-inch hail, so anyone that's outside of this, still be careful for that strong hail. That is a strong CC on this. Debris has been lofted of this one. No CC on the other one yet, which gives me hope that there might not be a tornado, but there's going to be one soon. That is strong rotation on that one. So the northern one might not be on the ground, but it's going to be very soon. In upper levels here, oh wow, upper levels on the northern one are very, very good. We might have a tornado touching down very, very soon on the northern one, and you need to be taking shelter. I see that now. The new watch has just come in for me. I'm gonna wait to get the probabilities pulled up. I'll tell them in a second.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We're just monitoring right now these PDS. It went confirm PD. That is a strong tornado on the. That has to be. I mean, look at that. Look at that rotation. This is a really bad situation. I think. Wow, might have possibly lifted on the new skits. That thing is really, or maybe not. It might be in an open field, but there's definitely debris that was lofted. Strong, wow, strong end on both of these. I'm trying to look here. These might have hit. Yeah, these hit some. Looks like a track of some kind. This definitely hit some housing over here. Yeah, there's no CC on this yet, but it's going to be showing up very, very soon if there's going to be a tornado on this. Or it might not be lofting that high, but there is still a tornado possibly on me. If you look here, it's not really, I mean, it should be hitting stuff, but it's in an open, it's in a, what's the word? It's in a, it's in a lake right now. But it's about to hit some homes right there. Or it's about to go straight through these suburbs right here. If you're in these suburbs, like if you're on this side of Portage or anywhere over here, you need to be underground now. There is a tornado. You need to be going, wow, look at that. Sherwood is just going to get just hit badly. Look at that. Look at that new PDS. And they have continued this tornado warning right here. I'm not even showing Sherwood. I wasn't showing my GR2. That's fine though, because I'm still showing where it is. All right, I'm gonna move now back. Yep. Oh yeah, that is CC now, and that is a big time tornado going straight through Portage. We do have a tornado on the ground going through Portage. A tornado possibly might have lifted for a little bit on this southern one, but it isn't going to be lifted forever. Sherwood, you need to be underground now. Union City, Girard, Butler, they extended this a very big extension to this tornado warning, to this PDS, and that, I mean, yeah, there it is. The two, I said both of these storms look really good, and they're going to get mergers to do it, and they're embedded in these cells. I mean, that is a proper tornado on the ground near Portage. Oh. Yep, I see that. And I do want to also note to you guys, like I said, we officially, I'm going to do this really fast as possible. I'm going to try to be as fast as possible as I can with this because I don't want to be too crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning. All right, save image right here. We're going to quickly do this as fast as possible. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to... Alright. I'm going to quickly do this for you guys. All right, right here. Tornado warning, right? Tornado watch right here. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inches likely. And scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. That is for the Ohio area. That includes, Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, just to name some big areas. Metro areas like Lancaster, Marysville, Chillicothe, the original capital of Ohio. Fun fact, but that's a stupid fun fact. Wow, that is yeah, that's a big time tornado going through Portage now. That is now doing damage in Portage. And like I said, we also have that southern tornado that might have lifted. Let me look at the new CC. Wow, it's a jumbled up mess because stuff got lofted. If there's going to be a tornado in Sherwood, I'm not going to know, but there's going to be a definite chance there's a tornado on the ground in Sherwood. We do have a very large tornado, though, going through Portage. I can say now that we do have a large to violent tornado going through Portage. And you guys need to be undercover now. That new scan come in bigger CC now. I'm gonna pan this over to GR2 now for you guys. Look right here. There is a tornado going through Portage. You do not have time anymore. You are either underground or else you're screwed. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We also have another tornado warning issued for the southern tip, which is that other tornado, that other storm developing in Gilead. These storms will also be affecting the ones near Angola and all of that. So you need to be underground for those ones as well. Big tornado warning for that. Well, again, we still have that tornado warning that is possibly on the ground still. It looks like a jumbled up mess, but that's strong CC, strong couplet going near Sherwood, if not in Sherwood. And like I said, we do have a tornado on the ground in Portage. You need to be underground now. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are either underground or you are completely screwed. You need to be underground. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go Tor E on this. Mildly surprised. And I do the northern one, yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's already gone through Portage, and yeah, we'll quickly point out Galesburg, Augusta, Richland, Oak Park. Anyone south of the metro of Kalamazoo, which is technically what Portage is, the suburban part of Kalamazoo, you need to be underground now. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. There's a large to violent tornado on the ground, and it is going straight through Portage. And we still have that other PDS that is going through this area. And we also have the other far southern tornado warning. And we also have that tornado warning all the way in Indianapolis area. Just north
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Looks like that rotation's very, very weak. No CC on this as of yet, but... yeah, I mean, that is a strong CC on that. That's a good NROT. That is going to be going up to Galesburg, and that is going to be going up to Augusta. So you need to be in a safe place immediately. And we're going to... I don't have my desktop audio on. Can they not hear you on your end then, or is my desk because my desk? No. Yeah, because I was thinking you were gonna import your mic. We apologize if you can't hear him. I basically I've basically been saying the same things that you have, so hopefully people will know what they're doing. It looks like a tornado might be back on the... Wow. Yeah, that's a violent tornado. That tornado is back on the ground. It hit Sherwood. North side of Sherwood got hit. It's heading straight for... It might be heading more north towards Union City or Garrod, Butler. We do have also that tornado on the ground, like we said, for Portage. Wow, we have two violent tornadoes. Not violent. I'm gonna say strong because I don't want to pull out the violent word yet. That basically means EF3, EF2 plus. Hunter's connecting his mic. You might have not heard him this entire time. We apologize if that's been the case. I've been basically talking to a ghost then, if that's the case. This is not good. Today's already... Oh, I said today was going to outperform yesterday, and it's already done that with 2 PDSs in spades. That's all it took. Let me move back up the radar scope for now. I'll check into GR2. Wow, I mean, yeah. Strong to violent tornado is on the ground. If it does, then I'll just turn on desktop audio. Let me just do that. It's easier. Then they can hear the beeps. All right, guys. Talk real quick.
Yo.
Okay, yeah, you can hear.
All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me now? Am I loud? I want to make sure I'm not loud.
Yeah.
I did go ahead and turn the alert sounds down quite a bit because I know that was a complaint we had.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We're trying to get stuff finished. We're kind of not focused on our audio. We're mostly focused on trying to save you guys. So, but we appreciate all the support that we can get. And again, we still have those PDSs going on. PDS still on the ground for Portage. Portage has just been hit. It has passed through Portage now, and it's heading towards Galesburg. You need to be in a safe place immediately, and then it's going to head towards Augusta. So these are areas you need to be careful with. It is still on the ground right now. There's a chance it might be lifted based on CC, more of like a fallout, but there's a chance that it could just be cycling back and we're getting another storm. There's multiple storms around it that could merge with it, that could cycle it into a more stronger storm. But I just got the notification for a tornado watch in my area of where my house is. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, wow, they say this is going to be taking more of a slow northerly turn, so it might not hit Galesburg, but it's going to hit Galesburg. There's no doubt in my mind. But yeah, 3 minutes ago, they did include also Climax. Climax, you're under the loaded gun. I should probably name out more areas. Climax, Battle Creek. If this makes it to Battle Creek, we're in trouble too.
Jacob, but I want to point out the probabilities for tornadoes are 70 over 60.
For the ones,
Ohio one.
For the Ohio one, yeah.
Okay, which are pretty high props. So Ohio here, I would say within the next few hours, 2 or 3 hours, maybe even 4 hours. I would say from anywhere between now and 9 to 10 p.m. is when you need to get ready and begin to be on the lookout for potential severe weather later on.
New scans come in. This thing is still on the ground. It looks like it did lifted, cycled a little bit, but it's back on the ground. Might have occluded for a bit. The other one looks to be a little bit more broad rotation, but it's still there. It's still likely on the ground for this other one. It's just in a weird radar area right now, but it is very much there's a good chance it is definitely on the ground. Yeah, I mean, this northern one is Rainier Portage. I mean, yeah. New scan coming in. Yeah, that's definitely on the ground. Portage definitely got hit.
Yeah. So on down the line, Galesburg.
Galesburg,
Newer scans.
Galesburg, Climax, Augusta. Here's the one you need to be watching out, guys, for. Battle Creek. That is the next area. Very populated.
Galesburg. I'm really worried about Galesburg.
I'm really
It might
worried.
go to the north of you, but I don't care. Take cover.
It might go
now.
to it might go to the south. I'm just really worried if this thing gets if this thing wraps back up. Battle Creek is very, very populated. That's 52,000 people in Battle Creek.
I do think it'll go north of Battle Creek.
It might go north of Battle Creek, but the new warnings have suggested it won't.
Yeah.
So that also worries me, and that is very, very concerning.
Yeah.
Battle Creek, and then that's not the full extent, by the way, of the populated area, because that also shows Springfield. It also doesn't show the population area, of course, for Springfield, which is 5,000 suburban resident, and then of course Brownlee Park.
New information. This tornado warning
Which is about Brownlee Park is a subdivision that has a population of 7.
They went ahead and continued the PDS.
That's over.
Wait a minute.
Yep, they did continue that PDS. That is going to be near. That's going to be affecting. It's going straight east to them now. So that would mean that Climax, the south side of Battle Creek, Marshall.
Hey, no, that was upgraded to a Tor E, I believe. The overlay did not catch it, but I do believe we have a tornado emergency for the southern one. Yeah, that is a Tor E. Yep. That is a Sherwood. That is a tornado emergency.
We have a tornado emergency for the Sherwood one, which means that there is a very, very, very strong tornado. This is a violent tornado now. This is the highest probability that the SPC can actually issue for a tornado warning. We have a tornado emergency for Michigan, of all places, which, first of all, is already something to be crazy to think about. But if you look here, it does show that this tornado is on the ground. There is strong, strong rotation to this thing. And if I go to the southern one, which I don't, so if I go to the southern one, if I go to the south, yeah, I mean it shows that there's a tornado on the ground. There is strong, strong rotation. There is now officially a tornado emergency. This is not a concerning threat. This is not a considerable threat anymore. This is a catastrophic threat. And it looks like that is because Union City's about to get hit.
I would not be shocked if they end up reissuing the Tor E, because I do believe we are on a CWA boundary.
That is going actually more northernly, which means that this PDS right here that also...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Sorry,
okay.
I don't mean to pause. Is that good?
Oh, you're good. I'll
be back in a sec.
Okay. Alright, yeah, but to continue on, guys, I know that the radar isn't going to be moving, but we have a tornado emergency for Michigan. Okay? That'll be for Sherwood. If you know anybody in the path of Burlington, Michigan, this will be off to the east, I believe, of Kalamazoo, to the southeast of Kalamazoo. If you know anybody in that area, call them. Burlington. I'm not even going to try to say that town name. Burlington. Union City. Union City, you don't have time anymore. You've got to run, not walk, to shelter. Okay? This is not something that you want to sit around for. Okay? You can't, I know we're in broad daylight. I know it may be tempting to go out and look at it, but you can't. You can't. I would not even try. But don't wait. Go. Run. Don't walk. Run to shelter. Take the mattress off the bed. Throw it on top of you. take your kids. Everybody get under the mattress and take a whistle. Take a whistle with you. If you can, put hard, like the best shoes you got in the house. Put them on. You gotta act. You can't wait. You gotta act. You gotta run. Because you don't have time to walk. You gotta run. I would not be shocked to see that new Tor E be issued for the northern portion. We're gonna see what they do here. But if you're in Burlington, you're already under a PDS. So either we're gonna see an extension of that Tor E, or they're gonna let the PDS go on. I would be willing to bet they're probably gonna keep the PDS. But when they issue the Tor E, if they issue the Tor E, we'll see it come through here. But if any of you guys watching right now want to help provide what we're doing and help us out, hitting the like button and subscribing is what you can do better.
I am back now.
Okay.
That was likely not a gunshot. We thought it was, but it was probably just someone dropping something off a building.
I thought it was a gunshot.
It sounded like one, but it definitely wasn't, probably. There was like a loud thud, like it was a piece of plywood falling off a building. They are doing construction around here. I will say this
new
big
tornado
box,
warning
because you were
has
talking
been
about they might
issued.
extend the tornado emergency. This big box, by the way, the reason why it's so huge is that this is going to include both tornadoes. So that's why they made this giant box. There's 133,000 people in this giant box. Big areas like Marshall, Homer, Albion. Climax is in the other one. Battle Creek, Athens is on the outside. You guys should be fine, but Takashina, Burlington is pretty much just been hit by now if there is still a tornado on the ground. And we now have a new tornado warning for this one over here. I believe it's just an extension of this cold water one, which we have been monitoring for a while now. We have another tornado also for this one. So we have a bit of a localized outbreak going on right now for the Michigan area. You guys need to be very careful. Michigan is an area that doesn't actually have fun fact, this is a very big area where you guys need to be we need to really get the word out there, because this is the kind of area where most of Michigan doesn't actually have tornado sirens. I remember a few years ago the Gaylord EF3 had a very big deal because there was no tornado sirens, so no one got really warned, which is kind of a major L on Michigan, but you know, that I digress. There is definitely tornadoes on this, and there is a CC drop still for this one, though it is very weaker. It's hard to tell though, but it is in there. And the Scalesburg one might have lifted. I'm actually going to go to radar scope again, where we're going to get a better visual.
I do believe we are looking at fallout on the former Tor E.
We are looking at fallout, heavy fallout on it, but the rotation looks like it has died, but it looks like it went side lobed. Both these tornadoes look like they've gone side lobed, but they're going to get RFD pushes. Look to the right.
Yeah, they are.
They're getting RFD pushes, so this is not over yet. We are not done. Don't be like, oh, time to get outside now. These are still possibly going to quickly wrap back up. And then, like I said, for the south side, we have more tornado warnings. These are all populated areas. The tornado warning to the very far south near Fremont, Jamestown, Clear Lake, Camden, Montgomery, California, Alleghenies, Reading, Allen, Cambia, and then, of course, Hillsdale, Jonesville, North Adams, all that, even Wheatland and Pittsford. You need to be in a safe place. We might have a weak tornado on the ground soon for the other one as well. Coming up, it's also getting a little bit stronger as an embedded hook to that. So Coldwater, Quincy, Allen, Jonesville, like I said earlier, Litchfield, Butler, Garrod, Moscow, Hangover, Concord, Homer, all of that, Liberty, Spring Arbor, even all the way as far up as Vandercook, Lake Jackson, and Michigan Center. You guys need to be either, if you're in the polygon, in a safe place, or the cities I named out like Hillsdale, North Adams, and all that, and Jackson, you need to be preparing to get into a safe place, and that rotation is quickly strengthened back up again on the southern storm. We might have a tornado on the ground very soon. That RFD push has pretty much worked. And it looks like we could be getting a tornado on the ground on the southern old Tor E. The other one looks to be weakening, but it also could get an RFD push in a little bit. We're going to see how that one does. It's a little bit interesting But for now, these tornadoes have lifted, and it's going to be a waiting game.
So,
'Cause it's
to
not
kind of
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's not
no,
a
no,
it's not a if these are going to touch down again, it's at this point you need to be thinking of a when they're going to touch down again and when am I allowed to get out of this area. So now Portage and all that, Portage and all of them, you're out of this area. You can finally get out of your houses and start assessing what damage possibly. Sherwood and Union City, you are now out of this. You can finally get out, assess any damage that's going on, especially for Leonidas and Colin over there when the tornado was stronger. But we're not out of this yet. Like I said, Battle Creek, major populated area, that is heading for you guys next. The south side, right north side, I mean, near Level Park Oak Park. That is what name is that?
Hey, Jacob, want to report we have heavy damage in Portage. Heavy.
I heard heavy damage was being reported.
I'm gonna throw, if you look in office chat, if you can do that real quick. Let me throw it in quick. Hold on 1 second. There you go. Heavy damage.
Wow.
Now we can't show it on stream, because it is a part of a news station. But you have to believe us when we say that we have pretty heavy damage. So again, Sherwood, I don't know why they haven't canceled it. Maybe they have. You're under a Tor E, but you're good to come out. You are good to come out.
Come out, assess the damage, see what's going on, see what you can help out there. I'm hoping you guys are safe though. You guys are out of it now, though. You guys can finally look into it. They've continued that PDS still, but it looks like they are allowing the Tor E1 to expire just a little bit. But these tornadoes are quickly wrapping back up, and we could be seeing tornadoes on the ground soon. These northern ones are going to be riding along that good boundary as well. You need to be looking into getting underground very soon. Actually, not even looking into. You need to be underground for the far south ones. I don't know why they continued the PDS just a little bit. Just, I guess, precautionary in case these touch down very soon. But we could see this going back to radar indicated soon since they both look like they've very much lifted. We also have a storm. Now, looking back now, we also have a lot of I'm up on GR2, not on GR2. We have a lot of special weather statements now. It is exploding in the south. If you look at the south here, Hunter,
Hold on 1 second.
storms are exploding.
Oh yeah, they are.
Very
Central Indiana.
Very big concern, and they I gotta see. It looks like yep, that would do it. If you look here at office chat, you might have saw it. But that was the tornado from Portage.
Yeah.
Well defined cone,
go.
like I thought it was. Yeah. Let's see here. Here, I'm gonna post this in office chat. This is the balloon sounding we got from Wilmington.
Oh boy.
That's Wilmington
Yeah.
sounding. That's not very great
No, not at all.
for that
Not at all.
for that area. That is a classic. It's a nice photograph. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna be. I'm gonna emphasis now. This is not gonna be as potent as of an environment as yesterday, but there's a chance that we could see more tornadoes than yesterday because the environment did have some very minor flaws.
New information. This
But one
tornado
isn't showing
warning has been
nearly as
upgraded.
many. I mean, wow, look at that. Just look at that cluster bomb of tornado warnings out there in Michigan.
All right, so they did issue a new PDS.
For which one?
The northern one, I do believe.
I think they continued it.
They might have.
I just got a message for a mesoscale discussion.
Okay.
It's nothing too. Never mind. It's just isolated large hail and strong wind gusts for the Iowa, Illinois area. Nothing too important. We could have just ignored that one. That's not part of the main risk. We do not care about what's going on over there. We care about what's going on now. And there is some strong tornadoes on the ground. or if not on the ground, very close to touching down again. I'm looking at that northern one. They might go again. I'm also looking at the southern ones.
Oh wait,
Oh
no.
no,
Okay.
it's PDS for the southern one. Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
That's on the
Okay.
ground? Hold on, wait, let me look at this CC. I don't see it. It doesn't look like it looked like it might have been on the ground for a little bit, but it lifted. It has to be reported.
EMA reported it.
EMA reported it. Wow. Yep. So we have
Fremont. I mean Fremont, Clear Lake, Montgomery, Reading, Camden, Hillsdale.
Yeah, California, Camden, Clear Lake, you say, Hillsdale, Jonesville, North Adams, Pittsford. If you go even as far as Cement City, you guys are under the gun. These storms are going to be moving in fast. I'm saying Cement City, you need to prepare because as far away as you are, you might be only 40 miles away, but these storms are moving at 45, so it's going to be there within an hour. We now have 3 confirmed tornadoes. Wow.
Right. And I want to reiterate again.
That warm
like the
really
stream. Like the stream, so we can get the stream out. The algorithm loves when you like the stream and we're able to get the word out. We need to get the word out about this localized outbreak up here in Michigan and Indiana. We are likely on the very cusp of the event. We're likely not going to be done with it until late tonight, as our tornado watch goes out until about 11 p.m.
Wow, look in office chat. That was the Sherwood one. That was a good, well-defined stovepipe. And so, apparently someone else got video of the tornado crossing I-30, US 130. Wow.
So if you want to contribute to the stream, like it, subscribe. That way we can get the word out a lot more effectively, and the algorithm will pick up on the stream. The more likes we have, the more YouTube will favor it. And yeah, I mean, you're going nuts with the Michigan. But yeah, kind of going on down the line here. Camden, if you know anybody on the, what's that, the Indiana-Michigan border. Is that Indiana-Michigan? Yeah. On the Indiana-Michigan border. Call them in the very northeastern part, going into Michigan. Call them. Tell them to get out, run. Don't walk. If you know anybody in Clear Lake, Camden, Montgomery, Reading, even going outside of the tornado warning, Hillsdale, Jonesville, Oweso, way up here. These cells are discrete, and they favor a cyclic motion. So they are likely going to be cyclic. What does cyclic mean? They will spin up, likely producing a potentially significant tornado, and then they'll breathe. So they'll let out, and then they'll quit. And then they'll breathe again. They'll inhale, produce a tornado, and breathe out. We can't pinpoint where they're going to spin up. So that's why we're giving you a good 20, 25, 30-minute lead time. That way you have time to prepare. So, again, if you know anybody in that area, call them, tell them to run
and we are seeing rotation now on a lot of these special weather statements, and we're not going to focus too much now on the southern threat, but I will say these are multiple discrete to semi-discrete supercells deforming on the line that's going into this main risk area for a chance of strong tornadoes, 70-60, which means 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance for 1 or more strong tornadoes, which means EF2 to EF5. So this is that time where you need to prepare, especially to my Ohio folk, because let me get real with you guys. This is my Ohio folk. You guys are kind of I'm from Ohio. I know these people. This is the kind of time where you need to prepare, because there's multiple people that I know that aren't really used to really caring when a tornado warning happens. I was one of them. I used to literally sleep through tornado warnings. Terrible idea. Never do that. Ohio isn't what it used to be this year. This is a more susceptible environment than we've had in the past. You need to prepare to get underground whenever. I know the people that are in Dayton right now, you all remember the Dayton EF4. You do not want to see that happen again. So let's get prepared. Let's do not be scared. I think that's what Ryan Hall says. And I do want to point out that that northern tornado might go soon. Might go again soon. Both of these tornadoes, the old PDSs that finally have looks to be going back to radar indicated soon. Yeah, both of them are radar indicated except for that PDS warning that might go radar indicated soon. All these will probably go radar indicated soon, but that doesn't mean that there's possibly a tornado on the ground. You need to be in a safe place now. That is a definite, especially that northern part, the old PDS might be on the ground again soon. Both of these storms look really good. I'm going to take a look here. See what we got going. I mean, oh wow. Oh wait. I mean,
yeah. And like you brought up, Jacob, Ohio, even though you're not having warnings right now, even though we're not talking about you, you're not out of the woods yet. The storms haven't even gotten to you yet.
In fact, we could say
we're looking. Yeah.
You're probably you're in the most favorable environment of today, so that's something to really point out.
Right. So these storms, as they move over from Indiana into Ohio, they are going to end up becoming stronger, because if you were to walk out the door and you live in Ohio right now, you know, I'm willing to bet the sun's out.
In fact,
the atmosphere. Yeah.
A new
yeah,
tornado
you
warning
satellite.
has been issued.
Let me pull up satellite real quick. Let's Okay, maybe let me go to Ohio local.
That'll be a new tornado warning for Indiana. Yeah.
Yep. To some of you guys, if I pull up the image here, and if I go for you guys, this is what it looks like right now. This is satellite imagery. This is showing. There's that clear slot right by the storm development. See those thick clouds developing right there? You can see that clear slot, and it's kind of clear in most areas too. This is bad news for you guys. You need to prepare, because those storms over here are quickly exploding and are firing. You guys need
and they're going to feed off that hot, warm environment that you're feeling right now. So even though the sun's out, it doesn't mean you're in the clear at all. So I would say from now up until about 9 to 10 p.m. to maybe even 11 p.m. tonight, this is going to be a nocturnal threat for you, Ohio. So make sure you have a plan now while we have daylight. You know, we are getting a little bit later into the evening, or afternoon rather. So go ahead, plan for the potential of you needing to go somewhere here within a few hours.
And unfortunately, like I said, trained spotters and broadcast media has reported damage in Leonidas. So hopefully everyone's doing good. There is a tornado reported from a trained weather spotter over here. This is from the tornado earlier. In fact, 4-inch hail was reported in Union City. My God. That's softballs.
There you go, boy. That would hurt.
That would hurt. Union City likely got hit and also got hit by 4-inch hail. No wonder why the CC was so big. It might have been the fallout and the hail. I mean, that thing probably got rain wrapped at some point. Like, I'm gonna guarantee you. It was kind of clear as day, but it looked like it got rain wrapped. And looking at this southern one, it doesn't look very great. It looks like all of these will be getting radar indicated very soon. Yeah,
right.
In fact, that big giant box that right here, this big box is radar indicated. So all of these are now radar indicated, I believe, except for the southern one, which is still PDS. So you need to be careful just in case there is a tornado on the ground.
Right. So it does appear that maybe we might be entering a bit of a lull.
You speak for a second. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, buddy. It does appear that we might be entering a bit of a lull, but you can't let the lulls end up making you too comfortable with what will happen later on tonight. We are, as I said earlier, likely on the cusp of the beginning of the event. So with that being said, we are going to be here as long as we have to be to cover it. So if there's anything we ask of anybody, if you want to help support the channel, hit the like button and subscribe. Uh, Without financial compensation, we rely on the YouTube algorithm to help push our live stream out there to other people. So, with you liking and sharing and subscribing, that tells the algorithm that we're doing something right here, and we would greatly appreciate it. So, while we wait on Jacob, we will go on and talk about some of our other sales that we have going on. Right now, the current tornado warning in Indiana is looking pretty not great. But we are going to keep an eye on it. It could easily ramp up in the environment that we're in. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But right now, regardless if you're in the tornado warning or not in Indiana, or central Indiana rather, take cover. Tornado warning or not, take cover. Because these storms are going to continue. They're going to continue for a while. Um, so we are going to keep an eye on it. So again, we have an ongoing PDS tornado warning up here on the Indiana and Michigan border. And so that'll be entering Camden. If you know anybody in Camden, Michigan, go ahead, call them, let them know to run, not walk to shelter. If you know anybody in Frontier, that'll be to the northeast of Camden. Tell them to run, not walk to shelter. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. While there are no indications of a tornado being on the ground, you need to be hunkered down and be ready. So, again, that'll be in Camden, Michigan, to the south of Reading, to the northeast of Frontier. If you know anybody in Frontier, tell them to hit the deck and get hunkered down, because we are going through a Tori, not a Tori, but a PDS. There's an ongoing PDS. And then on down the line, you got Hillsdale. I don't think you're going to be impacted, but you might be in a downstream tornado as we continue. So, if you guys are just now tuning in, we are waiting for Jacob to come back.
All right, I'm back.
And so yeah, again, hey Jacob, I'm gonna let you take the floor for a minute.
Anything different since I was gone, or tornadoes not happening yet? I knew we had all the
Not really. PDS is looking more mid.
Looking more mid.
I think we are entering a lull.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, as these storms get more north, they're going to be in a less favorable environment. So we're kind of in that point where it's like, okay, good. That's what we want to see. That is what we really want to see. But again, we still have that tornado warning that's heading for Hartford City. Not very impressive on the radar, though it does have a good hook on it. But it's one of those kind of storms where it doesn't matter if it's got a good hook or not on it. It
so
just doesn't.
They are going to continue that PDS. They are not going to downgrade it, so that should be noted.
That is odd. I mean, again, like we said, still be in a safe place, but I'm very curious as to why, because it doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground. And this is hitting and we would know there would be CC on this. These are very populated areas, but even then, you still need to be taking shelter. Even if I just got done saying this doesn't look very impressive, does not mean that I could be wrong and there is a possible tornado on the ground. So you guys need to be careful just in case.
Right.
If this thing is on the ground, I will say rotation is a little bit better, but it's looking a little side-lobed.
Looking down the line here in Indiana near Hartford City,
It's
there might be an RFD push trying to.
I'm really concerned on that very far southern cell near Franklin in Trafalgar. It's near Mount Morgantown. It's one of the it's the far southeast one. It looking a little bit nasty. The hook is there. It's not really rotating, but that can come together. That's a classic supercell right there. They'll probably put a tour possible on that soon.
I think they did already. I think they continue.
It doesn't say tour possible on this yet. They continued the one warning. I will say that.
Oh no, the one to the west of that went tour possible. So the one near Eminence or Quincy?
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And they have still a radar indicated tornado warning going on for the one storm you've been looking at that's going near Hartford City. If you're in Hartford City, please take cover. Just on the off chance there's a tornado on the ground, you must always prepare. This rotation could drop any weak, quick tornadoes. This environment. Man, I said today might overperform. I said today really looked like a susceptible environment. That Wilmington sounding really scares me. What might happen? These are people that I know, so there might end up legitimately being periods. I might have to leave and call.
Yeah,
actually, and that is crazy to think about. That's what we're trying to say here, people. There are people in this area that you know of that aren't in these warnings yet, or these storms are coming towards them. Give them a text. Don't call them yet. Give them a text being like, "Hey, you're in this area." But once they're in that tornado warning and there's possibly a tornado on the ground, you call them. You try to do anything you can to make sure they're safe. Make sure that family comes first. All of that good stuff. Make sure that we're putting that family first in that, and we're watching all these develop, and these are all staying discreet, which is very, very concerning.
You can bear with me. I'll be right back.
All right, you do that, buddy. It's just me, guys. We're soloing this. We're going completely solo, as Han Solo would say. Solo? I don't know. We do, like I said, near Trafalgar, we do have that broad rotation on this. Need to be careful in case this wants to put anything out. In case this wants to put anything out, you need to be careful. Get prepared. Just on the off chance this decides to drop anything. We'll be monitoring this, though. If there's anything that's going to happen, it's going to happen within this area. So you can tell. Very, very broad rotation, though. Again, we have a lot of storms that are going to be popping up along this line as well. We have new storms forming right over here to the west of where these storms were forming. So we're keeping monitor of this, and this, of course. You need to watch what's going to be happening over here. Anyways, again, though, we have all these storms here. And we're going to be saying this. We also have other storms developing along the line that could help fuel these. Storms here, storm here, storm here. A little bear's claw going on here. You need to watch. watch for these, just in case. And then, of course, we have this one that you definitely need to watch out for. You need to be in your protection zones just in case. This is the old one from earlier. And here, of course, is the one right in Indianapolis. All of this, watch. This entire line here you need to watch for. And also these storms over here, because these storms are also becoming a little bit favorable. These are the storms that are becoming into this small area, which is right on the outskirts of that 10 sig and into the 5 sig. So they'll be entering into favorable conditions right now to possibly develop. We can tell that by this tornado warning that's going into that favorable 70-60 conditions. And it isn't much of anything right now, but it could always develop, especially this one as well. And this one, which I believe is, whoa, hello.
A new
yeah,
PDS severe
is that a
thunderstorm
destructive
warning
tag?
has been issued.
That is a
there it is.
PDS destructive tag for baseball size hail. If you are in this area, you don't need to be in your basement, but I will say you would need to be in your inside, or if you're in your car, be careful for smashing.
I wouldn't even go as far as what is that warned for? Oh yeah, 3-inch hail. Wow. When it comes to PDS SVRs, I would go as far as can treat them. I don't care if they're tagged for 80. I would treat it like a tornado warning.
Yeah. And new mesoscale discussion number 683. I'm actually gonna wait for the graphic to pull up, and we're gonna read this out for you guys to give you guys an idea. This is the for the tornado watch that just got issued not too long ago, which is this one that I said that we're going to be issued later. So at the beginning of the stream that this is going to be the main watch of the day, and it's going to be very concerning because these 3 big cities are in it for Ohio: Dayton, Columbus, Cincinnati. Outside of Cleveland, Toledo, these are your 3 big cities of the day. Like, these are your 3 main cities that are one of the most populated in all of Ohio. Cincinnati and Columbus are one of the most, right behind Cleveland. Millions are in this watch. In fact, I believe 6 million, they said, is in this watch. We're going to wait for this image to pull up. In fact, I'm going to go over to... I'm curious to see if I can get this. Wow. Wow. From Chris Hall, 1 minute ago. Trailer park in Portage, Michigan has been decimated per 911. Hunter, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you just hear what I said?
Can you run that by me again?
Per Chris Hall, per 911 scanner, that Portage, Michigan has a trailer park that has been decimated.
Oh Lord, that was the one we mentioned earlier.
That was the one that we mentioned earlier.
Dang.
It was the one that you said that was in its path.
Oh my God, I hope they're okay up there.
Yeah, I mean, prayers everywhere.
Yeah.
And we still have that. We have that destructive tag now for 3-inch hail. Possible. This will be your baseball size hail. Baseball size hail, we want to know, is 2.75 inches, so this will even be bigger than baseball. And like I said earlier, we had reported of a storm that was reported 4-inch hail, one of the PDSs earlier. I do want to point out, though, it looks like that those 2 PDS storms are kind of in this really bad area. Could actually be merging at some point, but they've dropped it from a tornado radar indicated to a tor possible. But again, that PDS is still continuing. But at this point, that storm looks very, very broad. And I do not see any CC on this. So wait for the tornado warning to die down and wait for it to leave your area. Of course, still stay in a safe place just in case that we are wrong. This is a bit far away from the radar, but I will say it is probably close enough, in my opinion, to get a better look That's a big hail core on that. So I can see that hail core clear as day though on the. Actually, kind of curious. I'm gonna go to GR2. I can probably show you guys that that hail core. Oh my gosh, that is a big hail core on that. Lord have mercy. That is right over by Kendallville. Actually, I think that hail core is going to hit Kendallville. Yeah, if you're in the Kendallville area, it's no tornado warning, but that is some. That's some big boy hail right there. Look at that. 4.11 inches possible now. That's softballs.
Yeah. So
Well, I will
with
say
that
this.
kind of hail, yeah.
This is destructive hail. This is like
Yeah.
this is like we want you to take this as sort of a tornado warning without going necessarily in your basement. Stay away from any windows as possible, or if you're near any like you don't have to necessarily like not be underground. We're trying to say like if you want to be safe enough, you can go into your basement, not basement or your living or your bathroom. But if you're like in your living room, stay on the couch. Don't go right up against the window just in case if the window does break. Then at that point you should be prepared to get into a safer part of the house that doesn't have any windows. But I mean, if you look here, that's your hail core, and that is a nasty hail core.
And one more thing I want to reiterate. If you have a garage and your car's outside, run outside and pull it in the
Yeah,
garage.
you got a couple minutes. Why don't you go in there? Yeah, that would be large. I'm sorry, 3 inches is now considered a large apple size possible. That is some big boy hail.
That's scary.
Well, I'll tell you what, the hail probability verified, guaranteed.
Oh yeah.
If you don't have if you don't have a garage, I'm just going to straight up tell you, R.I.P. your car.
Yeah, no, literally, alright. Your car's gonna look like a daggum golf ball.
It's
by the
gonna
time.
it's gonna look like the top golf cart by the end of it.
Yeah. Right. I do want to point out. That if you go, Jacob, to the Indiana radar, KIND, and you look off to the northeast, there's a cell. Not warned at all. Not SVR, TOR, anything. Going right over Anderson, to the north side of Anderson. See it?
Which one are you talking about?
Alright, are you on IND?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. All right. IND, Indianapolis radar. KIND.
Yeah,
Yep.
correct. Look directly to the northeast of it.
A new tornado
It'd be
warning
south of the
has been
tornado
issued.
warning up there. That okay? New tornado warning for Michigan.
Northeast. Are you talking about the one heading for Muncie?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, I do see the rotation on that one.
It is unwarned, so something to keep an eye on.
Something to keep an eye on. Muncie does in fact have Indiana State University. Not Indiana State. Ball State University. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have been to that university. Very nice university. Did some band competitions there. So be careful,
and
guys.
That new tornado warning will be a continuation of the PDS, but it is radar indicated.
Okay, that's good because that sucker was
Yeah.
definitely not on the ground. That is
Right.
That is a very fat, severe, by the way. It's like a huge, ginormous box. It looks like they are going to be expiring that tornado warning though very soon because that rotation it looks very bad. Which is good. That means it looks like we're starting to get the end of this threat, especially after hearing news from the trailer park. Prayers to them. It looks like you guys are going to start seeing a tonal shift towards the end of this as the more favorable conditions move a little bit more south now. But you're still under a tornado watch, which means conditions still are still a bit favorable for a couple tornadoes possible. So that's something to still watch out for, especially for this area, because you have Ann Arbor in this. Ann Arbor, of course, you might know, Michigan University. Not a Michigan fan, but you know I am a fan of people not dying. So let's make sure you guys just stay. I will say though, go Bucks.
There you go.
There you go. We lost 3 in a row. That's besides the point.
I'm not sure if maybe my radar's goofing up, but there might be a little velocity uptick on that frontier, so the one of the new tornado warning in to the northern frontier, Michigan.
You might be right.
I do want to look at another radar, but I don't want to call anything out without certainty.
It is an uptick. I am seeing what you're putting down, but it's nothing
Very
too
mid.
drastically changing. I've been on GR2 for a bit, staring at that one. So, this is what he's talking about. Bit of an uptick. Nothing's on the ground though. It's very minute.
It doesn't look like it's in the right spot to me.
No, but the last one was a tornado warning. It didn't look like it was the right spot, and Oh wow,
yeah.
that's some pretty bad damage to a warehouse. Looks like. Oh, it's a FedEx house.
Ooh.
FedEx warehouse got hit pretty bad. Looks like EF2 plus damage. Walls collapsed.
Dang.
RIP everyone's packaging. Can't get it delivered in time. That's some pretty bad tree damage. Someone literally posted in Weather Lobby, why was there a Tor E? Gee.
Well, my guy, how do we tell him?
Multiple injured in Pavilion Estates in Portage, requesting more ambulances on site. Wow. Oddly enough, not many chasers are on these storms. It seems there's not many chasers because a lot of people chased at busted high risk and were not willing to drive the 12 hours. Maybe that's why. I can't blame them. I mean, if there was anyone on these Michigan ones, I mean, from Oklahoma City to Michigan, that's 14-hour drive. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not pushing out a third. In fact, I believe it's longer than that. And I'm not gonna lie to you. If I was that, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would not be in a very slap happy mood. I mean, if we're doing directions from Oklahoma City to Portage, Michigan, I mean that is 14 hours, 13 hours and 53 minutes, and a lot of those chasers didn't end their chase until
like late last night.
Yeah.
So a lot of people did not get a lot of sleep. I know Brandon Kopic only got like 2 hours sleep last night.
Mm-hmm.
Which I would not recommend being awake for 18 hours and getting 2 hours of sleep and then driving 12 hours.
Yeah.
But not really a whole lot going on right now. I mean, we do have a tornado warning up here near Frontier, but it's not looking imminent right now. Now the tornado warning up here to the north of that, near Homer, Marshall, Michigan. Let's go look at that from a different radar. Yeah, again, not really seeing anything imminent. So I think we're beginning to close down on the Michigan threat.
So, yeah.
So,
it's still very much there.
I think we're in an exhale phase.
Yeah.
But as Jacob knows, it could ramp up very quickly.
100%.
1 minute you can go not have a daggum thing going on.
I think that's going to be 100. I think that's going to be the thing that we're going to be watching out for there in this Ohio threat.
But yeah, you read my mind. I feel like as we get into Ohio, your threat is going to become a little bit more realized. So Ohio, we pointed it out earlier. Jacob had satellite pulled up. You guys are clearing out, and you guys are looking better and better by the hour, really. If I let me go look at some mesoscale stuff. Jacob kind of blabbers on.
Yeah. kind of blabbering on. We definitely, if you guys, wow, I mean, those are some pretty stout tornadoes over in Michigan earlier. We likely had 2 EF2 plus tornadoes over there in Michigan. Michigan had days since the last tornado emergency. Wow. I mean, the tornado emergency that was issued earlier was apparently wow. To our knowledge, this is going to be a record for you guys. To our knowledge, that tornado emergency was the first ever tornado emergency ever issued in Michigan history. So,
Really?
yes. Based on the records, there has not been a tornado emergency ever issued for Michigan.
Wow.
It is yeah, so that is the last time we have seen a tornado emergency issued. And I guess for Indiana and Ohio folk, Indianapolis hasn't issued one in 2,812 days, and Wilmington, Ohio hasn't issued one in 1,806 days. So if we get any tornado emergencies, we'll break that curse, which is a curse I don't want to break.
Yeah.
Because I forgot we only got a PDS for day, and I was remember complaining going, this should be Tor E. Also, is that a random storm near Fort Wayne trying to do something?
Oh yeah, you got 111 pulled up. Oh yeah, it might be.
That might try to put a little spin up. If you're south of Fort Wayne, a little area near New Haven, Woodburn, Monroeville, Hoagland, especially mostly in the Dayton suburban area, be careful. Take a little. Make sure you're on the lookout.
Let me see if I can find a traffic cam out there.
Yeah, I mean,
I doubt it. So that'll be near Yoder? Yeah, Yoder. Okay, we might. Oh yeah, wait. See what I can find.
still trying to.
The camera looking at the road here.
Still trying to see. And the tornado warning, by the way, did expire for the Indiana one. So we now have no tornado warnings for Indiana. But I believe we do have a Tor possible, which is the old tornado warning that did expire. And we still have that destructive PDS thunderstorm warning that is going on for 3-inch hail possible. And it is still showing very strong hail. So now Ashley, Pleasant Lake, Stroh, and Angola and Hamilton. Mostly Ashley, Pleasant Lake, and Angola. Make sure you're in your houses or in shelter and somewhere with a roof at least over its head in preparation for this hail. So we will see what happens with that one. It does look like it is weakening a bit, so we will see what happens.
I would not be shocked to see a tornado warning come out for that one cell you were looking at earlier.
I will not
that
be
thing
shocked at all.
appears to be wrapping up pretty rapidly.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And for both tornado warnings, over here in this part of this area, it's really hard to gauge what's going on with these because they're in such a really bad radar spot. But
Right.
But we will say there is a new severe now near Paw Paw. Here, there's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning heading for Portage. No rotation on it, but that's gonna suck any hail or anything on that's just gonna not be fun. Delaying the efforts just a little bit longer. So, hopefully, you guys are doing okay. I hope for the most part. Looks like a new thunderstorm warning came out for that PDS one. It continues with a 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust over there, heading for Ashley, Agolia, Pleasant Lake, Hamilton, and that's heading where the old PDS was, where the tornado was reported by emergency management. So hopefully that doesn't delay the efforts too much if there's any tornado damage near Angolia.
All right. Again, might see a tornado warning for that little cell trying to wrap up in Indiana, but as of right now, it's kind of up in the air. But Mason, how are you doing, bud?
Did Mason join in?
Yeah, he's hanging out.
Just kind of watching everything.
Yeah.
Michigan did Michigan, apparently.
Michigan did the funny.
Yeah, it's not great. That is, and from if you saw this too, Mason, that was also the first Tor E issued in Michigan ever. I feel as if they issued it a little bit late, unfortunately, but I digress. They probably should have issued one for the Porridge one. I'm watching that one cell. That's just too. Also, be on the lookout, guys, for the one storm near Shelby. It's that special weather statement. It's got good rotation to it. That's trying to wrap up a little bit.
Mason, are you seeing anything noteworthy?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, there we go. All right, they went ahead and forewarned it. So
Mainly that.
yeah. So new tornado warning for Hillsdale County. No, that would be Michigan. Okay.
Yeah, I see which one you're talking about. Let me.
That thing got its act together quick.
What did you ping me, Mason? What the heck is this?
Supercells along
Yeah.
the line, kind of
Oh
pushing
yeah,
into Ohio.
there's a lot of supercells forming into Ohio. It's a bit concerning for me. Because if you saw the sounding for Wilmington, it's not particularly the greatest thing we want to see in the world. I mean, it's not as a volatile environment as like ever. It's not the greatest, but
Well,
it's gives a
Mason,
chance.
are you seeing anything on the mesoscale level that would like indicate that maybe they'll kind of struggle?
I haven't taken the time to look actually.
Yeah.
I should probably. I will also say, this storm near Muncie needs to go tornado warned again. If you look,
I'm not really seeing much at the moment. Everything's pretty much in place.
if you look to the storm near Muncie, Indiana, you need to prepare. That has a nice little hook on it that's showing pretty good rotation actually.
Right.
That's where Ball State University is, like I said. We also still have that Tor possible on the other cell. And again, we have that tornado warning now for that one cell. It looks like a weird snake, but it's got a nice rotation to it. Could see a spin up or two. We'll see what happens. And then, of course, we saw those tornado warnings that will probably expire eventually. They don't look very great.
Definitely gonna see a few significant tornadoes into Ohio.
Yeah.
We definitely could. I mean, this
Environment is extremely favorable.
Yeah. So we were kind of going over it earlier, but you know, Ohio, you've been clearing out now for what, Mason, the better part of 7 or 8 hours.
Mm. There's just a lot of dry air in the sounding, is what I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
And to kind of go over that, what Mason means by that is storms are going to tend to struggle to get organized in that kind of environment. Uh,
They.
so
I'm gonna put this in here. That's the current watch and warning map if you wanted to show that. I know
Yeah,
watch extends pretty
yeah.
far down.
yeah, we were showing that earlier. They need to issue possibly a tornado warning on this cell near Shelbyville. And like I said, they need to issue that one in Muncie. There needs to be at least 2 tornado warnings issued now for this Indiana one. They're kind of
Mason, have you seen any update on that trailer park in your reportage?
other than the one that got that from what 911 said was decimated.
Now, I
Yeah.
will say, scanner traffic, they tend to
Be a little.
be too hyped with it, and it tends. I can say countless events where they've said that, and it's just minor type damage. So,
We're
Yeah.
hoping it's just that, but these were definitely strong tornadoes. I mean, that was definitely a large tornado on the ground.
getting some photos out. Barbershop in Portage on Center Road was hit by it.
FedEx warehouse looks like got hit.
This is probably lower in type damage since the building next to it seems to be very much intact. So we're probably looking F1, F2.
Well,
FedEx building on Center Ave. So this is near the barber shop. That's very much destroyed. Getting injuries reported from that as well. Apple-sized hail with the tornado that passed through Ladonis, Michigan.
Again, to kind of go over it again, Ohio, you may be walking outside and thinking, oh, it's real pretty outside. The sun's out. I get it. I live down here in Tennessee. It's a nice day out. But here within, I would say, the next couple of hours, like maybe 2 or 3 hours, things are gonna ramp up and probably rather quickly.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, because all these storms that we've been talking about are gonna eventually cross over from Indiana into Ohio. So make sure you have batteries in your weather radio. Make sure you got shoes or
Hey,
whatever you need.
Watch your TV. To my Ohio folk, I'll say this real quick on a tangent. To my Ohio folk in Columbus, Dayton area, recommend going to NBCI4. I know you all remember that Ben Gelber will be on there. I'm pretty sure he's still working with them. Ben Gelber is the best guy to do these tornado coverages. He did 1974 Outbreak. He did 2019 Dayton, as you all remember. He's done big outbreaks like this before, so possible outbreaks. I don't want to say this is one. So for my Ohio folk, go to NBC4i.com or all that. That's the best station that I remember. I guess give them a little bit of a shout out.
Jacob, I'm not sure it'll do anything, but go to IND. I want you to look at that cell that's rapidly organizing north of Morristown. It'll be northeast of the SVR and south of the radar. You see that? That would
So
be north
the
of
one near Shelbyville that I've been pointing
Yep,
out.
that one.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
the one I've been pointing out. And then also make sure you're watching the one near Charlottesville. Very minor rotation, but he's got a little bit of log cloud. It's like very, very minor. I'd watch for that one.
I think what's happening is dry air is starting to act on a lot of these cells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, dry air really inhibits the storm's ability to get organized in a quick manner. So
we're hoping that stays.
we're hoping we get the dry I
but
know
but
down here they call it the dry air monster.
yeah, I
Kind of a
mean,
quirky term, but
yeah, I mean we've been getting some, but again on certain models we've had good non-dry air, so hopefully it doesn't. We keep it that way, but we've seen otherwise before.
yeah, I mean, um, anything can happen. Uh, you never want to let your guard down because I mean we know that sometimes all it takes is one thing, and then every storm goes crazy. Uh, so in the broad term, we're gonna be keeping an eye on it. We got several people looking at these. We got me, Jacob, Mason, and a few other people that we keep an eye on. So I mean, we're not lacking eyes. I mean, I'll tell you that. Uh, so
Yeah, no, we have a lot of visuals on watching these storms develop. The one storm will be right over Muncie now. I'm kind of curious to see what's gonna happen. Still got that one tornado warning.
yeah, I really got my eyes on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah, the one you're about to look at.
it's the one that's just south of Fort Wayne. I've been watching that one for a little bit. It might drop soon. That looks like clear air though. Let me double check. I think that is clear air slot.
But overall, I think we are entering a bit of a lull compared to where we were about 30 or 45 minutes ago. Uh, but that doesn't mean that we're done. We are not done. Um, we've got, I would say, another 4 or 5 hours until we begin to wind down. So uh, we're gonna try to be here. If we have anybody in the chat that in a way you want to help contribute,
Back in a
let
second.
us know. Or by hitting the like button and subscribing. Uh, that is another way you can contribute. Uh, right now, our main focus is getting the algorithm to pick up on the stream so we can help more people. Uh, and the best way you can do that is by liking. Liking. So there's my little rant about that. Go ahead and move that up there. Mason, are you seeing anything pressing right now?
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh boy. Okay, so we have a PDS tornado warning. For Michigan. Let me find out where that's at, because I don't know why. Bear with me, y'all. Where's that at? Gotta wait for the polygon to pop up. Wait for the polygon to pop up. Come on. Oh yeah, there it is right there. What the heck?
Yeah. So
Oh, what the
south of
heck?
Kalamazoo is gonna be. I'm not getting a PTDS signature.
I saw we got a PDS. I just came back.
Yeah. Portage again.
Portage
Um,
again.
yeah. me to sue.
No, I'm not getting a signature, but there might very well. Who
There
was?
might be a weak tornado on the ground. They
It's
just
weather
haven't.
spotters are gonna confirm it.
Oh man.
Oh,
Okay. Well, I feel as if being Michigan's NWS, they might just be pushing PDS anyways. It is a populated area despite being weak rotation.
So again, to reiterate, we have a PDS tornado warning for Portage. Portage. We were literally talking about you an hour ago. I don't know what y'all did, but man, you angered somebody.
Yeah.
Portage. It's literally about to be out of your hair. But on down the.
I don't see much rotation. That must have been like a weak thing that went through because I don't know how that went PDS. I think it was just jump the gun moment, I guess. Like I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still not trying to undermine the fact that there's probably a tornado on the ground, but it had to be just very weak.
Right.
yeah. Here's the report. Two train spotters reporting a tornado touching down in Portage.
Okay.
And I also will say that that one near Fort Wayne is getting a little bit more concerning by each scan.
If it was on the ground and it was large, you would see correlation coefficient being pretty high. So
Yeah.
I'm,
True.
I'm also gonna keep watching these storms near Indianapolis because they keep on getting more interesting. They're just in that dry air, like you said. We're waiting for a better pocket of that. If it's gonna do anything, hoping not though. And of
So
course, we
over
still have
the.
that destructive PDS severe
I
thunderstorm.
will say I'm not sure how much I really buy this being a large tornado for the fact
Yeah.
of looking on links, KGRR has very, very low shear rates.
Yeah, and I mean, if I go to, I mean, there's nothing. There's not even anything on NROT. How is that? Is that? I mean, there has to be a troll report, possibly.
So for those of you that are looking in the bottom right, I did add my radar, kind of my monitor, over top of Jacob's, so that way when
A
Jacob
new
ends up going
PDS severe
somewhere,
thunderstorm
or
warning has been issued.
it's a new PDS SVR.
Yeah, new PDS SVR.
Yeah.
It's a big old big old PDS SVR for what's the main threat? Baseball sized hail. So they've lowered it from 3 inches to 2.75 inches. Still big time hail.
Oh yeah, yeah, no doubt.
Report. I mean 3 inches estimated, but I mean yeah, I mean estimates are showing this is some pretty big time hail here that we got going. And if I go here, yeah. I mean, that hail core has gotten smaller, though.
So, let me go ahead. Go back down here to Fort Wayne. Because, Fort Wayne, even though we have a PDS ongoing, not really that concerning looking. And unless we hear otherwise, it's not really a point in looking at it. Really. I mean, yeah, we can keep an eye on it, but right now, Fort Wayne.
Yeah, Fort Wayne looks pretty good. And that's probably the next one to watch out for.
So, but in the long term, Ohio, you are likely going to be impacted later on this evening and into tonight.
Yeah, thank God we got Wilmington because this radar coverage over here is not very great
Right.
in some areas. Like that Muncie one and the other one that's right over by Dayton is. That's actually one of the early ones getting into Ohio. We do have some early storms trying to get into Ohio. That Fort Wayne one is going to be getting into Ohio soon, so we're going to officially get the start of some of those Ohio storms coming in now. And we're definitely going to be pivoting away from the tornado threat near Portage and all that. So we'll pivot away from most of those. I am going to quickly look, though, to make sure there's nothing going on. We're just going to mostly get weak rotation from these. All of these mostly are going to be tour possibles until we pretty much leave this area. There is a severe thunderstorm watch over in lower Michigan before you make it towards... actually, no, I'm pretty sure this is... Canada actually is tornado watch, not tornado watch. So Canada's got a severe thunderstorm watch. So I guess for the Canadian people, you will be watching for what's coming up next for you guys. But for now, we're gonna pivot our way out of the Canada area, and we're gonna be pivoting into these tornado warnings. Just mainly the Fort Wayne one, and then we'll occasionally pop back into this one over near Portage, because it's got better rotation now looking at the next scan, but nothing too serious as of right now. And we're mainly just watching the stuff in Indiana as it gets into Ohio. So yeah, more storms are firing, though. I did say that there are going to be more storms firing along this line. We have multiple storms that have pretty much fired, actually. I can probably count up about...
Hey Jacob, from the IND radar, look at the Muncie cell. We might have a tornado on the ground soon. On that one.
From the IND one, and they have not warned it yet. That's cool.
Look at that velocity couple. I mean, yeah, we're looking at 4,000 feet.
Doesn't matter. Still good. They said they should have warned that Muncie one. We're really getting to really more favorable conditions. I mean, those 5 storms along that line, they can get some more juices onto it. Did they seriously expire the Fort Wayne one?
Thank you, Nathan, for subscribing, man. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Why did they expire the Fort Wayne one?
Really do appreciate it.
Oh, it's a lot more broad rotation. But you'll occasionally hear my roommate in the background. We apologize, but.
But yeah, I mean, I would be shocked to not see a tornado warning come out for that cell.
No, we definitely should see a tornado warning out for that Muncie.
I would even go as far as to say maybe 2 tornado warnings. One from the Muncie cell and then another one from Portland.
They continued that PDS, by the way, for the Portage one. That's interesting. I don't know why. Actually, no, I think they did expire it. I lied to myself. They expired it.
No, you're right. They continued it.
Oh, that's dumb. That's dumber and dumber right there. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be... Oh, why is all my severes not showing? Oh, because I turned off all my warnings on radar scope. Classic me. I'm an idiot. I turned off all my warnings. I'm like, where did all my warnings go? Oh, what's going on here? So the warning is still not expired for Fort Wayne, and I'm just an absolute dingus. Awesome.
Yeah. Again. North of Selma, Indiana.
Yeah.
You don't have a tornado warning, but you need to hunker down.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like that at all. We need to be prepared. So, be prepared just in case. I'm concerned about that one. I don't know why. You take over for a bit. I'll be back.
All right, buddy. Mason, do you have any thoughts on that cell up there?
I can go over some stuff if you're able to take my screen.
I can. Let me.
It'd be
Go ahead and share your screen on Discord.
Little
and share
bit.
The other one.
Bear with me real quick. You might have to crop a little bit. That's
That's
fine.
fine. That's fine. Let me go ahead and pull you up. Give me 1 second. Yo, bear with me for 1 second. I'm gonna try to get Mason set up here, so he can talk to you as well. Here, call you.
That's a new warning towards the south here.
Hold on.
Mainly what we're watching are
Hold
going to
on
be
1 second.
these little discrete cells.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put Mason right above me, so that way. There we go. All right, you're good to go.
All right, so we're going to put on names real quick, city names mainly, since that probably going to help a little bit. So there you go. Mainly watching these cells as they push towards the mainly Dayton areas, I would say for the most part. So looking at this little cell near Fort Wayne, that's going to head into the northern Ohio area, now passing by Fort Wayne. But another main area would be if these discrete supercells can actually fire and do something north of Cincinnati, near Dayton, near those areas. But at the moment, they're kind of not really sub-severe, but haven't been able to do all too much. You can see over the last few hours, they've really started to get going here. That's your warm front, that's your cold front. Behind the cold front, you're really not getting anything even really severe. Maybe just some light rain. We'll do a national radar type view here. That's a severe thunderstorm warning towards the south. So even north of Huntsville, near Greensboro and Charlotte, that could definitely have its own issues as well. And I'm pretty sure you guys are in if I can pull this up, a day one marginal risk. So definitely could get some severe storms, but we're mainly watching Cincinnati, near Louisville into Columbus, those type areas for severe storms. But we have also had our fair share of severe weather over here near Kalamazoo and near Battle Creek in those regions. If I can, real quick, we're gonna try to pull something else up so we can get a more local radar type view. So bear with me. If you have anything, Hunter, go for it. There's really not much to really talk about.
No, not really. Other than kind of going over what we've been going over, Ohio, you're not done for the day. I mean, your day hasn't even begun yet, I don't think. Um, However, if the trends that we're seeing in Indiana are translating into Ohio, then we may not have as active of a day over in that area. But that doesn't mean you let your guard down at all. Because I mean, these storms they can do what they do what they want. Uh, and while yeah, that is regulated by the environment, we've seen crazy stuff happen this past week and a half. So Ohio, your day hasn't even begun yet. I don't think. We're looking at 6:35 Central, 7:35 Eastern. So again, I think your threat in Ohio could go on until maybe I would say the entire state would be
New
done by
information. This tornado
11
warning has
Central,
been
12
upgraded.
Eastern.
So we're gonna look at a few storms on the more local level here.
We have a new PDS for Michigan.
New PDS. Okay, we're gonna go and take our radar view here. It's gonna be up near Michigan, so right there.
Oh
So
wow,
it's
yeah.
pushing into Battle Creek in those areas. If I have to be honest, I'm not seeing much on radar that even really supports this for the most part. So I'm kind of interested as to what the Weather Service is really seeing with this. And you still have a good environment more towards the north at the moment. Yeah, very interesting though, because I'm not seeing what would really constitute a higher end risk. Maybe there'll be some information that's been posted. Someone did get a photo of the tornado that went through Portage. That was a larger type tornado.
And we had some pretty decent damage down that way, didn't we?
I think so.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, tornado warning for Allen County, Indiana, and Paulding County, Ohio. So, Ohio, your time has come. The very first tornado warning of the day, that'll be for the northern portion of the state, near Monroeville. That'll be a continuation of the one that was in Indiana. So, if you know anybody north of Monroeville, going up into Payne, was that Heavy Land, Laddie, Paulding, Broughton. Know anybody in that area? Give them a call. Let them know. So, but other than that, not really a whole lot going on. Because I haven't. Go take a look down here at what's going on in Tennessee. Because there is an SVR down here. I don't. Yeah. Typical stuff. Not really a whole lot going on down here. Really a whole lot. Uh, so to reiterate, we do have a PDS tornado warning. Right now we're not. Ironically enough, we're not seeing a whole lot going on with it. We are unsure as to why they went PDS on it. It initially began as a really kind of a mid supercell, if you will. And while earlier we had reports that it was on the ground, I don't believe we have an ongoing tornado on the ground right now within that PDS. If we do, and we're missing something, we'll surely figure more, or we'll be sure to let y'all know. But right now, I don't see an imminent threat. But then again, regardless, you need to be taking shelter. Mason, do we have any more information on that?
Not really.
I'm wondering why they continued that thing. Maybe you can. Are they talking about it in WNI or anything like that? Because, quite frankly, I don't see a good valid reason to have a PDS active right now. But then again, who am I? But yeah, not a whole lot going on right now. We do have a tornado warning down here in Ohio. Uh, this would be Ohio's the very beginnings of their event tonight. Um, Not really seeing anything too impressive. Um, but we'll certainly keep an eye on that. Further south, again, all of these cells are beginning to go into the Ohio area. Uh, so, and none of them are really looking impressive right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, but that can change. Uh, the watch probabilities on in the Ohio area are relatively elevated. Uh, so you don't want to let your guard down in Ohio. In case the right supercell were to make its way toward you. Anything noteworthy you want to bring up?
Treat this as a tornado warning. This is not on the ground. This is not doing damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Battle Creek, you're gonna get a little bit of rain, a little bit of hail, but besides that, nothing nutty out of it. I mean, let me see if there's anything really else. That's
I've been scrolling, looking, and I can't find
yeah.
anything.
I'm just not sure what Battle Creek is doing.
I'm officially back. Why are they keeping that PDS? My brain is
There,
We
and
are-
someone a Storm Chaser just posted a photo. It's a shelf cloud. There's nothing on the ground.
There is literally nothing on the ground. Okay, awesome. So, literally nothing.
Mason, for the time being, I'm gonna pull your screen off. Let me know if you have anything you want to say.
Bro, there's no way. Scud bomb. It's literally nothing.
Yeah, so we don't know what we're talking about. We're a couple of dudes from different parts of the country talking about weather, to be quite frank with you. Uh but I don't know why we have a PDS right now. I really don't.
Did you guys read out that mesoscale discussion though?
Which one? No.
They released a mesoscale discussion saying a severe threat increasing. Watch appears warranted.
Okay.
That is for the Kentucky. That is for southern Indiana and northern Kentucky area. They said persistent corridor of low-level confluence extends along the confluence of the Mississippi-Ohio River into southern Indiana. Agitated CU field is gradually deepening across southern Illinois, Indiana into western Kentucky, where MLK values are in excess of 3,000 joules per kilogram. Given the strong deep layer shear across the region, robust updrafts may evolve over the next few hours. Supercell risk is increasing, and a new watch appears warranted. I was watching those cells form to the south. In that area, there's a couple cells developing in Indiana. Appears to be near the Huntingburg and one in Salem, near Louisville. So,
And I do want to point out, look at Cape Girardeau in Missouri. You got a little cell trying to get going over there.
Oh, I see. Yes, that cell over in Missouri.
Already got echo tops at not reading. So again,
That was embarrassing.
Missouri, you've got ample energy out there to support.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Possibly, yeah.
Definitely supercells. That's why they put a 60% chance at putting a tornado watch down.
All right, and we have a new tornado warning for Ohio.
And is that the far northern one?
I believe that would be the southern one on the Indiana border.
On the Indiana border?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think. You see that one?
Let me
I
look.
think.
It's just
No,
it's
the
kind
northern
of
one.
laughable,
It's
to be honest.
the northern one. The northern one is the new tornado warning.
It makes no sense why this should be 4R even. It's not on the ground, it's not
Like
doing
the fact
damage.
that we've had to reiterate, and we're not discrediting the NWS here. They go off of what they hear.
I'm
Well,
good.
they also got an image that had no tornado on the ground, so
They,
it's...
what needs
Right.
what needs to happen right now is that they need to be dogging on the weather spotter who reported a funnel that was just a
Yeah,
scud and a
so-
tornado.
Jacob, that would be for the southern one.
No, that wouldn't be for the southern one. It'd be for the northern one by Dayton. Look, it's by Noble.
Oh well, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I was talking about the southern ones in perspective to the other tour.
Which I believe they did go tour possible on that one. It's not in no, they haven't. It wasn't in. It's not in Ohio yet, anyways. But I will say this: that one looks a little bit interesting on Dayton on terminal radar for Dayton, Ohio. A little bit broad, probably based on the radar, but that's probably the best radar we got near that area. Really,
Right.
besides North Webster, Indiana, which it looks broad on North Webster. So I see why they went tornado warning. I've been watching this one for a little bit. It's a little bit interesting. I believe that's the one that's north of the Muncie one, yeah. Which all these storms look very tornadic potential. We're going to get a lot better radar coverage as we get near Wilmington's radar, which big dub because I love Wilmington radar. It's in such a good spot. Also, that tornado warning that is in Ohio as well, that one that was in Fort Wayne earlier, is looking a little bit better. Could possibly see a tornado or at least a mini spin up on that one. This is an area we need to be watching out for just in case. Yeah, it's like I'm looking at that shelf cloud. It's like there's not even a wall cloud forming. It's just nothing. NWS really fumbled a little bit on this one. I'm not even gonna hold you. Oh.
But yeah, to kind of reiterate here, Ohio, your threat hasn't even begun. We are likely on the cusp of your threat. As we continue throughout the evening and into the late afternoon, toward I would say the 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. time frame, that's when you can kind of start to look elsewhere and think about going to bed. Because I know tomorrow's Wednesday, a lot of people have to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people got school tomorrow. We're not dealing with a terrible outbreak, but we are dealing with an event that you need to be ready for.
Definitely.
Regardless of where you live in Ohio. Jacob, if you will, do me a favor and look at that Northern Ohio cell from KIWX, if you are not already.
KIWX.
Yeah. Rotation might be a bit displaced, but it is looking better, I think.
Yeah, that's the one I've been looking at. It's wow. Yeah, that is actually way better. We could see a tornado on the ground eventually. Let me go to Let me go to GR2 for you guys, and let's also analyze this from that. This has gotten way better. This is actually going to this is going to be affecting Coldwater.
Yeah. Yep.
And Salina. So as we get into these areas, we need to be very aware because these will be getting into. It's actually near where the EF3 was earlier, near Wapakoneta or whatever, a few months ago. No CC on this. If there's going to be CC, it needs to be very clear CC for us to see this. But NRA is showing that this is pretty good NRA on this. This could be on the ground soon.
Right.
Big spike.
And to kind of go over what Jacob's been saying, even though we are in the daylight, Barely. I mean, it'll be dark in within. I want to call it 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I will
Um,
say this has mid upper level, so this might be just a little bit of a weaker tornado, possibly, or more of like a land spout in that case.
Right, right.
Still a tornado.
But don't go outside and look at it. This is gonna be rain wrapped.
Oh yeah, there is 100% chance this thing is rain wrapped.
Like you're not gonna see it. What you are gonna see is a wall of rain that you might see in your typical thunderstorm. But that wall of rain will have a tornado probably hidden inside of it. So
New scan came out now. It looks like just a weird, goofy mess. Okay, I don't even know what it's doing anymore. But still be
Yeah.
prepared.
yeah, definitely.
Still be prepared for whatever happens. I will say this though, I really do emphasize, I do like that other tornado warning still to the north of it. It's kind of interesting. Rotations is a little weird, but it's still picking up. Oh god. I know what's going on here. Whoa.
It seems like Copic has a little tiny funnel on
Cold water?
near Gigs, which wherever that is.
Near gigs. So just gigs as
And there you go. So Michigan went from PDS to Tour R to Tour like it should have been before. So definitely very interesting.
All right.
Oh yeah, he's on the Gig storm. That's gonna be in Indiana. Funnel tornado on the ground now.
Tornado on the ground. Yeah. Okay. New scan verifies it.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one on K and ID?
Or southern Indiana, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, I see that. I believe. Yeah.
Kind of near Russellville, where you have the little notch
south
at the bottom.
South of Russellville, I'll show to the people. We do have a tornado on the ground for Russellville. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I gotta close the blinds. Sun's coming down.
Okay.
Shining directly at my.
So while they're talking about Indiana, I'm gonna go back up into Ohio, because we could have a tornado wrapping up here in Ohio too.
Yeah, that is definitely 100% a tornado on the ground. Weaker tornado.
So let me see. Jacob, you might want to look
Hey, Seed
at.
Hunter, I'm gonna send you something real quick.
Okay.
I think this is what the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids was looking at when they issued that tornado warning.
Bruh.
Could have very much been it. Or I have another one for you here. You want to find it? There it is. Yeah. You think that might have been it?
Hey, we got a big tornado on the ground.
Yeah,
big-
Hunter. That's definitely.
We got a big tornado on the
A
ground.
new tornado
Uh,
warning
Is it
has been issued.
No, it is from KIWX. Big time tornado, lofting debris 7,000 feet.
Where?
Fort Recovery, southeast of the radar. St.
Fort
Mary, New
Recovery.
Ohio.
I'm not even really seeing that.
Cold water, new CC, right over the.
Let me
yeah.
can I look at your screen?
Yeah,
Kind of see.
Cold
I'm not
water.
able to really find this.
yeah.
Yep, there is
Alright, look.
CC. I see that. That is a big time tornado on the ground.
Yeah,
Okay.
big time tornado. They need to upgrade that to Torah like right now. It got debris lofting 7,000 feet. And so, alright, going down the line, cold water, run, not walk. The NWS, they have not confirmed it, I don't know why. I would expect that to come through pretty quickly here.
New
Cold
information.
water.
This tornado
Salina.
warning has been upgraded.
Montezuma. There we go. Wait, no, that was for Indiana. Okay, we need Ohio.
Wow, look at Brandon stream though.
Okay, Indiana went confirmed. Jacob, I'm gonna let you talk about that if you want to go down there. I'm gonna keep
Alright.
my radar on Ohio.
Okay, cool. For some reason, I ended up accidentally putting my GR2 at zoom. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix that. Whatever.
A new
Yes,
tornado
we do have
warning
a tornado on
has
the
been
ground.
issued.
Very beautiful tornado, I must say, but it is heading for some populated areas, so you must be very weather aware. So over here you can see. Whoa! I just got something. Hold on, wait. Just making sure. Tornado watch has been issued, but I'll deal with that in a sec.
Okay.
So we do have. Yeah. Wow, they put a few tornadoes likely for Kentucky area. So I'll talk about that one in a little bit. So we do have a tornado on the ground. It looks like it's not strong CC, but from Brandon's stream there is a tornado on the ground. So you need to be weather aware. Over here in Orange, Columbia, as it gets in there, you'll have Brownsville, Liberty. You need to be very careful. And then we also have that tornado on the ground also in this Coldwater one, which was likely a strong tornado. It looks a lot less now on velocity. It looks like it might have lifted, so we might be lucky.
Yeah. Yep.
On Coldwater. But they did confirm it now for the Indiana one near New Salem. Likely some minor damage for New Salem. And now I'm going to talk about the new tornado watch that has just been issued. So we're gonna quickly pull this up on screen, and I'm going to tell you the probs in just a little bit once the probs have gained a little bit. This is the one that we said was possibly going to do it. Mason, are you still here? I screwed something up on my GR2.
Would you?
My scroll wheel thing, my mouse only has it set to zoom.
And you can't move?
Well, no, I can only move by doing the zoom thing, like the zoom function.
Hey, Jacob, the watch probs are 70-60.
What? 70-60?
Yeah. Yep.
Try to restart the program.
Okay.
I'm surprised they went that high of a TOA on that far south.
New
Okay,
information.
hold on, I fixed
This
it.
tornado warning has been upgraded.
4R for Ohio now, so they're gonna go ahead and 4R Coldwater. Coldwater, we've been hooting and hollering about you for, what, probably 15 minutes now. That tornado is already lifted, but it does appear. Let me run it right here. Come on, GR2, load it in.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Jacob, I'll let you take the floor.
Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to get my stuff loaded in.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Loading in
All
offline.
right,
Why does it say
another.
stuff is offline for me on GR2. GR2 is being a little bit of a funny man.
All right, so again, we have another upgrade
there we
to the we have a coalition drop now.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna
Clear debris ball.
Clear. Are you talking about the one to the south for the New Salem?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, that is a very clear debris ball right there.
A new tornado warning
is on the ground
has been
via
issued.
Brandon. You can see the
Yeah.
rotation is stronger, and if I go over, I mean that is.
Got a new tornado warning for Indiana.
Yep, that must be the one. That has to be the one to the east of this. This is the St. Paul one.
I would think it would be the one in Lynn. You see the Lynn cell to the north of the SVR. Lynn is unwarned right now. I would think it would be that one.
I think it's the one to the west. Look at the one west of this one. West of the Torar. Look at the one west of the Torar.
Yep, you were right. But Lynn is gonna need a tornado warning too. So now we're getting into the ramping up of
Yeah.
oh wow, that new scan. Waldron, St.
Wow.
Paul.
Yep, it's not St. Paul. St. Paul should be fine, but Milroy,
Yeah.
Richland, Rushville, Orange, and Columbia
Oh
that are in the
boy.
tornado warning right now. Laurel, Blooming Grove, later on, Metamora, and then of course Glenwood, Rushville, like I said earlier, Connorsville, Brownsville. You all need to be in a safe place. That is going to
Hey,
produce a tornado soon.
that is already on the ground.
Is there CC to it?
Yep. It is so
Oh, that's very weak CC, but yeah, you're right. That might be on the ground. Also, the New Salem one might be cycling, but I have no idea if Brandon's Brandon's on it, so there might be a tornado still. Who knows?
right. Okay, so now we're kind of re-entering that active period. So to kind of go over it, we have a confirmed tornado warning in Indiana that'll be headed toward Alpine.
Yep. And also, the Coldwater one is also Torar now.
Yeah, right. So Coldwater, I believe your tornado is lifted. I don't think you have a reason to worry. But regardless, you're in a confirmed tornado
Oh
warning.
wow! Look at that! Look at that new scan. Look at that new scan. That is a strong tornado about to form.
Oh yeah. That. So, it isn't very often
It's on the ground, but yeah.
It isn't very often you have a radar look like that doesn't produce a relatively intense tornado.
Yep, there's some deeper CC now on it. This is on the ground, and they need to go to our R immediately. And
Yeah.
and because I was going to talk about it earlier, but we're going to talk about it now. Again, we have a new tornado watch for this area. Looks like we've had an uptrend because they've now put 70. They've put 70, 60 probs from what he said. Let me just double check to verify. And it is
Yeah.
it's 70-40 probs. 70-40.
Okay.
70-40
Yeah,
probs. So 70-40, if you guys don't know, that's about equivalent to about a 10 non-sig. So this shows that there has been an increase in tornado probabilities, enough for them to issue the 70-40. And this is in that 5%, that conditional threat that's gotten a lot, that looks like has uptrended, which means that within the next hour for the 8 p.m. update, I won't be surprised if they added enhanced over here if this does start to pop off. We are seeing, of course, the one tornado is on the ground. Strong NROT to that, and really good CC to that. And then we also have the other one that might be on the ground again. It's very, very weak CC if it is, maybe.
A new
Hey,
tornado
Jacob,
warning has been issued.
We might have a recycling on that Alpine. So, see that little nudger it got from the rear inflow
Mm-hmm.
that might wrap up and do it again. So the one Brandon was on Alpine, you need to be taking shelter now.
Sorry to jump in, but Middletown just took a direct hit.
Middle.
The storm right behind Brandon Coppic.
Yeah.
It just crossed 74.
We saw
Yeah.
that. We saw that. We've been talking about it.
Well, I'm gonna get back out of your hair because it's not even. It didn't even come through the thing yet. So I'm gonna go back to do my own thing. Bye.
Bye.
That's our boy Griff.
It's our boy Dayton Biffin, is what we call him.
This is our boy Dayton. You might see him from some of the old streams if you're an old viewer. Oh my gosh, there's so much lightning. I had the lightning thing turned on for me. Yeah, that is that's strong rotation on both of these.
Yeah.
And again, we also have a tornado warning for the another tornado warning for the
Jacob,
Greenville one.
I am not sure if it is intentional, but you have the tornado watch graphic on your thing.
Oh, I still have that on there. Ooh, let me move that out of the way. My bad. Okay, yeah, you can see there's CC there. It's a little bit weaker, but if you also look at that new scan, though, that is looking like a very volatile cell.
Oh yeah, no
Both
doubt.
both of these look very violent. Let me turn this off. Let me turn off the icons off, so you guys could really get a look at that really good embedded supercell along this line. They're all semi-discretes, so basically meaning that they're not fully separate from each other, but they're pretty much within the same volatile environment, which is actually kind of good in some cases, which could weaken a storm's ability. But in not this case, no, because that is clearly on the ground. I think Brandon might jump ship immediately. Brandon's literally... I think Brandon's debating about jumping ship already. That man's on the grind. Let me switch back to radar scope for now, which has a little bit a better look. As you can tell, two very strong rotations going on right here.
So to
One
kind
near
of go,
Columbia and one near Milroy. Yep, you go there.
do you want to kind of look down? Okay, so right now the current tornado warning with the debris sig is going over nothing.
Yes.
So to reiterate, now we could have a significant tornado on the ground, and within a scan or two,
New
the
information.
debris may
This
look like it's
tornado
lightened
warning
up.
has been
That
upgraded.
doesn't mean the tornado has. Okay. Upgraded tornado warning for Indiana, so I believe that'll be.
A PDS or a Tor or what? They're both Tor R's, so would that mean PDS dot dot dot?
No, that was a confirmed. That'll be for the one that's on the ground.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that okay, because that's been Tor R for a bit. I
No,
believe.
no,
No,
so that
no, it's not. They just upgraded. That's weird.
Yeah,
Okay. It must have took
yeah,
a bit. That's fine.
yeah.
All right, new scan killing in. It looks like the hook is getting embedded into this sucker, but whew, that's still some pretty CC on that. I also want to point out real quick because we haven't really talked about it a little bit yet, but you can see to the south there are a lot more supercells developing this thing. We could be going into the later hours. We could be going into the evening for our tornado potential. Not what I was planning on, but we will definitely do for you guys. And that's one supercell that was in Missouri is now getting a lot more violent. And we also want to point out, later on today, we'll also have a small 2% over here in Texas. I don't think they have any storms developed yet. That's going to be a late night hour one. We have a few storms actually developing off in Iowa. We had that develop earlier. Nothing but a classic hail threat. We had a severe earlier apparently that probably was just severe limits no longer poses an imminent threat. Likely was probably for the hail, but we have tornado warnings all along this line. And if I look at the digital radar, I mean, wow, I mean, these things are picking up. That cold water one might be on the ground again soon.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from
it's pretty
terminal Doppler.
Look at if you look at Dayton's terminal radar, it's a lot better because it's clocked closer.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right.
Shiz has got that nice mezzo. I don't think it's on the ground yet, but the other one might. The other storm to the east for the Indiana one might also be on the ground very soon.
So to kind of get back to what we were looking at here, Alpine. I know. Let me go back here.
Is that B word?
That looks like a B word. Yeah. Alpine, you need to be in the shelter now. Don't wait. There either appears to be a bounded weak ecoregion, or your rear flank is wrapping around the inflow. I mean, oh yeah, dude. Go up to tilt.
Well, the tilts
Three?
haven't updated yet, but yeah, you can see where it was starting to form.
Let
Let me go to GR2. I'll go to GR2 for you guys. You'll be able to see the updated tilts, I believe. No, not yet, but you could tell it was. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wow. All right. I'm gonna see what Brandon's looking at right now. Brandon's made a beeline for the other tornado warning. I think he's just standing there waiting for it.
Now, honestly.
Whoa, sorry. Turn that down. don't want to steal his content. Yeah, that definitely has a beware on it now. There's a beware, and it will likely be on the ground very soon. And it looks like, wow, yeah. Wow, that is an impressive supercell that branded. It's all rain wrapped. That tornado is completely rain wrapped. This Milroy one,
Yeah.
you're not going to see a damn thing based on it. And Enrot's pretty good on both of them for these to be on the ground. I mean, Alpine needs to be in their shelter now because that's right on them. It doesn't have CC yet, but look at that B-war.
Yeah, the upper level support on that, we could be dealing with potentially a long tracker. I
wouldn't say long tracker yet. Hopefully this line kills it off quickly, but I'm hoping that's the case. I'm hoping that's the case for all of these because this is all becoming a little bit of a squall line. I'm hoping that ends up being the case because a lot of these storms look very volatile.
Yeah.
Like we need to also be watching the one in Union City. It's very far off from the radar, but if we look a little bit closer, rotation is there. Rotation is there in Coldwater. It's still considered observed on the recent update. And then of course
New information. This tornado warning has been
that was in
upgraded.
Fort Wayne earlier. I believe it's still radar indicated, but it's been
new Tor for Ohio. That'll be.
Is that the?
Yeah.
Is it the Winchester one?
That was Coldwater, so they continue Coldwater.
So they continue Coldwater. Okay, but I saw the Coldwater one being continued, so it's still on the ground for them. Based off reports, which is bad because that means something got hit. Because Coldwater has directly been impacted by now.
So Coldwater, to kind of go down the line here, Montezuma, St. Mary's, Salina. If you know anybody that lives between Salina and St. Mary's, or between Salina and Montezuma, tell them to run. Because like if you live between Salina and Montezuma, you don't have time anymore, basically. Going from Salina to Neptune, St. Mary's, Buckland, and then even going beyond the tornado warning into Wapakoneta, Crittersville, Fort Shawnee, and then later down the line, Lima. These are all communities we need to be thinking about.
Mm-hmm. And these are, looks like the two storms have possibly lifted in Indiana, but that does not mean anything. These storms have a potential to be to produce strong tornadoes. They have had history of producing tornadoes, very well defined tornadoes, especially from some chasers, very well defined. And that tornado, still being considered observed, and it is making its way towards these areas, especially Salina and St. Mary's. I know people who have family out there, so you guys need to be careful, right? Because this is a tornado that it may or may not be on the ground because it's really hard to tell based on most radar scans. It's in that one radar hole that I genuinely hate. I know how I've been preaching for the longest time. We should have radar coverage in
new information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, new Torah for Ohio. That might be the one I'm looking at. Look at it from the Dayton radar. That'll be the one literally right on the border.
Yeah, that one looks really good.
I'm not sure. Oh no, far north. We have a Torah for that one. Oakwood. So the far northern tornado warning.
Oh, they finally went Torah on that? That's a tornado on the ground?
Yeah.
Oh, I see that now. Yeah, that one was looking really good. And if I go to CC, it doesn't show anything on CC, but reports of a tornado. Then I'm guessing I'm guessing EMS or weather spotter.
Let me check the warning. Yep, EMA.
Yep. I'm not surprised. It has a hook on it. It's not the strongest rotation, but it's still a tornado in Oakwood. You need to be careful. You've been in your safe place now. I mean, man, we've already had like close to 12 tornadoes today.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's we're already blowing yesterday out of the water, and that's kind of sad. But
kind of going back to it, Greenville, you're under a tornado warning. Looking at the terminal Doppler, you got like a classic supercell look on it. I would go as far as I'm not going to call that imminent yet. It doesn't look imminent. But that definitely does look like a cell that could produce pretty quick if it wanted to. So Greenville, Ohio, be in your safe spot. Going down the line, Greenville, Gettysburg, Bradford. Because I'm willing to bet some money they're going to issue another tornado warning here within maybe 15 to 20 minutes. I'm trying to give y'all some lead time. So Gettysburg, Bradford, Versailles? Yeah. Ansonia? Anybody in the tornado polygon. Go ahead and heed the warning.
Yeah.
You got anything, Jacob?
Excuse me. Not right now. I'm trying to text my parents, going they to make sure they're all good. Though looks like these storms are gonna do that weird thing where they just miss Columbus, despite the fact that Columbus is always in the main risk. Like this one storm here isn't that impressive, and all these storms are shooting
Jacob.
out east. Yeah.
We just had an unwarned tornado.
What the hell? Where?
That went through Milton.
Milton what?
Milton, Indiana. Look at my screen on Discord and I will show you. Or you might be able to find it. I would highly...
New information. This tornado
like
warning
Indiana?
has been upgraded.
North, or is it north? Is it on?
Oh, okay, we got...
Is it on IND?
We got... Yeah, IND. We have a new PDS now. So...
PDS?
Yeah, for Indiana.
Let me double check to make sure if that's the one that
I'm not sure.
Connorsville, they said, which is it's this one. It's the Columbia one.
Okay.
So there's a PDS now issued for this area. There is a tornado on the ground, possibly strong to violent tornado on the ground reported by them. It's an open area, but this was reported by somebody. That is probably a BWAR on that. Yeah, I think there's still a BWAR on that.
Yeah.
Maybe on the next scan. I don't know. Maybe not. But this is still a strong to potentially violent tornado on the ground. This is something you do not take lightly. Columbia, you're just outside of it, so you're doing good. But for this area, it would be Alpine probably got hit, but looking like there's a lot of towns missing this. So it looks like for now, I will say that it's a radar indicated PDS. So apparently, so radar indicated PDS. It is going to possibly miss Alquinay, but you should still watch out for Alquinay. You should still be prepared. Brandon's on this storm. Brandon's on this storm, so we'll see if there's going to be a tornado in this any moment now. But still be prepared in case it should cross Alpine by now. Connorsville, you should be fine. But anywhere south from this, especially across the lake from now, you need to be prepared. And I'm also going to say right now, look on to terminal radar for Dayton. Look at that thing. Look at that hook.
Yeah, so the one we were pointing out earlier.
That Greensville one.
Yeah, so the one we were pointing out earlier that we said could wrap up pretty quick. Greenville, I called your name out probably 5 minutes ago. Right now, you need to be... I would say run to shelter, to be honest with you.
Anything off this highway, Greensville, Gettysburg, Bradford, Covington, Peque, Fletcher, St. Paris. This is all areas that was hit by that EF2 not too long ago. You guys need to be in a safe place now. Now. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There will likely be a very strong tornado on the ground. We won't be able to tell because there is no CC on this. We are only going off by this very strong couplet. That's for and I can show on stream.
I will say,
classic couplet.
I will say, when you're looking at terminal radar and you see very tight velocity, it is very rare that there's not a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, I believe Brandon has a funnel also, by the way, for the new the old tornado warning.
All right. Do me a favor, Jacob, and go to IND,
Yep.
and then if you look to the north in the PDS, turn on coalition coefficient and look back at Milton. That was an unwarned tornado. North of the PDS. See that?
Milton. Are you talking Milroy though?
No, I'm talking Milton. So, go.
I can't see Milton at all, like on my radar screen.
Turn coalition on, and you'll see the CC drop.
I don't know how. I don't see.
You
a
had
CC.
coalition.
I don't see a CC drop.
All right, now go back. Go back a few frames, and you'll see it plain as day.
Hold on, wait. Let me go back a couple frames on GR2.
Yeah. That was probably like that thing popped out of nowhere.
No.
Definitely had a lower correlation.
Oh, I see. It's a very very weak.
Yeah, I don't know what that could have picked up, but anyway.
Did they? Do not tell me they actually. Okay, no, they didn't drop it. Yeah, they need to possibly put a radar indicated TOR R on this at the very least, because I feel as if that's on the ground in Greenville. It's just hard. You just can't do it because there's no CC, and all you're going off is based off this really strong hook in the couplet. But it's really, really strong on the terminal, and that is concerning enough for me. And the photographs remain favorable. It looks like.
So, Greenville, we've been calling your name out now for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this on a pan shot. I'll be back in a sec. You
All
can
right,
show
buddy.
radar for them.
Yeah. Greenville, we've been calling your name out now for about 10 minutes. You need to be sheltered now. Right now, the National Weather Service haven't continued the warning, or they haven't done any kind of modification to the warning. But I would treat it like a tornado's on the ground. So if you know anybody in Greenville, Ohio, I would say about probably 10 to 15 miles from the Indiana border. Then you need to call them and let them know. Again, Greenville, Ohio. We are likely going to see a continuation of this warning. Let me go ahead and open up Radar Scope, and I'll get you guys a
new tornado warning has been issued.
A little bit of a track. And there we go. So that'll likely be a continuation of the Greenville.
A new
side.
tornado warning has been issued.
You have about Greenville. You have about 4 miles until that gets to you. You need to be running, not walking, to your shelter. I believe that'll be a continuation of Greenville. I could be wrong though. Let me go and get a confirmation on that. And yeah, Greenville, you got to go. You have got to go. If you know anybody, and I can't emphasize it enough, Greenville, Ohio, they haven't done anything to your warning yet, but I'm going to call it right now. We probably have a tornado on the ground. I don't say that to scare you.
New tornado warning
but when we're
has been
looking
issued.
at 1,200 feet off the ground, when you're looking at 1,200 feet off the ground, and you see a velocity couplet like what we're seeing here, it is very rare that you don't have a tornado possibly ongoing. So Greenville, treat it like this is a confirmed
new tornado warning has
treat
been
it
issued.
Like any other tornado warning. Get to your safe spot. That'd be another tornado warning for Indiana. We're gonna go look at that. Where was that for? Okay, so got a new tornado warning from down here on the Ohio and Kentucky border. Let me see here. Yeah, and there we go. So what we're seeing now
A new tornado warning has been issued.
more development of more discrete. Oh boy, Alabama. All right, we're gonna go to Alabama here in a minute. Let me find out where that would be at. Since Alabama, we are, so that'll likely be right here. So if you know anybody, make sure. Okay, yeah, yep, there we go. So if you guys know anybody in Alabama, in the town of Rosalie, Flat Rock, Pisgah, I don't know how to say that. But if you know anybody in the northern part of Alabama, go ahead and tell them to get to their safe spot. We're gonna kind of go up through the line here. Not really a whole lot going on in Tennessee right now. But we do have a new tornado warning up here along the Ohio, about to cross the Ohio River. So again, in Farlesville, Concord, Rome. I believe Jacob might be back with us.
Hello, I am back. How are
All
you
right,
guys doing?
we're doing good. We have a tornado warning now for the Kentucky-Ohio border and Alabama.
Wait, what? Alabama?
Yeah, that's what I said.
What the hell?
Hey,
Awesome.
Okay, Greenville. We likely can't tell, but I'm gonna call Greenville on the ground.
I am definitely gonna call. If you go to KILN, which is Wilmington, it shows a very strong couplet as well as on that one.
Okay. KILN.
You guys must be weather aware because it's not. Wow, this is not loading in for me. We're having a really bad time. Okay, there we go. Now it's loading in.
Yeah. So Greenville, we've been calling your name out now for about 15-20 minutes. Again,
man, I'm just worried because these are all heading towards not Huber Heights. I mean, yeah, they are heading to Huber Heights. We're heading towards Dayton area, which is giving me 2019 deja vu vibes. This is actually be pretty close to my grandparents, but they might be fine. They're on the north side of Huber Heights.
I want everybody to be doing what Jacob's doing. Think about your family.
Yeah,
if you know anybody like them. Yeah. So don't call them. Not right now.
You don't want to bother them or fearmonger them. Give them a warning. Say, hey, heads up, something might happen. But when the tornado warning is happening, and you can guarantee there's probably a tornado about to happen or is on the ground, that's when you call them to make sure they're okay. Because then they're just gonna get more upset or pissed if you call them and be like, oh, it's gonna come right at you, and they're all gonna fear and nothing might happen. So just give them a text like, hey, something might happen. I will say, from Brandon, there was a brief funnel. He said it was mostly funnel. He thought it was a tornado. It wasn't. And it looks like for him, he said it's going to be a big-time tornado, big mezzo on the storm in Indiana, which is the southern one.
Right.
The southern one that was, I believe, that's still radar indicated. But if you look at that very strong, broad rotation. If that can really get into place, that's going to be a big-time tornado.
Oh, boy. Greenville, your time is up.
Yeah. And then
yeah.
And then let's quickly go over Brownsville, Liberty for that radar indicated PDS tornado. It's now down to radar indicated, but there is still rotation. Please seek shelter now, especially for areas like Eaton and West Alexandria that are going to be in the tornado warning later. Be careful. For that tornado warning that we were concerned about, the one that Brandon's on, that is for Blooming Grove, Metamora, Laurel, I'm very concerned for. These are areas that I said earlier, be careful. You're going to be in that tornado warning or severe later. And lo and behold, we have a potentially violent tornado that is developing. And we just got a tweet from Wilmington saying that if you're in Greenville, Ohio, in Dark County, you need to be in the safe place.
Yeah. I mean, we've been hooting and hollering about it now for a long time.
That is likely a very strong tornado. Let me look at that thing.
Yeah. So Greenville,
they need to tornado.
Your time is already up. Your time is already up, right? Again, we've been calling Greenville out now for about, I want to say 15, 20 minutes. You've had time to shelter. Oh Lord, that new scan. East side of Greenville, Ohio. Going down the line, we are likely going to have a rather significant tornado on the ground here.
Also, I'm getting concerned about that Kentucky one, by the way. I just wanted to point that out real quick.
Right. So, for the Greenville, Ohio cell, I'm going to go ahead and look up some localized areas here to kind of call out Greenville. Kind of call out some more localized areas here where it could be heading. Okay. If you know anybody on Bruckberg Road, if you know where Sowers Construction is at, if you know where St. John Lutheran Church is at, that'll be going right through there. If you know where Classic Comfort Heating and Supply, if you know the Walmart in downtown Greenville, that'll be going, it's gone through there.
The new scan.
I cannot emphasize the urgency that we need to be relaying to Greenville to Greenville, Ohio. Again, we're talking about Greenville, Ohio.
New tornado
not
warning
Indiana,
has been issued.
Greenville, Ohio. I don't want to get people confused. All right, there we go. New tornado warning that'll be for Greenville. So if you go ahead, Jack.
Structural damage reported just west of Greenville in Dark County per scanner, likely from a tornado.
Okay, and there we go. That
by the way, St. Mary's is on the ground.
Okay.
New tornado warning has been issued.
Lofted, I believe.
No kidding. All right. New tornado warning for Ohio.
St. Mary's. I don't know where St. Mary's is. Where's St. Mary's again? Someone pointed that out. Where the hell is St. Mary's? Oh, that's the St. Mary's one that's just north of that one. Okay. What?
Okay. Okay. Oh boy.
That is on the ground. St. Mary's one is on the ground. We have that one apparently is being lofted 16K feet based on it. It's just so far away from the radar. You could barely tell that there's CC. But if you look on, that Greensville one is really bad. Gettysburg. All right, I'm going out with this one now. Gettysburg, Bradford, Covington, Beque, Fletcher, and Lockton. You have no time. You have barely any time, actually. Especially
Run.
Just get going. I know Gettysburg. You might be safe, but still take precaution. Covington, you might be safe. Still take precaution. Bradford, you might be in a gun. Lockton, you might be in a very loaded gun. This is all going to be right off the highway. You might barely miss it, or it might directly hit you. St. Mary one, they went radar indicated. They have to be stupid. I have no idea what they're doing there. There's a lot going on within seconds now. It's time to a lot of those storms over from Indiana. It's probably time to switch over to KILN now. So if you are also on your own radars, go to Wilmington, Ohio, KILN. For those tornado warnings that were in Indianapolis earlier, you should also go to KILN for the or you could also go to KJKL. For the tornado warning just south in the Kentucky area. Stronger rotation on that. It's a nice little mezzo on it. Could have a tornado on the ground in that one soon. But the Greens one, I mean, why did they put it as radar? I don't know why they put it as radar indicated. There's reported damage.
Let me kind of go over. Oh yeah. So to kind of go over what Jacob was talking about earlier, if y'all look in the bottom right of your screen, we've got a very lowered correlation drop on St. Mary. We are likely seeing a significant tornado go between St. Mary's and New Knoxville. So, if you know anybody in that area, you gotta run. Not you, but you need to call the people that you know and tell them to run.
Because there's likely a big time tornado on the ground.
And you're not gonna see it.
I mean, if you even look on KILN, I mean, that is...
But
doesn't show any CC, though.
A lot of people have the philosophy that what I can't see isn't real. Like I've grown up around that, and believe me, I get it. But when you have, well-rounded radar technology like what we have now, that gives you a good indication of what you're seeing in the atmosphere without having to see it visually with your own eyes. That there could be a likely tornado ongoing, then you kind of have to trust it. What do you gain from heeding the warning and going to a safer spot? You gain your life. What do you gain by not? You lose the potential. You might potentially lose your life. And for me, that's a no-brainer. So take the 15, 20 minute, however long preparation it would take. If you're in Greenville and in between New Knoxville and St. Mary's, and take shelter.
Yes, and we also want to emphasize to take shelter for these two tornado warnings, especially the ones over in... I'm talking about the ones clustered in Indiana going into Ohio. These are getting a lot stronger. Wow, that Greenville one is... Yeah, no, that one's very concerning. But yeah, like I said, this is your time to get underground, especially in these areas like Laurel, Blooming Grove. Wow, that Liberty one's about to touch down.
Oh boy!
Look at the velocity on the Liberty one on KILN, and look at velocity for Greenville as well.
Liberty, run. I don't know how many times we've said it.
I think you said it way more than
But when we say it, we're not joking. At all.
Visible soil lofted along highway. Oh wow, there was a tornado on this. There's a Tor R on this that I missed.
Liberty. If you know anybody that lives in the southern part of Liberty, you guys are running out of time.
Yeah, you guys are running out of time.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
No doubt about it.
All right, there we go. We got it confirmed for Ohio. I believe that'll be for... I need to pull the overlay over here.
We have a new tornado warning. We have a couple... Man, these are just getting out of control.
That might be Liberty that went confirmed. Okay.
I got pinged for Liberty. My buddy is on that Greenville store right now.
Okay.
Oh shit! He is on that one.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's on the ground though.
Okay. St. Mary's finally went Tor R.
St. Mary's finally went Tor R after all this time. Thank God.
Right. So St. Mary, we've been calling your name out now for a long time. Same with Greenville.
This is right by this is the St. Mary's. So it's for the New Knoxville. It is confirmed. So this is a Tor R for the Knoxville one. This is New Knoxville. New Knoxville has been hit. You have 0 time now. But what we will say is that these other areas nearby, like St. John's, Uniopolis, and Wapakoneta, and then Waynesfield.
New
this
tornado
is by where that
warning
EF3 was,
has been issued.
Near Indian Lake, I believe, or by the EA2 over here. Excuse me.
We got a new tornado warning for Crawford County and Harrison County and Perry County, Indiana. So
All right, let me switch
I
over to radar scope.
I would assume that'll be for Liberty.
Yeah, but look at these. Look at these though. Both of these have hooks on them. Mean hooks. Both of these storms. And the Greensfield one. Greensfield looks like it's a little bit. It looks like it's occluded or cycling back, but it's gonna have an RFD search on that soon. You're gonna need to seek shelter. And of course,
Yeah.
we still have these tornado warnings for. Oh man, these birds are actually being annoying. I apologize if you hear them, but. Oh, shut up.
Boy.
Okay, give me a sec. Bastards.
Sorry guys, we got a bird break. Oh boy.
All right, I'm back. They were literally right in front of the window. chirping at
Bro.
me. They were literally staring at me and banging against the window. They're little suckers. All right,
Yeah.
we're back at this now. But I mean, I'm still watching those ones in Indiana get into more favorable conditions, and that worries me because that it's gonna head for a more populated area, which is all those small towns right outside of the highway. This is the highway system that goes into Cincinnati. By the way, I believe that's. I think that's 70. Is it? Let me triple check real quick. I believe that highway.
Oh hey, we look at Southern Indiana near Leavenworth.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's 75. Oh yeah, that went tornado warned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's headed Louisville. I don't know.
Are you kidding me? Louisville again?
So
Both of these storms, because there's a one north of it that's starting to rotate a little bit as well, I believe.
let's go down to Alabama.
I keep on forgetting the most random Alabama tornado warning of all time.
And yeah, the Alabama one is on the ground.
Is it on the? Is it seriously?
Yeah.
Based on
A very, very small
Wow.
correlation drop. But yeah, Alabama, you had your own little bird fort tornado today.
Congrats,
environment-
I guess. That environment has to be absolutely dog. 3K bomb? 2 point. Is this just a classic 3K bomb? 3K?
Jacob, I'm gonna send you the Nashville 0Z sound. Do me a favor and look in.
Is that for Nashville, you said?
Yeah.
Huh.
So later on tonight, my own hometown could, or my own home state, kind of like you, Jacob, could get impacted later on tonight. But
A little bit. They really weren't lying when they say this thing was shifting a lot more south.
no, not at all. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna slowly go up the warnings here. Again, Alabama, you do have a little, okay, tornado Torar for
New information. This
Ohio.
tornado warning has
For
been
where?
upgraded.
Is it Greensfield?
That'll be
Greensville?
Henry County, and Putnam County.
I forget the townie names. I only remember towns.
That might be former Greenville.
That might be former Greenville. You might be right.
Or that could be Liberty.
That is the Greenville one.
Okay, gotcha.
Greenville, they said is on the ground now.
Okay. That is going to be right on top of the TDWR. So, I don't know where. I don't know how they're
Roof damage, trees down on a parkside driveway. So that was what got it to go. I mean, they should have tore out it generations ago.
Yeah. Right now it doesn't look all that great, but
No, it doesn't,
But-
which is good.
let's see here.
Has tornado warnings lined up.
Yes, sir.
The Ohio overperformer. No, actually, no. I wouldn't say this because I kind of expected Ohio to overperform today. The Michigan overperformer.
Yeah, and to reiterate, y'all, like we are not done with tonight. We've got probably another good
round-ish of storms coming in for tonight. We are going. We have been live for quite. How long have we been live for?
We have been live for
3-4 hours.
Yeah, 3:46.
Wow. Time flies when it isn't actually a boring event. Yesterday, so.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm actually kind of curious. I think actually really curious. Yeah. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. hold on, wait. I don't mean to actually toot my own horn. Remember that tornado touchdown near Milroy earlier?
Yeah.
I put my TTC challenge for a tornado that happened in Milroy.
Damn.
Wow. I'm gonna screenshot that and I'm gonna send that to JD.
We might have a recycling over Bradford on the former Greenville, so keep that in mind. So if y'all are just not tuning in, we've got, let me go ahead and check here. We've got 9 ongoing tornado warnings. So, and we are at 7:48 p.m. Central, 8:48 Eastern. We are, I would say we're in the middle of the event now.
Probably middle would be rightfully so because we're really starting to get into Ohio now. And, middle of the event, hell, I can probably say we're maybe only 33% of the way there because we have more storms that could develop over this tornado watch that was issued. And if we go panning over there, you can see very clearly, if I can go to these radars, if they download properly. My Wi-Fi is slowing down just a bit. We have some storm development. Not too much. I believe these storms won't develop until later. But I'm really watching these storms that are developing in Illinois. That could be like a second round across that tornado watch, which is why they've kept that tornado watch active, the old one, the original one from this morning. And I will say, we have some susceptible storms that are tour possible. We do have one storm that is tour possible in Indiana, so near Indianapolis. So there's more to that line of storms of tornado possible. And I will say that if I go over to radar scope for you guys, we are getting stronger rotation on both of these cells with good couplets. I did a really bad couplet on the other one, but yeah, you need to watch those ones going on. And then, of course, we need to watch the other two where one of them is still observed, which is the same area as one, and the Greenville one has gone back down the radar indicated. So that is something to watch out for. And the other one from the north earlier is also radar observed now. Radar indicated, I mean. So curious to see how everything goes. This is the one, we've been watching this Blooming Grove one for a while. It's been very interesting. Brandon Kopic's been on this one, and he has been saying it could be a violent tornado, and that worries me just a little bit. And it's actually, wow, why my stuff is not loading in properly. There we go. No CC it looks like, but
new information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
No one's live except for him and a couple others. But yeah, I'm actually going to I'm gonna go pan back to GR2 for a little while for you guys because my stuff is not loading in properly. This is doing it pretty good, so... Oh, man. Yeah. Looks like more damage reported. Multiple trees down, structural damage, roofs destroyed, possible tornado. Corrects previous TSTM wind damage report from 1 north, roof damage. Oh, okay, so it looks like he corrected it. Awesome, so we have an actual spotter. And I will say there's some rain showers forming to this that might conjoin with this, might merge with this one heading for Lockton and Peque and Covington and Fletcher. So there's no tornado on the ground from what I've seen so far, especially on the radar. If I go back to, I mean, it really looks
New
good,
tornado warning
There's
has been
no
issued.
tornado right now, probably, but that doesn't mean anything. We want you guys to be in a shelter, in a place, and be ready just in case anything happens. Because if we look right here on this, there is a chance that there still could be a tornado possibly coming to the ground soon. I mean, there is some nice NROT to that. There's a chance that it could be back on the ground soon. What we're just saying here is that the radar
New tornado warning has been issued.
For Dayton radar for the airport wasn't showing much of anything, but we still have a strong NROT to that, probably indicating that there's a strong meso on this. Because doesn't typically mean it's on the ground. It just means that this is where the area of rotation likely is. And we need to be very careful with that. Especially if this thing merges with these shower cells that are forming. That could cause it to get better inflow and convection. We're going to watch that. Of course, we still have that one tornado warning. It looks like it did a... It's looking really weird right now. Doesn't look like much of anything, and it looks like it's crossed into Ohio now. It's going across the Ohio River. It's right on that edge. And then of course we have the one heading for Louisville, which doesn't look too bad. In fact, it looks decent enough for a small cell, but we're hoping that it will lift by the time it gets over to
A new tornado
Louisville
warning
area. And
has
of course,
been
we have
issued.
the cell to its north that's actually looking pretty good. This entire area is looking kind of interesting today. And then, of course, we have that tornado warning in Alabama that it could be better.
New
It
information.
could be better,
This
but
tornado warning
you got
has
your
been
little bird
upgraded.
fart likely today, so what is the complaint? I guess Dayton will celebrate accordingly. I also am
Okay,
going to
so-
say that radar scope is really struggling right now to load stuff in, so we're at a bad time.
Yeah. Let me check something real quick.
So I've been using GR2. This is not bad though. Like this still has decent enough rotation. It could do something. You can see it's a wall cloud mostly, but and then still watching this one. It looks odd. Looks a little odd. But it is interesting, though. It's got interesting rotation. Not too strong, but it's not too weak. Do we believe we have another tour possible for Indiana? So we'll see how this goes. And this is for these storms over here. Which is all in heavily populated little city area. So hoping that it doesn't touch down, doesn't hit the ground. But wow, there's a lot of tornado warnings in that little cluster there. I'm thinking it's just such a mess over there that it's prohibiting from tornado development. But that doesn't mean that we could possibly
New
have a
tornado
on the
warning
ground
has been issued.
soon. I am watching that southern portion of the threat. And we'll get better visual of this on radar as it gets closer to the radar site. But this would be the one to watch for.
Alright.
New tornado
Jacob,
warning
if you will,
has been
bear
issued.
with me. I'm gonna go get me a little bit of water.
Okay.
But before I do that, we're talking about that new tornado warning for Wisconsin.
What the hell?
Yeah. Duh.
Brother, what?
Hey, Jacob, have you been talking about the Mount Carmel cell at all?
Mount Carmel in what? Ohio?
Indiana, about to cross over into Ohio. That might produce a big time tornado. Look at it from.
I think, is it one of the tornado warnings right now? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yes, I did talk about that one. That one is looking really good if it can click.
Okay, yeah. That might be a big tornado about to happen.
Yeah.
Like, you rarely see velocity line up like that and it not produce something pretty crazy. Yeah, Wisconsin, what the heck are y'all doing?
Wisconsin, that is genuine Cold Core 3K bomb right there.
Yeah. So, kinda mid. I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, Jacob, that new scan. Yeah, Mount Carmel. Uh, very very strong couplet forming here. On down the line we got Raymond, Mixersville, and Bath. And then on further on down the line we got Oxford, Riley. If you know anybody that lives between Riley and Oxford, call them now. And we're talking about Ohio. If you know anybody that lives in Mixersville, we're talking about the Indiana-Ohio border.
Oh wow, that is strong Enrot.
Yeah. So
That's heading straight for Raymond, Mixersville, like you said, McGongie, McGongle, I'm sorry, Riley, Collinsville, 7 Mile. There's a lot of populated areas right outside by the border.
again, we might be on the cusp of a significant tornado.
Yeah, I mean, that Enrot alone is...
I would...
I'm gonna issue a Y'all Hall tornado emergency. Oh wow, look at the new scan.
Yeah, it's about to go. Again...
Yeah.
We don't call them out to, oh my lord. We don't call them out early. Yeah, go ahead, Jacob.
Do you think you can hold for, like, 1 minute? My parents are calling.
Yeah, I can. Right. Go ahead.
After that, you can go.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and bring my screen up full here. And when Jacob gets back, we'll go. Give me 1 second, y'all. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna cover this and we're gonna make sure. I believe. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me, y'all. All right, there we go. So now in theory, there we go. All right. Now we've got me full. All right, so again, we've got a significant tornado about to touch down here. We're talking about Raymond, Mixersville, Bath, and Mount Carmel, Ohio, or Indiana, about to cross into Ohio. If you know anybody in this area, give them a call and let them know, because what we're seeing on radar is and we've got a tornado on the ground. So tornado on the ground in Indiana about to cross into Ohio. This will be in Raymond, Mixersville, Bath, going into Oxford, Ohio, Riley,
New information.
McGonigal,
This tornado warning has been
and
upgraded.
Oxford. And there we go. We have a PDS. So, to reiterate, we have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning on it now. We don't call these out early for no reason. So again, if you know anybody in Mixersville, Raymond, Bath, we have a PDS tornado warning. We don't take these lightly. They are what we're likely seeing here is a potentially significant tornado about to happen. And there's your polygon. So there's your PDS polygon. We're headed into a decently populated area. Again, if you're in Raymond, you need to be running, not walking to shelter. You cannot wait. You cannot go outside and look at it. If you're in Raymond and Mixersville already, you're getting absolutely pelted with rain. You may think that the rain you're getting now is all you're going to get, but that is simply not true. We've got, again, a rather significant tornado, likely, probably on the ground. Again, PDS tornado warning goes out. Hold on, y'all. Till let me see here.
I'm back. Oh my gosh, it did go PDS.
Yeah. So, Jacob, I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and switch back over because I have me up full. Okay. Go ahead. I'm gonna go get some water and refresh. So, you got the floor.
Alright. My mouse disconnected for a bit. Alright, so we have a PDS tornado on the ground. This is it right here. No CC showing up. There might be a little bit. It's in an open field right now. But you have no time. There's a tornado on the ground. We not stress this enough. You can see it right there. There's a tornado on the ground. We not stress this enough when we say you need to be in a safe place. That is a strong to violent tornado on the ground. Oh my gosh. That is a strong tornado. Yup. Yep. Yep, that is a tornado on the ground. Power flashes. That is a well-defined stovepipe on the ground. So if you are within that area, do not wait. I cannot stress this enough. You cannot wait. You need to be in a safe area now. There is a violent tornado on the ground heading that way. Reflectivity is absolutely nutty. I'm gonna kind of curious to see if yeah. I'm gonna move this over to GR2. You can see how crazy that is. Yeah. I mean, look at that. 100% strong, violent tornado is on the ground. We cannot stress this enough. If you are in Oxford, Riley, or Raymond, which is going to hit Raymond in a little bit. Actually, I think it's about to hit it anyways. You have no time. You need to run. This thing is going to make its way to 7 Mile, and then Trenton, South Middleton, New Miami area. No words. No words for what is happening right now. It's a very strong tornado. They did put the PDS tag on it. Still observed, by the way, for BQ. Still a tornado on the ground. And, oh my gosh, is that seriously trying to do it? Oh my gosh. All these are spinning. Oh my lord. All these are spinning, guys. If you are within these polygons, get to a safe place. This one's not loading for us. That's not good. There we go. I apologize, we're having issues with radar scope. I'm doing way better on GR2. That one is looking pretty nasty.
Alright, Jacob, I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was pointing out the other storms as well after pointing out that one. But very, very strong tornado on the ground. I'm going to post it in office chat for you to see. But if you look in office chat, there was a nice, well-defined cone on the ground.
It was in Bremen?
Yep.
Have you talked about the unwarned, near Napoleon?
I believe I did. Yeah, Napoleon. The one that is looking pretty interesting. Yeah, I did say that one's got tour possible and people need to prepare. So, like we said, there is also that one to be watching out for. There's a lot of storms to be watching out for, and we're not done.
No.
We're just getting started. This is making its way towards the southern part of Dayton, the south part area by Springsboro. Very populated cities are in the path of this thing. You don't need to get underground yet if you're not in the polygon, but if you are in the path of it, you need to prepare. So I'm going to start naming out some stores because these things could be long trackers. Areas like McGonigal, Collinsville, 7 Mile, Trenton, New Miami, Middletown, Jacksburg, Red Lion, Monroe, Lebanon, Springsboro, Oregania, Waynesville, Franklin, Blue Ball, Mayfield, Hunter, you know, anywhere, Princeton. This is all major suburbs heading for this thing. If you are within this area, be ready to get underground, maybe put some supplies underground immediately. Get your emergency shelter ready if you don't have a basement. Like, get your mattresses out. Get your flashlight, whistle. Get your necessary precautions ready. Because this thing's not weakening anytime soon. We possibly have a very violent, not possible, we do have a very violent, strong to violent tornado on the ground. It doesn't show CC, but it is confirmed. It was on the ground. So even if it does end up lifting at some point, I mean, there is a good chance of the... I mean, yeah.
New tornado warning has been issued.
You know, we very often find ourselves repeating ourselves, and not because we want to sound like a broken record, but you know, obviously because we're covering, you know, several different areas, and several different people need to hear the same message that we've been telling, you know, people in a very localized area. We aren't trying to fearmonger at all. We want to help convey the seriousness of it to people, to anybody, really. And it's kind of hard to do that without repeating yourself a lot. So.
I mean, it's good upper levels.
Yeah.
No CC shown yet, because I believe it's over some not so populated areas. It also might be cycling just a bit.
So,
Yeah,
kind of going over.
Open all farmland.
we are at 8:11 p.m. Central, 9:11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, we're going into that. It's probably dark out for you guys by now, or if not, pretty much dark out.
Right now we've got 7 tornado warnings. And really, oh, good afternoon, Johnny.
Stream? Is it
Yeah.
streaming? Watch language?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we know.
Am I heard?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
You're
we're chilling though. Like we're not talking about storms.
Well, we are, but that is a very strong rotating storm, by the way.
Not less Pack. You need to talk to me.
no. I guess I'll keep chilling.
But yeah, like I said, we've got 5 tornado warnings.
Yeah, that Louisville one is really making me go,
Yeah,
Both of them, in fact. For some reason, that other one is so weak rotating, but it's somehow got a rotation on it.
What up, people? My name's Pack, and I'm joining finally after about 7 hours of not being able to be here. Tomorrow, I will not be here all day. R.I.P.
R.I.P. I'm just better.
I'm just busy, man. I've just got friends, you know?
Imagine having friends. Couldn't be me.
yeah, it couldn't
Yeah.
be me.
So we got a couple tornado warnings. What did I miss today?
Oh God. All right. So
A new
you
tornado
missed a
warning
lot.
has been
You
issued.
know, Michigan had a regional outbreak. First Tory ever issued in Michigan history.
Hey, we got a new tornado warning for Chattanooga County and Walker County, Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. New list just came out. They're gonna keep it enhanced in the parts that need to be enhanced. They're gonna keep that tornado watch. They put a few tornadoes likely at only slight, which is interesting. So I wonder if they're trying to make their own little localized 5 sig that they really haven't talked about. You know, it's one of those where it's like they can't issue a 5 sig, but they're like it's kind of one of those. You know.
All right, and for those who want to see it, I'm gonna go full screen on my end here. Hunter full. and there we go. There's your I can't drag it. Oh yeah, I can.
You'll really need to watch out for this. Oh, I guess that's for the day one outlook. Yeah, day one outlook.
Yeah, there we go. So, Cincinnati, Louisville, Dayton, you remain in the 10-6. So you're not done yet as of right now. Probably got a little bit longer to go before we're done. I'm gonna take it back over to Jacob now. Yeah, we are.
We're trying to see what happens here. A lot of these storms have weekend in their rotation, which is good. Very good for
A
the
new
most
tornado
part.
warning
We've
has been
just
issued.
Seeing some storms not do so much. Most of these, I believe, all of these actually.
Tornado warning for Indiana.
Louisville is headed. There's some storms headed for
A new
Louisville that
tornado
look
warning has been
We
issued.
have been
just
watching.
to the north.
We have been
But
watching
they're
the Louisville ones.
yeah, they don't really look classic though. Reflectivity doesn't look that impressive. There's rotation in the rain droplets that are there, but I wouldn't say it should be producing anything too intense anytime soon.
No, just
But
watch
there's
the
tight rotation nonetheless, north of Louisville.
just watch the ones that are to the south side of Ohio.
Yeah,
Those ones are
yeah,
a
the
little
south
bit
side of
more.
Ohio,
Those ones are a little bit more
Sellersburg.
the far southern ones by the border. They look a little bit interesting, despite being not very too many classics.
Portsmouth.
Did they just issue a new tornado watch?
Yeah, those ones near Ohio are not bad looking either. As in, they could produce a tornado. They've got some rotation.
New tornado watch.
Hmm.
They
But
have
nothing in.
issued a new tornado watch For the rest of Ohio, wow, they put a few tornadoes likely on that one too. All right, I'm gonna pull this up for people. I'm gonna pull this up for people, and I'm gonna show them. Let me see the probs real quick just to make sure. 60-20. I'm guessing. I'm guessing they're banking on the when it becomes more linear on that QLCS thread a little bit.
So what that means is people in the new watch have a 60% chance of seeing a tornado within 25 miles. Is that right? 25 miles of any given point in that watch.
2 or
And
more
then,
tornadoes, yeah. Within
yeah,
25
two or
miles.
more.
And then the other one is 20% chance.
20% chance of significant tornadoes within, or a significant tornado within 25
A new
miles.
tornado warning has been issued.
EF5, so strong
Within the watch area, yeah.
Yeah, and like he said, like I've been saying earlier, that's what it all means about. And then like we see right here that I'm showing, we have this tornado watch, which is basically most portions of the rest of Ohio now, and portions of West Virginia. A few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to 2-inch size possible, and scattered gust up to 70 miles per hour possible. So that is the risk that we're seeing there with that one. And if we're gonna move out
2
of the
million
way,
people, so quite populated in this region.
yeah,
Got Akron's included, Charleston.
there might be a tornado almost soon on the ground for that. That's the most random. It's like a blob, but it's look at that tornado warning just north of Louisville. It's so weird.
There's a new one for Ohio.
There's a new one for Ohio. The one in Louisville though is just weird because it's just not that strong on reflectivity, but it's got really strong rotation.
You could see the rotation pretty well in the cloud field or in the reflectivity too. It kind of curls around, but it's very low precip. You'll be able to see it.
Very, very low precip. This might be like that might be like the photogenic tornado of the day.
That is headed right into a subdivision or a housing market.
Yep, definitely something that people
Wouldn't be shocked. I mean, this is not the least populated area of the world. Just to the north of Louisville, kind of a suburb region. Memphis, Charlestown. If anyone in the chat knows who live here, tell them to get to shelter immediately.
And we're gonna keep on watching for those 2 tor possibles just south of, just to the southwest of the tornado warnings that we have right now in Ohio. As these cross into the border, we have some pretty interesting rotation on the far west tor possible near Greensburg and Millhausen. We have another one. It's a little bit more broad, but that's the one near Batesville, Sunman, St. Leon. This is all riding off the highway or by the highway, so make sure you watch out for these. And again, we have that interesting tornado warning that's looking a little bit stronger than usual. Despite being a low priest, it doesn't mean anything. It just looks weird on reflectivity. We might have a possible tornado on the ground with that one soon if it picks up in strength, though it looks like on the recent scan
it just it seems more just like a mezzo to me, but if there's something down, there could be a funnel, like a low precip funnel. It's not going to be shrouded in rain, so you will be able to see it coming, but we don't want anyone going out to try to see it coming. You just got to assume that it's there and it's coming for you if you live anywhere in that warning.
And then the northern threat has mostly subsided. All tornado warnings have expired on the northern part of Ohio, but that doesn't mean that we're over yet with that one. There's a reason why there's a watch in that area for a reason, and we're going to keep on watching that very broad.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The one that had a tornado earlier in Greenville, that was the really strong rotation that possibly had a possible strong tornado on the ground briefly. It wasn't lasting very long though. And then again, we are watching that one tornado warning that was PDS earlier, but is now radar indicated. The northern tornado warning was allowed to expire. That was the tornado warning on the ground near Liberty. As I said earlier to Hunter, I put on my tornado challenge that watch this area of Milroy get a possible tornado, and we had that tornado, of course, earlier. That's why earlier this morning I put that as my tornado target challenge. So as we go further into this, we're going to be getting into a part of this watch that still has favorable conditions, but some of these storms are becoming less favorable in Ohio right now, so that's a benefit to you guys, especially to my Columbus folk. It looks like there's not many storms developing near Columbus. which is a blessing to me for my family's sake. But on the southern part of Ohio near Cincinnati, in these very populated suburban parts, like, we need to watch out. Like I said, those Tor possibles over in Indiana that have pretty decent
A new tornado warning has been issued.
broad rotation that could tighten up. We need to watch out for those, because if those drop down, it's going to be right over the suburban parts of Cincinnati on the north side, and that's a part that we need to be very well aware of. This is a part of Ohio that's a little bit more hilly than the rest. This is a part that has a lot more hills, so you won't be able to see that tornado until it's right up on you in some cases, so we really need to take this seriously.
At least in the northern parts of these areas, this isn't really one of those scenarios where you're going to get better conditions as we go really later into the night. So right now, it's pretty much dark, and tornadoes are still popping up here and there. But as we move into the late night, we should see a more typical lowering of the threat, especially in the northern areas of the risk. It might stay a little bit longer down in Kentucky, but we'll have to keep an eye on storm coverage down there for that.
I mean, especially in the Kentucky area. Like we said, we have those 2 tornado warnings near Louisville, but if you look over here, guys, by Paducah, you can see more storms are developing. This is going to be part of that new risk that we pointed out for this is what they said, that the conditions became a little bit more favorable down south just a little bit, so that warranted them to put this 70-60 prob watch. I don't know why they put a 60 prob, but I do understand why they put the 70 prob for tornadoes likely. And then they also, and then as we get into the evening, like I said, that tornado threat that we're seeing right now in the south, that's going to also extend up north, is going to be those storms that we're seeing right now go through Ohio that will turn into a more QLCS threat. QLCS tornadoes are still, could still be strong tornadoes. These are the tornadoes that will come out of nowhere. It's pretty scary sometimes, because they could form pretty quick, especially these nighttime QLCS threats. This is something we need to be watching out for and monitoring as we go along with the day. So, yeah, I mean, we have watches placed everywhere across this part of the U.S., and we've had a pretty good amount of tornadoes today. We're probably pushing 20 to 30 tornadoes. In Milwaukee, near Milwaukee, we got an interesting cold core type event set up right now, it looks like, with some tornado warnings over in Wisconsin.
Yeah, they're headed right for the Milwaukee region.
Yeah,
This is going to be what this is going to be sort of what Jacob was just saying with that line, that QLCS type tornadoes. That's what's headed for Milwaukee. So you're not going to be able to see these. You don't even want to try to see these. They're going to come out of nowhere. They're going to spin up, and they could be strong.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're rain wrapped. They're just not the most fun tornadoes. Not that any tornadoes are fun, but these are the kind of the worst kinds for what you want to be, and the hardest for us to really, warn. You just gotta kind of warn the whole line. Everything here is tornadic and could spin up really quick. We don't really know exactly where, because it spins up and then it drops back down really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta make sure we're watching for those, especially that southern Wisconsin one got a little bit more rotation. I don't think that's CC, but it'd be the very weakest CC in the world if it was. No, it doesn't look like it. But if we look at that southern one, we do see that has a little bit more stronger rotation than these other warnings. So be aware. These tornadoes can pop up quickly. They can do some quick damage, and they can quickly lift before you know it. They'll suddenly be over your house and dead within a matter of seconds. These are how QLCS tornadoes run. They're odd as heck, and they're annoying as crap, because they are the worst. They are the worst to forecast. So yeah, and also wanted to point out real quick that we're getting some nice rotation back on the old PDS tornado that was near Mount Carmel. That's now heading towards 7 Mile, Trenton, Middletown, New Miami, Jacksonburg, Hunter, Monroe. That area, very populated. So you guys need to be in your shelters just in case this thing decides to drop down soon, because rotation is looking broad, but it's looking a lot more clean and nicer and a lot more mean on these last few radar scans as it tries to cycle back into a tornado. Oh wow, that actually has a hook. What is that in Covington?
Apparently there's a tornado on the ground in Clark County, Indiana, from a 911 caller.
Is that? I think that's the. Wow, both of
New
those
information.
possibles when
This tornado warning has
that
been
might be one of
upgraded.
them then. Oh.
Yep, there we go. Confirmed. Yep, Clark County.
Are those the southern ones?
I do believe. I gotta wait for the polygon update.
I'm looking at them right now.
So that was a legitimate 911 report. They went 4R on it.
I think you're right. I think that's the one that's.
Must have been up near Charlestown. Yep. Charlestown is confirmed. So there is a tornado on the ground.
Oh yeah, north of Louisville.
Right north of Louisville. It should skirt Memphis to the south, but please stay in your safe spot if you're in Memphis or you know anyone who lives near Memphis, up in Indiana. And Charlestown, get to your safe spot. Lowest floor, interior room, away from windows. Put a helmet on, stack mattresses over you, pillows, blankets, anything soft.
Yeah, that is observed, and I do like. I like what I want to point out again. Those two tour possibles we saw earlier that were getting better rotation did go tornado warned. So now we have a bunch of tornado warnings crossing into Ohio near those populated areas of the Cleveland area. So if you're in those areas, you're not under the polygon yet. For anyone who's near Cincinnati, but you need to be prepared to get into the polygon. This is running right off the highway near Sunman, St. Leon, Harrison, and Bright, and Hidden Valley. You need to be in your safe spot. And then for the other tornado warning, it's going to
new
head towards
tornado
Newport.
warning
You need to be
has
in
been
your
issued.
safe spot. If it's going to also cross the highway, that other tornado warning. So there's a tornado that ends up touching the ground. You need to be prepared to get out of the way as quick as possible, while also driving safe if it goes across the highway. But I'm really concerned for this southern one near Sunman, and I'm concerned for this northern one near 7 Mile. Both of these are looking a lot more meaner by the scan. Wow, these look really interesting.
Seems on radar. It's hard to tell that there's any sort of rotation here, any circulation. But there are confirmations near Charlestown, Indiana, that there's a tornado on the ground and headed for that region. So it might try to dissipate here very soon. I'd hope so. And based on my radar analysis, I would say it should very soon. But these things change rapidly, and we don't really know for sure.
By the way, that storm earlier that was confirmed over Greenville, that I said was the special weather statement you should watch for it to get tornado warned again, has been tornado warned again for that broad rotation that's now tightened a little bit near St. Paris, and it's heading towards West Liberty and New Lewisburg. You need to be in your safe spot. It's going to be right at crossing the highway eventually. And somebody pointed out to me that there's a good chance that is a big TDS on this one.
Where's this?
The Charleston one. They said there was a chance that was part of that. Just that tip of it was probably the TDS, because if you look at it, it might actually be. If you look at the scans, based on where it is, and it looks like it's been kind of. If I look at it looks like it's not in your eyes. Of course, I'm guarantee you're going to say that, but I also see what they're getting at. That it could be hidden behind all that, despite the fact that the rotation looks weak.
Where did you see that?
So if you go to Charleston, if you go to base reflectivity, you can see where the hook is. And you press CC, that hook doesn't show anymore. It's just blue. Where that would be. It's also It's also right where the NROT is, where that tornado would also be.
I don't know. I'm not really quite seeing it, even on CC. When we talk about CC, by the way, essentially it's just detecting debris in the air. The radar can bounce off of different objects of different sizes, and that is indicative of tornadic debris a lot of times, sometimes hail as well. But when it bounces off a whole bunch of rain, it picks up as the same sort of echo. So the radar hits it, and then it returns a high correlation. But if it's bouncing off of a whole bunch of different debris, it'll pick up as a very low correlation. We can tell that if that correlates with some rotation or a hook on radar, that could be a tornado. Sometimes it also just picks up on clear air. So you could see probably if Jacob shows all of the blue CCs, which is going to be the low correlation coefficient, all around these storms, that's just clear air. And that's not just a whole bunch of debris getting flown everywhere. So you got to be careful when you're looking at that.
Yep.
But if you know how to read it,
Yeah. Also, I do want to say, unironically, that Georgia tornado warning storm looks unironically not too bad for a blip of a tornado warn. Talk about a 3K bomb. There was a bird fart earlier based on CC in Alabama when it was in Alabama, so I'm not surprised if it does drop down again. Apparently that tornado did happen, which is kind of funny to think about.
the cloud tops on the Charleston cell, the Charlestown cell in southern Indiana, the one that is confirmed right now. The cloud tops have really lowered over the past few frames. I wouldn't be shocked to see it has lifted at this point, and the storm may try to die out here, so that's good news for everyone in the path. But as long as you're still under a warning, please stay in your shelter.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised if it did drop like a little bit of a tornado because it unironically had really strong velocity for such a low precip little storm. It was just so small. It's not a very great environment. I'm just kind of surprised these storms have even carried on long enough. But our main focus now will mainly shift towards these storms and coming into Ohio and in Indiana that look pretty good. They are broad rotation, but they have been tightening a little bit or getting a stronger mezzo on them. So we're kind of curious to see how this thing goes.
New tornado warning, Decatur County, Indiana.
Decatur County, alright. I'm gonna take a look. Wow. That's lost, but let's take a look here. Give me 1 sec.
They did cancel the warning on that southern cell near Louisville that is moving just to the north of Louisville. That's not the one that is still observed, but the one south of that. The rotation is weak enough that we don't think that's going to produce anything anytime soon. So just more of a heavy rain shower there and probably some lightning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm hoping that.
Oh, and the confirmed warning is now gone as well. So no tornado on the ground. Charlestown, you're good to come out. Same with Memphis.
I'm hoping that what we're seeing is, the beginning of a downtrend.
Which, that might be the case. They did, of course, issue that tornado watch, but for the long run. But when we say it's QLCS, right, it's because it becomes a linear mode. In linear mode, while they are susceptible to have tornadoes, it isn't typically as susceptible to produce as many tornadoes, or it takes a lot more for the produce one. So
I would say not necessarily that. It's more of the tornadoes. They produce a lot. They still can produce a lot of tornadoes with embedded supercells the same way. They just don't. They're not as long track and they're not as strong generally. Only in rare cases can you get really strong tornadoes. Like we're talking intense EF3, EF4s. You don't see those very, very often at all. You could see some EF2s within the line if you've got strong enough parameters. I don't know exactly how strong we are today. I wouldn't rule out a strong, significant tornado out of a line that forms here.
yeah,
But I don't think it's really too much expected for today.
no, and
The Urbana still doesn't look bad.
And I will say, we did get a quick little mesoscale discussion for the Wisconsin one, just saying strong wind gusts, marginally severe hail, and is the most likely threat over the next hour. But they do acknowledge that there is a weird QLCS threat growing over there, which wasn't really on everyone's bingo card today. I don't think everyone was really staring at Wisconsin going, yeah, this is going to be the threat to watch. So I guess for Wisconsin people, make sure you're just weather aware, especially as it goes right into Milwaukee. We do have 2 big tornado warnings. They do have very weak rotation, but I still get into your safe place just to be safe, because like I said, QLCS tornadoes, they'll go from nothing in one scan to just suddenly a bird fart in the next. They're one of those kind of tornadoes.
Yeah, that is specifically, I'm looking a little bit closer at Nashota and Okauchee Lake and Akonamawak Lake. My goodness, that's a name.
That
We
is a
got
name of all
Wisconsin up
time.
here.
You think
Uh,
that name is fun? You should have seen the Michigan threat today when we had a tornado near Paw Paw.
Oh,
That was the
dude.
best one.
oh boy. Well, that is with the northern tornado warning, and those look a little bit more interesting than
Yeah,
anything with the south. So I'd especially stay in your safe spot if you're anywhere near those locations.
yeah.
I'm sure you would know how to pronounce the town names if you were a local of those regions. So
Hopefully,
you know what I'm trying to say here,
and do not dodge us
hopefully.
for it. But
Yeah.
man, Pack, I will say, you did miss like everything.
No, you did.
Yeah, I was seeing a whole lot going on my Twitter, and I
Multiple,
looked on radar. I saw there was a tornado emergency. We had several PDS warnings.
yeah. Some of them
There's
were
a lot
not
going on.
warranted, but yeah, we had a PDS over and a possible trailer.
Kalamazoo, I saw.
Yeah, we had a trailer
I
home
mean,
that
I'm gonna
possibly got hit
say,
hard. So yeah.
I think this is one of our better live streams we've had in a long time. Uh, things have been relatively chill. We've been live now for, oh man, 5 hours.
Yeah, it's
Um,
actually been pretty nice. We love everyone tuning in.
Oh yeah.
It's been a lot more wild weather, so it keeps us going. The high risk really did not do me so well being there, but that's also good that it didn't perform. This sucks that this did perform today, but we're glad to be able to help you guys. I am watching that tornado warning that is just past Sunman and is going towards Bright and Harrison. That rotation's a little bit more tighter, might drop something eventually, and that its rotation near 7 Mile doesn't look very impressive anymore. But I won't be surprised if it wraps back up. That storm has produced probably 3 tornadoes now. Two of them have been PDS now, so it's
Additionally,
weird.
Urbana. Urbana looks quite interesting, especially way up in the cloud. There's a decent bout of rotation up there that it's organized in such a way that it could produce something a little bit more long track, and it is also a discrete cell, so or fairly discrete, semi-discrete. So
That was the one that
watch that
had.
one closely. It's headed towards Marysville, so stay weather aware.
Oh, that's
You know
that's
anyone who lives in Marysville
that's not great.
in Ohio.
That was the old Greenville.
That was the old Greenville one that produced that nice little cone earlier.
Yeah.
That did some damage. They reported some trees and roofs being ripped out. So, oh wow. Yeah. So we do actually have photos of that Charleston one. Likely, I'm gonna send this in office chat. This is right over. This is the Covered Bridge Golf Club, which was right by that tornado warning, I believe, that was earlier. That was confirmed near Charleston. It looks like we had a multi-vortex or a sort of like satellite spinning around the main one. Multiple little tornadoes. If you look at office chat.
Let me see here.
A little interesting. Very high top storm.
Yeah, it's Certainly something that reached its finger to the ground there.
It definitely did something. Also, that storm near Trenton suddenly got a little bit more stronger. Like I said, these storms will suddenly just get strong out of nowhere. A little bit more tighter rotation. Still not on the ground, looks like. No CC on it yet, but it does look a little bit interesting. And like I said before, this storm has been very susceptible producing tornadoes. 2 PDSs now. Both were in Indiana. And now we're
Wow.
looking... Sorry, one in Indiana, one in Ohio.
This is really quite interesting. They cut the warning near Urbana. They don't have Urbana in a warning. This is Urbana, Ohio. If anyone lives in Urbana, Ohio, you got to get your safe spot. There's a nice rotation headed for you. There's a warning just to your north. They cut the north side of the warning, but they didn't warn the south side. So it's this skinny little kind of box
Yeah,
pentagon type shape
it's really weird.
that I personally believe deserves a warning further to the south because that rotation is very much skeetering the edge of this warning. Skeetering?
Yeah.
Skidding the edge. You know what I mean?
We have some pretty good en route on this one cell. Nothing too crazy. That just shows that there is definitely some nice rotation on this one in Trenton. I honestly think the Trenton one might go down soon. Rotation's a little bit tighter.
Trenton is there.
Trenton is 100% there to go to the ground. That is weird what they did to the Urbana one. I have no idea. And
Now the Trenton one is going to be wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see this. So this is
no.
Trenton. We're talking Ohio
Also,
here.
also,
Trenton,
it,
Ohio.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry. I also just want to
Uh,
say, because I am from Ohio, it's Urbana, or not Urbana. I keep on saying,
Urbana.
yeah, it's Urbana.
Urbana.
From Ohio.
All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're Ohio, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
don't,
South
I don't
Middletown.
choose to.
Right, right. So South Middletown, and Middletown, same with Monroe. All of you guys need to be getting to shelter immediately because this is a dangerous cell headed right toward you, and you're not in a warning right now. But
They're gonna
based
issue.
on the rotation, they're probably going to expand this. This will probably include the town of Hunter as well, along the I-75 corridor there between Westchester um, and up to Kettering and Dayton. Between Dayton, really, and Cincinnati, where we're at here.
Yeah,
Danger
and
storms.
we do also have the rotation for that one storm near St. Leon, heading towards Brighton, Harrison. A little bit more interesting rotation on that one. It's been off and on trying to see if it'll get tight enough to produce or not. But this area is in a more favorable area for tornadoes, and it's forming sort of
A new tornado warning
a
has been issued.
weak as crap B war on it.
Where is this?
This is in
In Leon.
yeah, this is the St. Leon. It's got a little B war on it. Little donut hole. Little cute donut hole going with it.
Yeah, it could be the hook just kind of rotating into
Yeah,
itself.
kind of. Well,
Um,
yeah, because I mean,
Either way, there's good rotation.
yeah, because I mean, if you look at it, the velocity kind of lines up just a little bit with.
Yeah, I suppose the higher tilts on reflectivity line up. So this is
Yeah,
probably a bounded weak echo region.
yeah, which means this will possibly produce a tornado. We don't know if it'll be strong enough. This gives it good signs of a possibly
Yeah,
nice enough cell to drop something. We're not gonna say anything crazy, but it's still a tornado, and a tornado is a tornado at the end of the day. It will still cause
yeah, I just wanted
damage.
to add, when we're referring to it as a bounded weak ecoregion, that's just fancy talk uh, for a very, very strong updraft. And tornado is an updraft. It's also a very, very strong updraft that's rotating. And we're seeing that rotating updraft. It's not just not on the ground here.
Wow,
Uh,
they instantly put a new tornado warning down for Urbana to be in it, and they actually made it bigger. They saw that tiny one, and they said that was a mistake. So yeah, now
yeah,
Milford Center is in that Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Yep, I love this place. Interesting name. But Milford Center, and then later on outside the warning, Unionville Center. as we lead up into Marysville. This should miss Marysville, just to the south, but that's heading for the suburban part of Columbus. Dublin, Jerome, Westerville, just south of Hilliard, where I'm from. This is something that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and it's not too bad a rotation. This has been a very interesting sell and a concerning one for being discreet like this.
Yeah, it looks good, kind of higher up in the cloud. I'm looking at another radar that looks much closer to the surface. It is the the radar that's coming from the terminal radar from what is this, Dayton? Dayton's terminal radar. And that there's a little bit of a tighter area just to the south of Urbana. Right? Did I say that right? Urbana.
Yeah, Bannon.
Urbana, and it's just to the southeast, moving kind of almost up into Urbana. Probably will be on the south side. Um, uh, but overall, I'm around that, just broad rotation. Um, it's probably not going to produce anything significant anytime soon. I don't see that lower down, closer to the ground. But way up in the cloud, it's rotating a lot, so it could try to go for a little bit of a while. So we're going to be watching this cell.
I mean, like we said, this is a discrete cell. This is pretty much within itself, in its own little pocket, that we could see as it gets closer to Columbus, it could strengthen, and that could be becoming an issue because this is getting into a more populated area. This is a part that I know. I remember growing up near Plain City, Hilliard area. There's the Dirt Dutchman right by Plain City, makes the best donuts, I swear to the Lord. So, this is an area that we need to be careful, especially Dublin and Powell, where you guys have built up tremendously in population over the years with adding right near the Columbus Zoo. That actually means the Columbus Zoo will be in trouble, so animals, get to your shelter. The animals need to be safe as well. Come on. I got to give them the warning.
Yeah.
I got to keep the giraffes safe.
I'm hoping that this does stay north of the Columbus Zoo or wherever all these animals are there in Columbus.
Not the gorillas. But yeah, we're watching that, and again, we're watching that tornado warning that is in Indiana still. I think that's the best. If there's gonna be one that's gonna produce a tornado soon, that's the best one that could do it. That one near Bright and Harrison. You guys need to be in your shelters right now. You need to be in a safe place, just in case if anything happens, in case anything touches to the ground. That's getting a little bit more tighter on velocity. It's a little bit of a mess on velocity, where it isn't showing like this amazing 100% greatest couplet in the world, but it's showing something that is very keen enough to drop. And NROT's gotten a lot better lately, which shows that there's a nice little mezzo or wall cloud forming on this. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado on the ground, though. It means there is something rotating right there.
Yeah, I am wondering, because there are some showers behind this, some pretty significant showers at that. They might try to assist, if they can interact favorably, assist in the production of a tornado in the near term with this storm.
Yeah.
Again, right now, it's not, but it's probably the one to watch closest.
It's been the same one with this Monroe
The Trenton
one.
cell actually did not get warned further. There's still some rotation there near Monroe, Hunter, so I'd stay in your safe spot. But right now it's just a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning.
I can't take you seriously when you say Hunter, because Hunter's in the call. But yeah, you need to be in your safe spot, Hunter. You're about 600 miles away from this, but you need to be in your safe spot. Got that, Hunter?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Hunter's around right now.
No, he's getting water, which means he'll be back in 3 hours after he takes a nap, inevitably.
Wow, that is something.
That is cruel. Yeah, there is still rotation over these populated areas, and I'm not gonna say that you need to get underground immediately. There's no tornado warning on the ground, and rotation is broad, but you need to be prepared to get back underground as soon as possible once this thing goes tornado warning again. Because I guarantee you, it's trying to break off from this line itself, or it's trying to merge with some of the showers against this line, which could make it more favorable to produce a tornado. So we need to be weather aware of that one, as same as the other one that might be producing merging with some of these showers. Some of these cells, they need a little bit of boost, and they're in an area that could be boosted because it's in favorable conditions, but it just needs that extra push, you know. And that could be the case sometimes for these storms, and that's the case for this.
Yeah, and this is totally rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it. You don't want to see it. So just trust that there could be some rotation there. Again, Hunter, Franklin,
New tornado
Springboro,
warning
five
has been
five
issued.
points, Middletown, Monroe. All of these locations north of Cincinnati in Ohio. You got to be paying attention. It's a fairly dangerous storm. It's not tornado warned, but personally, I would issue a packy warning for that. I definitely think that there's enough rotation to warrant some sort of warning. It has been warned in the past, perhaps even, I'm not sure exactly, but perhaps even tornado producing in the past. Now,
Yep.
I do want to cover down to the south really quick. There's been a new tornado warning issued now for Bright, Harrison, Grandview, and then we get into the northern Cincinnati suburbs, or metro, really. That's going to include anywhere from, what is this road? We've got 75 where it meets, oh, why is it not coming up on my map? 22, 42, US 42. Anywhere that is north of there in the Cincinnati region, north of kind of right around 74 where it meets I-75. Anywhere north of there, you're under a tornado warning, as long as you're south of Hamilton and Fairfield in Ohio. So anywhere between those locations under a tornado warning, and there is a solid area of rotation there right near Bright. I don't think it's on the ground. It's not quite tight enough for that, but it may try to produce something here kind of soon, assuming this isn't contaminated.
And I will point out that all tornado warnings have expired in the Wisconsin area. So Milwaukee, you're just in a typical severe thunderstorm warning, but this thing does have a tour possible tag on it and is susceptible to QLCS tornadoes. We're looking on the south side of this. There's some rotation on the south side near Union Grove, Eagle Lake, Somers, and Mount Pleasant. Very weak rotation, but who knows? These tornado warnings started because apparently at 55 UTC, 055 UTC in Jefferson, Wisconsin County, a emergency manager reported a funnel cloud, and supposedly from a buddy of mine, there was very, very weak CC. So you could have had a quick QLCS blip, like one of those quick little bird fart tornadoes, and that's the example of QLCS. He said the CC was there and instantly it's gone, and I'm asking for the picture of it, but I'm not surprised if there was one. I mean, it doesn't matter. The conditions might be a little bit unfavorable, but in this area, there's just enough to produce a little weak nadir. So just be careful, Milwaukee, on the off chance this does go tornado warned, but you should hopefully be mostly fine for the most part. So yeah, we're still watching. They added a new
Yeah.
tornado warning that extends out past Brighton Harrison to north, um, to north College Hill, Forest Park. This is actually going to be right near Cincinnati campus. This is actually going to be pretty much right over Cincinnati Metro. So this is a little bit concerning because this tornado is
Yeah.
merging a little bit with some of these showers, and it could get strong enough to produce a tornado. Then we are in heaps of trouble, no matter how strong this is, especially in near Cincinnati University, where they're trying to pack in, trying to get stuff moved out lately. So that is definitely something to watch out for in this area.
I do want to emphasize near Milwaukee, those storms are trying to bow out. So while the tornado chances may be going down a little bit, there's going to be a whole heck of a lot of wind. They're going to be coming in, going to be packing sheets of rain falling. We get wind moving at 60 miles an hour, gusting in probably several locations, and probably a very menacing cloud, maybe a shelf cloud out there. And that menacing cloud is menacing for a reason. We associated it with bad weather, and that bad weather is coming. And so, anywhere in Milwaukee, uh, probably don't want to be outdoors anymore. Get inside. No need to really run to an immediate tornado shelter or anything of the kind. But these storms they could, take some branches down, maybe even knock over a couple trees with some pretty strong winds embedded within the line.
Yeah, that is definitely something to be watching out for. But right now, we're kind of just seeing a
A
little
new
bit
tornado
of a
warning
downtrend
has been issued.
lately with these stars. But that doesn't mean that we can get ramped backed up soon. We're still watching that Urbana one near Mechanicsburg and Milford Creek heading to Plain City. This is heading straight for the Columbus Metro and the Delaware Metro area. So you guys need to be in your safe place eventually. Get prepared. The people who are in the warning, especially people in Milford Center, not necessarily Mechanicsburg. You guys should be out of it, but just in case, you should always be in your safe place. Just be prepared and get underground. There's not a tornado on the ground, which means likely the sirens are not going right now, because I know Ohio, they don't like to play sirens when there's no confirmed tornado. Hate it, but you guys should still be in your safe place on the off chance that there is one that could form soon, because rotation is getting a little bit stronger. Last I checked, I can check the scans again. I mean, it's there. It's broad rotation, but broad rotation can quickly develop into a tornado, and we've seen that countless times again. And that's just something to watch out for. So make sure you're watching that. And then, of course, we have a tornado warning for that very, very south cell of Ohio, pretty much on the tip near the southernmost point near Portsmouth, which is pretty much in the worst spot you can imaginably have a tornado warning, mainly because we do not see really any radars out here. This is like one of the worst radar holes ever. So seeing any rotation is going to be a pain, but it is there. So you guys should watch out for that and just be prepared. It is radar indicated for now, and it looks like a very small weak cell anyways, despite being so far away from the radar. So just still be weather aware.
Yeah, I mean, it's got some tops to it. It's not very strong rotation. You're talking about the one, yeah, down near Portsmouth. That's headed for Greenup, Franklin Furnace, Wortland. This is all along the border with West Virginia. No, sorry, Ohio. Sorry.
Ohio.
Not quite West Virginia yet, but we're in that region, the general Huntington region. But nothing's coming toward Huntington. It's going to be north of you, but we're in that general region of the Ohio-Kentucky border, and that is going to be probably the Ohio River. Am I correct?
Yeah, that would be the Ohio River. This is
Yeah,
all
so it's headed right for the
hill.
Ohio River.
And that's all hill, so you're not gonna be able to see until last minute. So you need to be prepared just in case.
Yep. Keeping my eye on Urbana.
Yeah. I'm actually
It's
a bit
trying to
concerned.
merge with the cell to its south, so
Yeah, I'm a
it's
bit
not
concerned.
very favorable right now.
Yeah.
If it can merge with the cell to its south and favorably do so, could move into the northern Columbus metro, which seems to be the more populated side of the city. So that's
Yep.
not very good at all. If it
It's the very well built side. They've been building up a lot, especially along the Dublin area with those big houses and apartments. Not very good. This is the part that I grew up in. I grew up right by West Jeff and Hilliard, so this is pretty much my hometown. This is just north of my house. Like this is I have a family around that area, so this is an area I do not want to produce. I pray it doesn't produce. Also, I do not want the gorillas to be hurt. This might go just slightly north of that, though. This might go, maybe. I'm trying to see. It shows it's going to make a southerly move, but I'm actually kind of curious.
question becomes, what is the merger? The storm is merging with another cell to its south, and what is that going to do to the main storm here? Will it kind of shove it off to the north, or will it keep it south? And then also, a lot of times what happens with tornadoes when they become tornadic and tornadic storms, when they start producing, is they get sort of a right turn. They turn right. They don't follow the general flow. The tornadoes kind of lead them off in the wrong direction, so to speak. and that right turn would put it towards the Columbus Metro. So just a heads up,
Yeah,
nothing's imminent right now, but
it's just really
tornado
weird.
watch for your region, and there's good reason why.
Yeah, I mean this part's just really weird because the storm it's merging with is going north, but the storm that his tornado warn right now is technically going south. So, yeah, but again, we want to emphasize to my Ohio people, we really need to be prepared because I know, Columbus Metro doesn't typically get tornadoes. In fact, we haven't had a Columbus Metro tornado since literally the Hilliard tornado. That was our last Columbus Metro one that we had recently, and that was the first time in literally decades. Technically, we do not typically get tornadoes in this area. So I want to emphasize because I know some of you guys, I'm going to be straight honest, are kind of dumb. So you guys really need to be weather aware and be prepared because I know some of you guys, some of my Ohio, including my friends, like to go up and be like, I'm a cool guy. I'm going to watch out my tornado. I mean, I and my friend literally sit in the living room as his windows got blown out during the Hilliard EF1. So this is something you guys need to take seriously. I don't want anyone to get hurt or injured, especially from my place. Please be weather aware. Big populated area with that tornado making its way. Yeah, and again, we also have that tornado warning to the south that's just crossed into the Ohio border now. The rotation is fully crossed into it. It doesn't look very impressive anymore on radar, but it's also getting, it just doesn't look very impressive anymore. So we might see it expire eventually. Rotation's got a lot more broad with this one, and I don't see much of
Which
anything
one are we
happening.
talking about?
The tornado warning that's heading into Cincinnati Metro, right by the university.
Uh,
This whole line, but I also want to say, if you look to the north by Lebanon and Hunter and Mason, there's two forms of rotation on this. Two forms of rotation that look a little bit interesting. There's one south heading towards Lebanon that I like a little bit more than the northern one on this that is just south of Hunter. So watch out for that because that actually looks a bit concerning to drop a weak tornado potentially near Lebanon. And
yeah, something I want to point out, Jacob, if you're looking at the cell there that's going into the Cincinnati area, um, something I want to point out is that you've got that hook-looking feature as kind of an appendage on the left side, which is exactly where you'd want to see it. However, it can be deceiving sometimes. We obviously look for that when we're looking for tornadoes that are going to try to drop down pretty soon. But in this case, yes, there is some rotation there in a broad sense. But right now, that rotation is weak, and also there is what's called an outflow boundary right in front of it, and that is blocking the inflow, the warm, moist air from the south, from punching right into the storm. The storm itself is almost fighting it off. The storm itself has created that, and it's almost fighting off the warm inflow, and so it should try to remain non-tornadic here for quite a while if it stays in the state it's currently in. But I do want to say really quickly, Lebanon. You may have mentioned this before, Jacob. Lebanon and South Lebanon, there is a very tight rotation. Two of them actually that are now kind of
there's a tornado on the ground, by the way. Possibly look at the CC connected to the
in Lebanon. The one to the north there looks quite impressive. Yeah, there is.
So
So we have an unwarned tornado on the ground just to the southwest of Lebanon, and that is going to move probably south of Lebanon, right towards I-71,
So
and that is in Ohio,
so we're
headed
gonna
towards Wilmington.
so I'm gonna issue a Jacob warning.
Yeah, I mean, I was issuing the pack warning before. Now we've got a tornado on the ground. We got the Jacob warning out. We just need the National Weather Service warning. I think that's probably going to come through soon. This is one of those rotations that is not going to probably last for too long. It's not classic supercell shape, but
this is a
it's more of that.
QLCS.
Yeah, it's more of that QLCS type. And we do have yet another rotation just to its south, near South Lebanon. So right now, yes, it's kind of embedded within the line. It's definitely probably not going to last much more than another 5 to 10 minutes in my unprofessional opinion.
Yeah, because we,
Uh,
we might have
they-
we might have a CC drop on the northern one too.
but yeah, there is certainly a tornado on the ground southwest of Lebanon, and it's going to move just south of town, crossing over Route 48, pretty close to, if not a little north of where it meets I-71. But there's another rotation to the south of that, right near South Lebanon, and that is going to go probably parallel, if not go a little south of I-71 near Morrow and towards Clarksville and Wilmington in the long term.
Yeah.
What's weird is they went ahead and issued a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for that. That's a new warning that's out.
Because the new scan just came in and it looks like it's still on the ground. It just looks like a weak bird fart, but it's still a tornado nonetheless.
Yeah, there's certainly a tornado on the ground, and there could be another one with the south cell. I see a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop there.
This
Somewhat
is
coincident with
classic QLCS type stuff.
Yeah.
Typically, this is just your typical EF1, EF0s, but it doesn't matter because it's still going to blow out your windows. So you should probably, right now, if you're in this area, seek shelter. These could also get stronger at any point for random spurts of strong intensity, depending on how this is. This was the same storm that has been known to produce strong tornadoes in Indiana earlier. This is the PDS storm earlier that's now broken off into more QLCS type threat. So at any point, this could strengthen, and you just won't even notice. So
Yeah, I would say if there's one rotation that probably has a better chance of living longer, it's this one near South Lebanon. The one north of that is definitely on the ground. There is probably a small tornado that was just produced. It's probably going to try to lift here within the next 2 to 3 minutes. I don't expect it to go on long. So Lebanon, you're probably fine, but you're getting hit by a bunch of heavy rain now, probably some hail, a lot of lightning. So it's a nasty storm. But South Lebanon is the real trouble. Anyone who lives in South Lebanon, you gotta get your safe spot immediately. Same with Morrow and Clarksville.
Oh, yeah,
You guys are next.
I mean, South Lebanon is definitely trying to do it.
And that's it, all in Ohio.
Ohio has had already like 5 tornadoes today. It's crazy to think that Ohio might get 50 tornadoes by the end of tonight. Like, well over 50. As in tornado count. Yeah, it does look like the next scan shows that the northern one has lifted. Or if it hasn't lifted, it pretty much is about to. It's very, very weak rotation. The South Lebanon one, though, still going. We could see a tornado on the ground soon for that one, so that's something you need to watch out for. All of this has some minor rotation to it, just to the north of. Just watch out for all of that. Mainly these two are just the QLCS type threat. We could see more of these storms, especially the southern tornado warning right now, kind of mostly die out and become a QLCS type threat. And that's what they're looking at as we get towards the West Virginia area and the eastern part of Ohio, where it just becomes a huge line, especially the Urbana one. That's going to later become a QLCS type threat as this forms more storms and just kind of becomes this giant linear mode. So this threat's going to keep on going forever. We don't know how long we'll be live forever, but we'll be live as long as this thing keeps on producing tornadoes, or at least tornadoes that is interesting enough for you guys to be noticed about. So we're going to keep on going. Also, I do want to note real quick before you get talking again, Pac, that the tornado warning near Urbana is looking a lot more interesting. It's very broad, but that merger is giving it a lot more life to it. So if it starts to strengthen up, you can definitely tell there's a wall cloud forming on that, a new wall cloud developing, and it could cycle into a strong tornado, because that looks like a very powerful supercell developing in its own little pocket.
Good to know. Yeah, South Lebanon, I believe, is also on the ground. A tornado just went through the small town. Probably a weak tornado, but this dropped and it was unwarned. There's a correlation coefficient drop.
Yep.
It's gonna cross T79 where it meets 35, Route 35, and eventually towards 123, 350, and then 71 if it can get there. It probably is not going to last long again, just like the one to its north, but a couple small tornadoes forming here. And we've got new rotation to the south of that, which has just formed, and could probably do the same thing that the two to its north did. We've got 3 areas of significant rotation. One which has already produced a tornado, unwarned. 2 which is producing a tornado now, unwarned, near South Lebanon. And the third one will probably go almost directly into the town of Morrow, in Ohio. And then that one, in the long term, will head towards Clarksville as well. I'm not sure why this is not warned, because this is a tornado-producing storm. Several. I don't know what Wilmington's doing right now.
New tornado
Everyone in
warning
these areas
has been
got
issued.
to be getting into shelter now. If you're hit by any of these tornadoes, they could pack a punch. They could knock a tree down onto your house.
Yeah. I mean, if I go to GR2, like I said, I was just messing around with the 3D tool. Go to CC, not lifting it too much, maybe a couple thousand feet. Just a little weak tornado, but that's still something we need to be watching out for. As we get over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Seems the little cell near Lebanon's trying to get a third push. Ah, they finally went warned on it. Radar indicated, which is not smart, but
that is not smart. I don't know why. It's kind of obvious there's been some weak naders going on.
yeah, and they should warn the one to the south too. Well, so there's a cell up near Lebanon.
Small victories, I guess.
Actually, there's kind of maybe 2 or 3 cells in here. 3 areas of rotation for sure. And Lebanon, South Lebanon, you've kind of been passed up at this point. South Lebanon, you should be safe to come out, but there may have been damage in that town.
Yeah.
So if there's gas leaks or power lines down, don't touch them.
Yeah.
And then Morrow,
Morrow,
big area headed right for Morrow.
I see that. 100%. Morrow is definitely within that line. Oh, deep CC. Look at the new scan. Might be a big...
Yeah, there it is. South Lebanon, that tornado has gone on. T7935, it's moving up towards 123 and 350. I'm guessing those are probably county roads.
What the heck is going on? Alright. Trying to get an estimate for you guys.
Oh man, yeah, I bet we may have 3 tornadoes on the ground right now, and they're tight little areas. Just south of Lebanon, just southeast. That just crossed 48. We've also got the central one that's paralleling I-71, very near the highway. So no one should be driving on I-71 between South Lebanon.
Morrow is definitely on the ground.
Clarksville. Morrow has tightened up as well on the latest frame.
Yeah, okay, maybe not. That's clear air on that, but yeah, we definitely have a couple tornadoes on the ground, possibly very soon. We already have one. And then going back, we're still watching that one storm near Unionville Center in Plain City, getting tighter rotation now to the south of that. You need to watch out. Actually, this might be heading straight for Hilliard, which is going to be way too close to my house, but it's going to miss it. It's
new tornado warning
comfort, but,
has been issued.
Might miss it. It's going a more southerly turn. I don't like that. I might text my parents in a little bit if anything happens, but we're watching this one right now. That is pretty decent.
Yeah, we've got very
Oh
warm,
wow!
moist
Look
inflow
at the new
there.
scan. Lebanon's on the ground again. There's 2 tornadoes.
Yeah. Yeah, there are 2, potentially 3. The one to the north there, that you were just mentioning, heading into the Columbus metro, there are little showers, little cells that are popping up in the inflow region, which what that means, they could help choke off the storm, but probably not. What that really just means is that we have insanely warm and moist inflow going into the cell, so it could try to produce here very soon. But yeah, the main focus right now is on the to the northwest or northeast rather of Cincinnati. These are headed towards Wilmington. They did just issue a new tornado warning. Radar indicated again, but these are on the ground. I'm telling you what. Lebanon, you should be good to come out of your safe spot, but anywhere east of the town, you're not. It's not good. Tornadoes on the ground. 3 of them, potentially.
Looking at the new scan, Murrow looks to be on the ground. And it looks like the Lebanon one has lifted, but the other South Lebanon one is still on the ground. So this is
You're
a
looking at
QL.
1017.
Um,
How do you get that so fast?
because you know I have GR2 running now. Because you know, I'm like that.
But yeah, there it is. Moro's probably on the ground. In the long term, the Moro tornado there, which seemed to hopefully drop
Might get
past the town.
stronger. Might get stronger.
Yeah, might try to intensify a little more. Yeah, the 2 to the north should be lifting though, which is good
It
news.
looks like they're feeding. It looks like the ones lifting to the north might be feeding off into that Murrow one, because that Murrow one looks to be a nice embedded hook in that.
This is a tornado producing machine. We have new inflow picking up to the and a new meso forming
This tornado
just to the
warning has been
southwest of
upgraded.
Moro, north of Butlerville. And this is going to head towards 132, 22 Clarksville, and the Wilmington area. This is a tornado producing machine headed towards you. They're not strong, most likely, based on the radar presentation, but a lot of weak tornadoes coming out of this, and there's a new area that's forming right now, north of Butlerville. Might try to produce again.
Yeah, if you look at Murrow, it's 100% on the ground. There's some nice deep CC. They put a Tor R, by the way, for the Lebanon one after it lifts, by the way. So, you know.
Well,
you know.
I should get a Tor R there for Moro.
You know.
There's going to be several.
This tornado
This
warning
storm
has
here is
been
going to
upgraded.
produce a lot of tornadoes back and forth. It's just like a QLCS type. Yep, it kind of is. This outflow boundary is doing a lot of work. No imminent threat to Cincinnati, but you've got a sort of a classic look here of the MCS starting to form, mesoscale convective system, where you get these storms that kind of train over the same areas on the backside, and then the main cell ahead is the big tornado producer, wind producing cell. But the storms behind that are really just going over the same regions. We have a lot of moisture out here, and got a lot of flash flood warnings that are going on. And flooding is going to become a pretty big concern here, perhaps for Cincinnati in the near term. So I think that's the biggest threat for Cincinnati right now is flooding.
A new
A
tornado
lot of storms
warning
headed your way, and
has
they
been issued.
may try to stay over the city for a while. But watch out. Yeah, Moro's on the ground. Solidly deep CC on Moro.
Yeah. Oh wow, yeah, look at the new scan. Debris is lofted. Did some pretty hefty damage, looks like. Enough to loft it in the air.
Rotation right now on Plain City, Unionville Center. Doesn't seem too impressive. That's up to the north near Columbus.
Yep.
Right now, not doing a whole lot. But it's a nice supercell.
It is a nice
nonetheless.
supercell. I'm very curious to see how that Columbus one does because it is doing that merger right now. It's doing multiple mergers. I think all these mergers might kill it off.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. We can't rely on that. Um, there's a tornado warning in place, and for good reason. So that's going to cover uh, Dublin, Worthington, Upper Arlington, Powell, Jerome, Plain City, Unionville Center again. These are all places that could be impacted by the storm, and probably up to Delaware as well. There's at least going to be some rain, some lightning, some thunder. Uh, and this is kind of a classic little supercell shape we got going on. That is visible from the terminal radar in
You can see that
Columbus.
thing's doing pretty good. Got some high echo tops, upwards of 40,000. Here's your situation.
The merger seems to be um, completing here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that merger is completing, which could be a concern. You're talking about the northern one?
Yep.
Yep. That could be a concern because that's moving a more southerly-ish shift. That's actually very close to my hometown. It really always concerns me. It's gonna miss it, but it gives me a concern. I just got pinged from NW.
We do have a tornado warning over in Lawrenceville, Illinois as well.
Yeah.
This is a slightly tight area of rotation, a little hook, north of Bridgeport and headed towards Russellville.
Yeah.
It's a small little supercell, paralleling US 50.
Yeah, and it looks like more debris is being lofted from Murrow. Looks to still be on the ground. I'm gonna quickly get off that just real quick. I'm gonna talk real quick what the SPC has issued, which is a nice mesoscale discussion, which is actually talking about what the risks that we're talking about right now. Which is going a greatest short-term threat. Looks like conditions are a little bit more favorable. They put down here for this discussion scattered severe thunderstorms, including isolated supercells and short line segments, arc from central Ohio, southern Ohio, and Indiana, extreme southeast Illinois. This activity is propagating slowly southeast along the northern fringe of greater buoyancy as the LLJ increases across the upper Ohio Valley later this evening. A more eastward shift is expected toward the Pennsylvania border, though air mass is notably less unstable immediately downstream within this warm evection corridor.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And given the shear, will likely continue, especially from southern Indiana into southern Ohio. So that's from Darrow. Shout out to Darrow. He's one of the good guys out of the SPC. He's one of the chill folks. Heyo. We got a lot of...
Hunter,
we got a
you've got a couple tornadoes going on.
Oh wow! Look at that Moro. Look at that Moro one. I mean, that definitely lofted some debris pretty heftily. I'm gonna.
Yeah, it might be trying to lift here very shortly, but we've got a lot of debris that's kind of hovering in the air inside the storm, getting shoved up into the tops of the storm, and it might try to rain debris over parts of I-71 where it meets US, or not US, just what is that, 7?
What is that boat?
Anywhere 7.
Wow.
What's this?
Looks like that Mero one was lofting debris upwards of about 5,000 feet a little bit earlier, but I'm waiting for new scans to see how much it actually truly lofted now. I hate the fact that the 3D thing takes forever to determine. But it looks like they have a giant observe now. This is actually heading for the radar, which might actually be concerning. Can we not hit the radar today? Thank you.
That is a warning they should have issued 20 minutes ago.
I'm actually gonna go use Columbus Terminal to see how well this thing is rotating in Ohio. Wow, that Columbus one is a little bit concerning. I will say on the Columbus terminal, TCMH Columbus looks a bit concerning.
Oh, it does. That just picked up too. Last frames went from nothing to something.
That
Unless that is side lobe, Wouldn't have to wait for a couple of scans. If that remains, I'd be very concerned for the Columbus region
Yeah, that's gonna go.
for a potential tornado.
It's gonna go straight through. That's gonna go really close to Hillier. The
Get through
next,
Dublin.
yeah, Dublin. I got. Let me see. Where's my family members? Doodah. I might call them all the doodah day. Actually, I don't think I have my cousins on my phone. That's actually a big rip. Well, to my cousins out there, if you're somehow watching this, you're not. Be careful. Also, to my folks in Worthington, my dad is actually on work near this area right now. So my dad is my dad actually has a basement at the firehouse. He'll be fine. But the rest of y'all, you need to be careful. To my Ohio folk, this is an area of Ohio. I'm actually gonna get serious though. This is an area of Ohio that doesn't typically see tornado warnings, and especially a tornado warning like this that could produce a tornado. I mean, if this produces a tornado, this is gonna be right over the Hillier, Dublin area, Worthington. I don't think Dublin's had a tornado probably since the recent outbreaks the recent mini setup that not outbreak the mini regional setup event that we had back in March. So I would be concerned for you guys to take shelter accordingly. Oh wow, yeah, it does look like that Morrow one is definitely still on the ground. It has lofted debris quite a bit. Wow, it looks a lot stronger. I'm actually kind of concerned.
New
for
tornado
Clarksville.
warning
If you're in
has been
Clarksville,
issued.
you need to be in your safe place immediately. There is definitely a tornado on the ground from Murrow. It has lofted debris, which means that it is.
There's another one.
Yeah,
The north of
for
Lanchester, Midland. There's another rotation. Martinsville. You're now in
Uh,
tornado warning for that rotation.
Columbus was
And
warned, I think.
yeah,
Columbus was
and
warned.
that one is probably on the ground too. There's correlation coefficient drop with that. So that's north of Blanchester, right along County Road 133 and Highway 19 as it approaches US
Blanchester. Yeah,
68.
they just put a tornado warning for that as a radar indicated, but they're gonna put a definitely. Wow, I mean we're
Yeah,
getting
'cause that is
wow
on the ground as well.
Hey, Jacob,
QLCS galore.
Jacob, you have that MCD over the radar.
Oh Christ! All right, my bad. Sorry to the people that don't like me
This
calling
whole
out
time, man.
Dude, that actually sucks.
Come
Okay,
on.
okay. Listen, I've done that twice today.
Jacob.
Okay. Well, we do have that tornado on the ground like Blanches, like you guys can say, and that's very strong CC on that. Tornado was lofting debris upwards of 5,000 to 7,000 feet earlier. I'm kind of curious to see if we got a new scan now.
That tornado warning in Illinois, luckily might be trying to go outflow dominant here. It seems to be getting a little more of a Boeing shape at its base rather than a little hook. So that is good news. And if it continues to do that, it probably will not produce a tornado.
Which is definitely
So
good.
Lawrenceville, you're fine. Russellville,
But
a big storm with lightning and rain is headed your way, but stay on alert.
yeah. I mean,
Get-
today's been
stay,
very interesting
stay-
because the ML Cape is overperformed, and there's good lapse rates, which is why a lot of
Vincennes.
storms are popping up everywhere in Indiana, and why we're possibly going to see that stronger QLCS threat tonight, and why we're seeing it actually pretty much have a QLCS-esque type event right now near Wilmington, which is actually very concerning. I do not want Wilmington to be hit. New
Oh,
scan.
by the way, that crazy frame was one frame. There was fake velocity there, which is good news.
Good news. It looks like, looking at Ohio's again, it's still broad. We might get lucky. This thing might not drop it. It could. It looks like a mess a bit, but it's still. Is it trying to merge again? Is there another storm to its north that it's trying?
There's a lot of cells forming in its inflow.
Yeah.
It's got warm, moist inflow, but it's not merging very constructively as of right now.
If it does constructively merge correctly though, and we get good, and if this thing can take its shape, I'd say right now, Hillier, Dublin, Powell, Western, in Upper Arlington, you need to be in your safe place. This thing could be moving a little bit more south, really close actually to this, even the skyscrapers nearby. This thing's doing a weird southerly turn. Westerville.
Oh, there's a later area there.
Yeah, and then for later on, Gahanna, that's where some of my close friends are. Westerville, Harlem, Galena, New Albany, Jersey. Wow, these are places that I know deep and well. This is a part where you should be preparing to get underground, because if this thing could, it's gonna take a little bit for it to form. But if it can form, you guys are gonna be under the loaded gun if it can take shape, because this thing is taking its time, and if it does it correctly, it's not gonna be a fun time. It definitely will not be a fun time. This is gonna barely miss
Yeah,
my
if
house.
there's the area I'm interested in most right now, it's gonna be just to the southeast of Plain City, headed for US 33 where it meets I-270, and that
I-270.
gets into some populated regions
Oh, that's
very
right.
quickly
It's
near Dublin,
right by the hospital. That's concerns me. It's actually where my mom was working. My mom's off work now, but
north of Hilliard.
yep, that's where I grew up. So
Well, that's not good.
no,
I
not good
hope
at all.
your family's all right.
My family should be
There's
fine.
some,
They're in another part. They're like in a separate little suburb outside of Hilliard. I'm not gonna say, but that's where my high school and a lot of my buddies grow up in. It looks like they
uh,
should be hopefully fine though. It looks like
most of this is going north towards Dublin, which is
it's
still a
going
very
north,
populated
which is
area.
even more populated in Hilliard. So is it really a benefit? Not really at all. It's in populated areas anyways. So we'll see what happens. I'm kind of curious to see what that CC was showing earlier, and it looks like the one in Clarksville might have lifted. Looks like that new scan's just showing debris fallout. I could or could not be wrong, but it picked up
Same
some.
with Midland, Blanchester. Um, there's still maybe a little bit of correlation coefficient drop on it, but it doesn't seem that bad. So it'd be good.
Yeah, we're looking at this scan right now. Looks like debris was lofted upwards of 10,000 feet, so the new scan might show it was lifted just a little bit. So, interesting. I'm going to actually take a... Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then making sure everything's all fine and dandy. I'm gonna take that out. Yeah. Whoops. I am absolutely chunking away at data right now. Not data. I'm sorry. Free space. I keep on forgetting how much GR2 takes up on storage. I'll have to delete that later. Yeah, I mean there was a pretty good amount of debris that was lofted on this. Looks like some damage was definitely taken, especially right off the interstate. So hopefully everyone's doing okay, and everyone is all right for the most part. But this thing is not over, because we're going right past through Wilmington, and as this gets across the radar hole, which is gonna suck for a little bit. We're not gonna have very good coverage over this thing. But once it's past it, we're gonna get clear-cut coverage again, and this is gonna get very interesting. Curious to see how that goes. Looking at the rest of this line so far, doesn't look like much of anything other than this main threat from these supercells, but we'll see what happens, because this thing is a lot more interesting. We do maybe there's one storm that I was looking at a while back on the back of the line in Indiana. That was kind of interesting. No, it doesn't look like it. I guess I was looking wrong. But a lot of these storms in Indiana might do it. There's a chance they could try to do something. These storms are in those same favorable conditions that are slowly starting to decrease over time. So while it's not as favorable as it was earlier when we were getting tornadoes, even PDS tornadoes for potentially strong tornadoes, these are still in a favorable environment for some quick spurt, low to even strong tornadoes possibly. So make sure you guys are keeping up. We'll make sure to keep you updated along this line. I'm trying to collect my words a bit because I'm trying to check something. Yeah, I mean that Ohio one, we're looking a little bit lucky for now. Doesn't look like it's really developed into anything big, but I do worry if that does come together. Looks like it's side lobe, so yeah, it looks like it's fully lifted now. So it looks like 10,000 feet is how much this thing was lofted. This is a pretty
Fairly significant tornado.
fairly significant tornado. Likely EF2. I'm not going to pull out the Emerson scale though, because I genuinely hate it, and I do not have enough data because I don't have the gate to gate, because I care less to look at the gate to gate. So just know that there was likely a tornado of high end EF1 to possibly EF2. Definitely that just went by Clarksville and over the interstate, so and near Moros. So definitely something that hopefully everyone's doing good. You could actually see the debris fall out pretty significantly, actually. That's actually pretty darn good debris fallout. Tornado warning is the rotation should be going over Dublin and Hilliard now, and it's pretty much it is in the Ohio metro, the Columbus metro now. So if you're in the Columbus metro, you need to be considering about seeking shelter now, and if you're outside the warning, you need to be getting ready to get seeking shelter pretty quickly, because this thing is moving at about 40 miles per hour. So where the rotation is right now to the end of Ohio, to the end of Columbus, it's only going to take about 15 miles to get to the edge of up towards of 20 miles towards the edge of the of where the metro is. So this should only take about 30 minutes to get straight through the metro. If it produces a tornado, then I guarantee you it will not be a weak tornado, or at the very least it's going won't take long for it to strengthen, because yeah, that storm looks it's in a nice area for it to produce, and there's a new scan that looks a bit more interesting now. We might actually get a weak tornado on the south side near Hilliard. Got some weird activity going on this. It's just broad rotation, which is good. But we're hoping that it doesn't do anything, because like we said, it is a discrete supercell. It's in its own little pocket. The pocket might not be nearly as favorable as the south right now, which is producing multiple QLCS type tornadoes, but it's still its own supercell. There's nothing around it that could stop it if it ever produces, and it will have its own it has its own energy to feed off of, to work with. So this is going to be getting it really interesting really fast if it does do anything. That's the one I think we should be looking at a lot more. I think it's the one I'm going to be looking at a lot more, especially since these tornado warnings are in the radar hole now. So if there's going to be any tornado, we are not going to see it almost at all. So for people in Wilmington, still hold out. Make sure you're in your safe place, because we aren't really going to be able to see anything as this gets through the radar hole in Wilmington, KILN. So it's going to suck for a bit. Tornado warning continues for Dublin, Upper Arlington, Ohio, and Hilliard, Ohio. 415,000 people are in this tornado warning, so you need to be seeking shelter. Big populated area. And under the gun. I sent my mom a picture saying, I'll call you.
New tornado warning has been issued.
And I sent her the picture of the velocity signature without the reflectivity. She's like, what the heck is this? All I see is green and red.
Oh, they continued it. Or extended it. So they have reason to believe it might have potential.
Well, I mean, if the it's by Wilmington NWS, they might darn near see it. At this point.
Have we got any reports on it?
I don't think we've had any reports yet, but there's been clear CC.
Yeah, this is very near the radar. I mean, look, I think I still see a CC drop with it. It could be contaminated, but it's associated with the same area that was moving in.
You might be right. That will suck if so. I mean, they're pretty much gonna see this sucker. Yeah. I mean,
they're in shelter though.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, like
I mean, all radar sites are all.
They're a good shelter.
Yeah. If there's gonna be one place you want to survive a tornado in, it's gonna be the basement part of an NWS office. But
yeah, they're built for it.
They're built tough. They're Ford tough, I guess you could say. But no, there was no reports of a wall cloud or tornado or anything. But I guarantee you this: that there was definitely there was a potentially strong tornado right through the Clarksville and Morrow area, right over the
Yeah, in
highway.
Dublin, strong rotation right overhead.
Ah,
Really?
Jesus
I don't think
Christ.
it's producing anything tight enough to be a tornado,
Let me
but
look at
it
it.
is very,
It's a
very
lot.
strong
It's a
rotation.
lot more broad on the on
Wait, Pack, was that a
TCMH.
report?
No.
No, I'm looking at radar.
Okay.
It's strong rotation. It's definitely not producing a tornado. I would guess, but
No,
Not
but
it's a
if you
nice.
imminent.
look on
It's trying.
TCMH, if you look on TCMH, it's a lot more. A lot more. Yeah, they made it. They extended that tornado warning in the metro. They include the entire
Yeah.
metro of Columbus on the north side. So, 1 million people are in this tornado warning. Big populated areas like Dublin, Hilliard, Minerva, Minerva Park. That's a beautiful area. New Albany. Places like Gahanna, Upper Arlington, and Whitehall and Etna. That's in this. You should be fine. You're on the very south side, but if it ends up getting to your area, be
New
prepared.
tornado warning
And
has been
places
issued.
like Johnstown, Powell. If this does make a northerly turn, you need to be prepared just in case. I think I said Westerville. But yeah, new scan
I'm
coming
thinking
in. Very
if this
broad.
has an RFD surge based on the reflectivity presentation on TCMH, the terminal radar here, if we can get a nice RFD surge, it might try to produce a tornado
Yeah.
Yeah, this might be.
in a hurry.
I'm looking at
And if it does produce,
looking on my phone at the conditions right now for Ohio in the southwest region, and we might have a very long night. We might have a QLCS threat going for a while. Not what you really want to see. Uh,
not what I want to hear,
no.
that's for sure. There's a threat again tomorrow for a lot of these same regions that we had today as well.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
tomorrow. Also, I do want to say this is for the Barnsdale EF4, which they did rate EF4. I think we did say that today. They said that the storm shelter that people were inside, the chain that was holding it down, and the latch and all that inside ripped the doors open. The metal doors open. So that violent EF4 yesterday ripped doors open with people inside, but no one was injured.
Thank God.
Actually, no one was actually in it, but people said that it was such a people could have been ripped out. That's rough though. Like imagine like you think you're safe, but then whole tornado shelter gets completely ripped. That's insane though. But whew.
Pack, I can't tell. It looks like the outbound winds, or no, the inbound winds are trying to ramp up a bit. Like, look at the perpendicularity of that hook. Look.
On TCMH,
Yeah. I
yeah,
don't
I
know.
mean it's trying. It's a
Yeah.
nice beefy supercell. You don't want to mess with this storm. Worthington, River Lee, Westerville, Huber Ridge, Minerva Park, where I-71 meets 270 there on the north side of Columbus, Ohio. Downtown Columbus, you're not in this. You don't have to worry about getting your safe spot. This will pass well to your north. You probably won't even get a sprinkle, but there's a menacing cloud to the north, and and you got to take it seriously if you're anywhere near that cloud because it could be rotating, probably is, and if it rotates fast enough, it could drop tornado very quick. New Albany, Harlem, Johnstown, all the way over to Johnstown, on the northeast side of Columbus. You all got to get to shelter immediately. That means the lowest floor, most interior room, away from windows if you can. Put a helmet on, grab a whistle with you. Uh, that would be for the worst case scenario. I don't know if this is necessarily a worst case scenario, but if this does drop, very soon, it's probably going to drop a big one. It's not like that QLCS we had down south. This is a discrete supercell,
Mhm.
and we got to be paying attention to it. Serious storm.
Yep. And Pack is very much right. And I mean, if you look on your maps, I mean, there is nothing but suburbs and businesses for miles. You don't get any. It doesn't get open field until New Albany. Like, if you want to talk about one of the areas you don't want to have a tornado warning right now, with a tornado, if a tornado does touches down, this is that area because I know this area. This is one of the most well built up cities, especially over the years. This is one of the most built cities, especially on the north side. Columbus is one of the best built cities, and there's so many houses in this area. It's really is concerning. So hopefully, everything is all good.
This just winds down.
My
Gets a little bit choked up by cells and its inflow, but
yeah,
I'm not sure if that's really gonna happen.
my ear is now incredibly ringing. This is awful. But yeah, I mean, looking at this, this is definitely got a chance. And again, people should also be weather aware. There is still that that tornado warning that was had an observed tornado. There's a chance. It looks like it's left that warning now, so we're gonna wait to see once this gets out of that radar hole, what it looks like on the outside. There's a chance there's a tornado that might still be on the ground with this.
It might be trying to wrap up.
In Columbus.
That RFD is trying to go. Yeah, there's a little bit of a higher area there near Worthington, Riverly.
That's not what it's not what you want to see. It's time for you guys to get ready to get underground real quick.
Dublin, you should be fine. The rotation is passed.
Yep, same thing with Hilliard and Upper Arlington. You'll be fine. Gahanna, you might be fine, but still be prepared just in case. North side of Gahanna. This is mainly for Worthington, Westerville, Minerva Park, Huber Ridge, New Albany, Harlem, Jersey, Johnstown. I'm sorry. This is mainly for you guys. So in the main part of this risk, be prepared for worst case scenario, because I know this is an area that doesn't typically see tornadoes. So this is an area that I'm going to say be prepared for the worst case scenario, because it ain't gonna.
Oh man, that new scan. Look at that.
It ain't gonna. Oh, damn it. Sorry. My bad. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not my bad. It's. I mean, it's a reaction.
Yeah.
You know people from here, so this is a very bad scenario. I know.
Right, so
I know that scares you out, Jacob, and it's rightfully so. I mean, that's how we should all be. Well, we shouldn't be scared as long as we're in our safe spots.
Yep. That
But
tornado, is that a new
it's not a good
tornado
scenario.
warning? That is a new tornado warning that extends for the tornado warning that was in Illinois earlier. Rotation is still very broad with this one, but I understand why they extended it. Obviously, there is rotation that is susceptible to producing a tornado, and it's a nice little supercell developing. Nothing too, not even supercell, just a cell. It's small,
Okay.
but it's got that rotation.
It was a
So-
supercell earlier.
Hey, Pack, do
Should
me a
still be
favor.
rotating. Yes, sir.
Jacob, you can too. Look at my screen. This is it moving in. So, can't really see a whole lot, but this is right on that junction. Up here.
Right.
And, like right up here, and if you look on radar, here we are. And right here is that same area. So there are cameras out in front of it.
Yeah,
Seen a lot of rain.
There's gonna be a lot of cameras out on this. It's all gonna be rain wrapped too. That's all ODOT cameras.
Love you.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Look at that! Look at that!
Yeah.
Look at that cloud! Look at that shelf cloud!
Is that our base there?
That's our
That is-
super.
yep.
Send that to weather lobby.
Yeah. All right.
Wow, that is an impressive storm.
Interesting.
That is impressive. That's going to be in, and I also do want to note out very very weak rotation, but there is a severe thunderstorm in Bloomfield. It doesn't have a tornado possible on it yet, but it has been slowly developing over time, so just be weather aware in case anything gets a little bit more interesting on that one. And again, we are watching that supercell that is getting a lot more tighter in the Westerville area. You need to be prepared just in case worst case scenario does happen. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. You guys commentate. I'm going to actually situate the camera on KLNN, and I'm going to situate it on base reflectivity. Unless you guys want to pan it to your radar, which you can for a bit. I'm gonna use the restroom and contact a couple people. Make sure they're all well. If they're awake, it's like 11 p.m.
hopefully.
for them. They might get a little upset.
Yeah. Luckily, I mean the upper levels don't look too amazing from KILN,
No, not at
but
all.
so maybe it won't try to last for too long, but it's still we still have that wrapping motion. That RFD is trying to surge, and we'll have to see if it kind of rotates up. I don't know if it will produce actually at this point, given the change in the upper level meso, a very strong tornado here. But anyone in Westerville, Huber Ridge, Harlem, and New Albany, Minerva Park as well, you need to be getting to your shelter immediately.
I'm gonna see if
There
I
is a
can't
strong
get.
storm capable of producing a tornado.
I'm gonna see if I can't pull that back up. Because people react when they have a visual to go off of.
Yep.
So let
Proven by
me.
science.
Right.
You
Yeah.
guys gave us science, some social science.
So. Oh yeah. Wow. That is insane looking. So what I'm about to show you. So right here we're looking
Look at the
at.
bottom right.
Yeah, I'm about to go full screen with it. So what we're looking at right here is the base of the of that tornado warning cell in Columbus, Ohio. This thing has moved so quickly. If I let me go grab a screenshot from a few minutes ago. Here we go. Okay, so about I want to say 5 minutes ago, you can see the very base of the cloud. That would likely be your shelf cloud. Your tornado would be probably somewhere underneath that. Likely it's rain wrapped. You're not
There
going to
could
be
be a
able to
wall
see it.
cloud in there as well.
Yeah.
Shelf is indicative. That's probably on the southern side of where your rotation really is. Shelf would be indicative of
So that
outflow
would
there.
be toward this way because we are looking west. So
Yeah, the RFD.
if you were looking anywhere for a tornado, it would be right in this area on the left side of your screen. So again, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to radar. Again, we're talking about the Columbus, Ohio, north of the metro. We're not talking about downtown Columbus or anything, but we do want to give everybody in the northern Columbus area.
Specifically, the interchange between I-71 and 270. There's a slightly tighter area of rotation associated with the hook, moving right towards Westerville, right at the interchange there. And that's going to move Westerville. And once it gets past Westerville, it's a little bit less populated, it seems, which is very good news. But if it drops into Westerville, it's going to be some issues. But yeah, right along the interchange, I-71, 270, could be a tornado forming right now.
Yeah. So again, to kind of go out on a broad view here, we are talking about Columbus, Ohio. I know a lot of the time when we talk about, a lot of different areas, you can get confused. But we're talking about Columbus, Ohio. We're talking about the northern portion. So if you know anybody, again, like Pac said, near Huber Ridge, Westerville, uh, how do you say that park word, Pac?
Uh,
Is that
Minerva Park?
Minerva? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Near Minerva Park, hunker down. I don't care if we have a tornado on the ground or not. You need to heed the warning. So
Yeah.
kind of
I mean,
yeah
I'm looking especially at Westerville,
yeah
paralleling
yeah.
I-270, near Huber Ridge and Westerville.
If
These
you want to talk
areas
about that, I'm gonna
could
try
get
to
hit
find
by
it.
a tornado,
Yeah.
imminently. There's probably not one on the ground, but there's a tight area of rotation right along I-270.
Okay. If you wanna go ahead and talk a little bit more about like the environment. I'm gonna try to pull up another traffic cam in that general area to see if
Yeah.
we can get a better look at
So
that thing.
we're moving into there is some good news here. As we move into later into the night, I had mentioned this earlier. We're moving into an environment probably slightly less capable of producing tornadoes. However, we're still in an environment that can very much support tornadoes, at least for the next hour or so, hour and a half, and uh, this storm is trying to do just that. It's moving into a region with probably less instability. The shear will start to decline as we get just a little bit later. Um, but Westerville, again, you need to be getting down to the lowest floor, most interior room, away from windows. Hall closet or bathroom will probably work well. Yeah, there's a nice tight location there. And and you want to put a helmet over your head if you got it. Pillows, mattresses, stack anything soft over you. Bring your pets, your of course bring your children,
Yeah.
small children, and
So
keep a way to be receiving weather warnings. Have a way to keep an eye on the radar and what it's doing. The storm will pass in probably about 10 to 15 minutes. But for now, you're in a dangerous location, and you got to stay in your house. You got to stay in the interior room.
Right.
yep. I'm back, guys.
Jacob,
Hello.
you got anything to bring up?
No, other than while I was in the restroom and checking out with some people, it definitely looks like this thing's gonna drop eventually. Like it's not a. I mean, that Columbus radar the Columbus TCMH radar is looking really good.
Yeah, Westerville, Huber Ridge again, paralleling I-270 that just passed the interchange with I-71,
Yep.
and it's
And
about to go towards
more,
the main highway that goes through Westerville.
and it looks like it's gonna go
Um,
through Johnstown
3.
actually, making more of a northerly turn now, more north. It looks like.
Do we
Where's
have
Johnstown?
any 88Ds around? I don't think we do. Because I would love to get an upper level look at it from an 88D.
Yeah, we do. KILN. It's not going to be. I mean, it's going to be upper level from the start.
Yeah.
The lowest tilt will give you a decently upper level look at it. And there's rotation. It's not tight. There's no tornado on the ground. I don't think this will be actually too strong. My concerns for a strong tornado compared to earlier have gone down. But
I am
there is tight area. So
wondering because it looks to be in an unfavorable orientation without an insane RFD surge.
right.
I mean, upper
Heck,
levels. I mean, upper levels are good. So.
correct me if I'm wrong, but it might be splitting. You see that
Um,
from ILM?
ILN. Let me take a look. Let me do a little play on that.
Or is that a separate?
There was a merger that it just underwent before moving into the Columbus region, so that could have been its separate cell. That's getting absorbed now. So I wouldn't be so sure on splitting. But
Okay.
either way, splitting's not going to really matter right now for the people in the path of this. Strong rotation headed for New Albany, Westerville, Harlem, Johnstown.
Yeah. And a secondary threat we haven't really discussed on the we also am going to discuss that a lot of these southern cells as they move out of the region, they're packing a lot of punch on the back end, causing flash flooding warnings to be issued. So that's something to also take into account a little bit. Be careful when you're driving on the roads this late at night, especially in Cincinnati. I know a few about last month we had. That moderate risk that caused huge flooding in Cincinnati. When I was driving back, there was parts of the road that was just covered in water, and I was seeing tow trucks out there trying to pull people out. Cincinnati doesn't have a really good drainage system, so especially out there, be careful when you're driving. That's basically all I got so far. We're just kind of waiting to see if these storms can really.
Yeah,
gain
this is
traction.
a classic case of sort of an MCS where you have your leading storm that moves forward. It packs some wind, so sometimes packs a nice rotational area, and those that produce several tornadoes earlier. And then behind it, with the outflow boundary, you get trailing storms, and they run right over each other again and again and again. So you get hit with uh, heavy rain shower after heavy rain shower after thunderstorm, and that's going to add up rainfall very quickly. And now it's moving. As I said that earlier. It's going to be moving toward the Cincinnati area, and now it is getting there now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I do want to point out we're at 10 o'clock Central, about 11 o'clock Eastern. We've only got 2 tornado warnings ongoing right now. I think we're beginning to see the substance. I can't think of the right word, but the knowing of the event.
Yeah, we're getting to a part where we're going to see less activity for a little bit, but later on tonight we are going to see more activity possible with a linear QLCS threat going the north, into the north and southeast part of Ohio into West Virginia, and we're going to see more tornado threat possible on the south side of Indiana and Ohio as we get into that. As we see that other line developing, there's actually more storms firing. Actually, there's just more storms. Like, oh
You
my
know what
Lord.
I think it would be a good time for right now? Model time. I think we need to talk about models for tomorrow.
There might be.
Yeah, we do need to talk about tomorrow. There's a
We really do
pretty
need to
significant
talk
risk
more.
out there.
Yeah,
While
and
we've only got 2 tornado warnings going on, I think that would be a good time.
yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea. So, let's see here. I wonder what the zeros. I'm gonna take a look at the zero Z for them. I'm gonna quickly take a gander before I go say anything. Pat can do it as well. You might have to share Pat's screen. He'll know a little bit more than me right now.
Yeah, Pack, if you want to go ahead and throw your screen up, I'll throw it up on.
I'll tell you what though, Missouri's the play
Alrighty,
tomorrow.
give me a second here.
Tomorrow is Missouri's time to shine. Southern Missouri. Lord have mercy.
Just a sec here.
It's also your time to shine tomorrow, Hunter.
Oh yeah,
Yup,
yeah.
you've
You're
got
right. I know. Overnight tonight we've got a good threat. Here in the good old state of Tennessee.
good old state. Alrighty.
Might get a little bit of damaging wind, a little bit of hail, maybe an isolated tornado. But if you live down here, I wouldn't be too worried about it.
Wow, this
So we're gonna do a little
the RFS
model
is
analysis.
not. The RFS has been really doing bad. I just want to give you a heads up. It's not actually showing all 60 frames. Sometimes it's actually just stopping.
Alrighty.
So for those of y'all that are just now joining in, we are about to get into model talk and talk about tomorrow. Because we might be live again tomorrow.
Yeah, depends on when I can get my exam done.
Yeah.
Because I'll be the only one out here, pretty much. Well,
Yeah, I am very busy tomorrow, so Packy will not be here, but
Yeah.
we potentially could be live because significant severe weather event could occur. Right now, an enhanced risk in place,
Let me go ahead and
but
get this up,
honestly, I have not seen the latest trends in what we're thinking, but I do think potentially a moderate risk is a possibility.
Yeah.
For potentially wind, that's going to bring a lot of damaging winds and maybe perhaps even tornadoes. Some
So
significant.
right.
I've got my screen up, Hunter.
No, you don't.
I don't. Oh, it went
No.
away.
There we go. You go ahead and get used switch over.
Are you pulling me up on stream here?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The heck with it. I'll bear with me. Go ahead. Pull. Go ahead. Shoot, no. Oh wait, I'm being mega dumb.
Storm Chaser WX NWS. What is up? If you're still here, glad to see you. Hopefully we can cater to wherever you got. We're about to go into models, so if you're in the general Mississippi River, Missouri River Valley, Ohio River Valley region, kind of the just a little east of Tornado Alley, kind of sandwiched in between the typical Dixie Alley and Tornado Alley, uh, down in the deep south. If you're in any of those locations, we'll be getting you a forecast here in just a moment, going through what we think is going to happen tomorrow.
All right, Pack, you are good to go.
Okay. So, right now, I am looking at a what is called a 500 millibar height map, and essentially this is just your jet stream flow, pretty close to it, way above our heads. How fast is the wind flowing? And when you get faster winds, generally indicative of you got a system going on somewhere, a little disturbance within the flow that can help speed up your winds both behind and ahead of it. So we've got all of that fast flow going in today.
A new
This is what we
tornado
got
warning
here.
has
I
been
need to
issued.
pull this up screen. There we go. We've got all of this fast flow today in tornado warning. I heard that.
Yeah.
We've got all this fast flow over Missouri into Michigan, and you know what we saw today in Michigan and Indiana? That was right at the nose of this, and right at the front of that is where that most favored area is for storms, right at the front of usually the faster flow here, right at that 500 millibar level. You could see that those correlate with your 70, 80, 85, even 90 knots. That is screaming winds way above our heads. And as I move this forward, we're going to get into tomorrow at this time. And once again, here we go. We've got that area here. There's a disturbance here. We've got that faster flow right ahead of it. And right in here, we're going to see those storms develop just underneath that flow. This is going to be our favored corridor of significant storms and potentially damaging storms tomorrow. That's going to be going from basically today shifted just a little bit to the south probably, and a little southwest, and that's what we got. And then it's also over a much larger region tomorrow. There's a much broader area of that again faster flow compared to today. You saw that narrow strip going from Missouri up to Michigan, and tomorrow it's going to be from Iowa rather. I always say that Ohio, Iowa, mix those up. You got Iowa down to Arkansas, even down in Louisiana. We got a little extension there, and then up into Tennessee, Kentucky. So, this is going to be the cause of our storms tomorrow, and they're going to be in a very favorable environment. If we zoom in down here, assuming that this model is totally accurate, which is not going to be true, but it should give a general good picture of what we're looking at. This is going to be the wind 5,000 feet off the ground, and this gives you a good idea of how tornadoes are going to react to the environment around them in terms of spinning. And you need more of that spin to really get it to kind of touch down, because a faster spinning column of air is going to be able to kind of, if you think about a I don't know, a bathtub, and you're spinning around the water, you create that little water tornado. Sometimes I did that back when I was much younger for fun. And the faster you can spin the water, the more that little dip's going to happen near the drain, especially. So That's what we're looking for here. This is going to be your spinning juice, so to speak, and we got that. We've got that everywhere here. 40 knots is plenty. Over Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, northern parts, especially as we move this forward. Actually, this is going to be kind of into the evening hours. So yeah, it starts out semi well. I mean, there's a decent amount here in Arkansas into Tennessee, and then it moves into Kentucky a little bit later in the night. It's going to be probably difficult to get anything too significant up to the north, where we're seeing a lot of stuff today. So Louisville, Cincinnati, you guys shouldn't be having too much of an issue tomorrow. But this is all going to carry up moisture as well in a very significant way. Let's go to this map. So this is your current dew points, which is basically the moisture in the atmosphere, how humid we are out here. And you could see that by, I guess I'll go here. This is going to be in the evening hours. This is going to be in Central Time, going back 5 hours. That's going to be 7 p.m. ish, and we've got storms all along here, and also along here with this warm front, and we've got tons and tons of moisture. All of these purples are very, very sustainable for strong storms. I don't know why I'm getting a whole bunch of bumping above me. That's kind of strange. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like an earthquake. I've been so used to earthquakes, but this one's coming from above rather than below. I don't know. I'm in a building. There could be people here. Someone's stomping the floor above me. I don't know why. Anyway, it was a little distracting. We do got storms that are going to be forming out here, and they're going to be in a very favorable environment thermodynamically. So they need those good thermodynamics, big term, but they need that moisture, that warm air to really rise up and skyrocket into the atmosphere. You get those big, tall cumulonimbus anvils. And when you get those, that helps, kind of evacuate air from the center so it can keep moving up. And as long as you get that updraft going, the tornado can, or really any sort of severe hazards can maintain underneath. And that's what we're going to get going on. Storms can last, especially. The precip on its own is not going to kill it, because when you get precipitation, sometimes if there's no shear in the environment, you're going to get the precipitation to kind of fall in itself. It kills the updraft. But we've got plenty of updraft, juice out there, plenty of shear, wind shear, and that's going to help not only keep our storms sustained, but keep tornadoes going. And one quick way to summarize that before I go look at some of the reflectivity is this thing called significant tornado parameter. And it just basically assumes all of the most important ideas and products that go into, or parameters that go into tornado genesis. It's kind of a composite, so it's not exactly entirely accurate. You could get really high values that don't produce anything. But this is what we had for today. We had, 3s, 4s, very significant. Anything above a 1 can produce tornadoes. And we saw this verified today. This certainly produced tornadoes. And tomorrow, going into tomorrow, again, we're going to get that. We're really getting that region here. 3s, 4s, same as today. Maybe just a little bit less.
A new tornado warning
widespread.
has
Seems
been
in the
issued.
latest runs we're pushing even Kentucky perhaps out of this. Bit of a boundary in there. That's a little bit of an interesting development. What's that?
New tornado warning.
All right, we'll go cover that shortly here.
Yeah.
But either way, we've got a significant tornado parameter. We're pushing 4 or 5, especially as we go later into the night. You'll probably get a little bit of that low-level jet, the 850 millibar winds to ramp back up, and that is going to produce. Probably, if we can get storms out here, we'll get some tornadoes with it. And in addition to that, you could see kind of just how impressive. Let me change this color here. There's a line of the STP here kind of breaks off as a line in there, and then a line here, and then down here. And these are pretty sharp gradients. And when you see that really sharp gradient over a large area, you can assume that there's probably a line of storms eating up that juice. And if we can get that line of storms to kind of bow out, and we're seeing some of those shapes in here, you're going to get some very strong damaging winds. And we'll probably see that tomorrow, because that bowing out, you're getting winds behind the storm that form back there due to some meteorology that is too complicated to explain right now. You're getting winds behind the storm that kind of moves, pushes all the rain at the front of the storm forward, and it's all centrally located around kind of a circle. So as the storm moves forward, you get a bowing out structure, and that's what we're seeing here in a lot of these as it moves into the more favorable environment. So I do expect there to be significant damaging winds with this, certainly the chance for tornadoes. And if we look here on reflectivity, just to finish it off, at least based on this one model run, yeah, we're seeing that line that really takes shape, where we get some initial supercell development, particularly in Missouri here. I'm just going to really quickly do a little analysis on my own. Yeah, I mean, we've got a fairly favorable environment for tornadoes. Definitely, yeah. I mean, certainly significant. We could definitely see tornadoes in Missouri down to Arkansas, but Kentucky might stay a little bit messy. We'll have to watch that. And same with up into Indiana, Ohio. The threat should be much lower than it was today. Tennessee could be a problem, but we are going to eventually get cells forming in a line, probably from near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro all the way up into the St. Louis metro, up in Missouri there. And that's going to all shift slowly to the south throughout the night, really into the late nighttime hours. So this is a pretty dangerous setup we're looking at here. Definitely the chance for several tornadoes, several discrete supercells tornadoes, and perhaps we'll see a moderate risk. Either way, everyone in these locations from, again, like I said, Dallas-Fort Worth up to St. Louis, all the way over to, say, Nashville and down into parts of Mississippi, North Alabama. You all need to be prepared for a potentially significant day tomorrow. The stuff that we saw today just shifted south, and that's what we need to be prepared for. So
there you go. All right.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Jacob, are you here, my man? All right. If Jacob is not here, I'm gonna go ahead and switch back over to my. Okay, yeah, we'll go to Jacob full. But yeah, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I think we have reached the I mean, I wouldn't say the end of it, but the peak, and we've come off the peak.
I am back now, but yeah,
Yeah, we are.
we're
I think
kind
we've
of
hit the peak.
yeah, we kind of hit the
And,
peak, and we're gonna get to that point where a lot of these tornado warnings are gonna subside.
I would watch Johnstown, just saying.
Oh well, yeah, I'm still gonna watch Johnstown for any chance of this.
Johnstown might that supercell is kind of breaking up, but one part of it's remaining strong near Johnstown. And that's going to move towards 661 St. Louisville. That's funny. And Utica
Yeah, and we're
in
still
the longer term
we're
or
still
the
gonna
shorter
watch
term.
this thing because we have that special weather statement that looks like a QLCS masterclass right there. That screams QLCS
South
potential.
of Bloomington.
I was gonna
What do we
weaken out.
got? Radar hole. Small little area of rotation there. South of Bloomington. It's in a radar hole, so it's hard to tell. I don't know if there's chasers out here.
Not really. I think Brandon's on the one storm near Columbus, maybe, but that's no, he's not. He was on the QLCS. I think he's called his chase now, though.
Yeah. I mean, we're We're seeing the threat, the parameter start to kind of lower in intensity. That we're starting to get that linear mode. It's going to produce a lot of flooding, most likely, especially near Cincinnati. But we're still seeing a little bit of rotation there near Guthrie and Ulitic,
Yeah,
near
this
north of Bedford
is
in Indiana.
definitely not over yet though. We might end our stream eventually, but there is those supercells developing in Illinois going up into Indiana or near the Kentucky area. We have more storms developing near Kentucky. It's that tornado watch that they said is susceptible to developing some storms late tonight. Of course, all these storms are we still have more storms developing outside of Illinois and going into Indiana. We could see a light tornado threat with these weaker kind of supercells forming. And then, of course, we have the watch tonight that's going to be more of that threat for weaker tornadoes or a QLCS threat later tonight. So for the most part, we've entered this kind of just like messy storm mode that might drop a couple tornadoes late tonight. So make sure you're still watching out. But I think we're going to end sometime within an hour, I would think.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't really got much going on unless anything happens to that Jones Town one. I think that's like really our only biggest threat.
Yeah, but to reiterate, we're at what, about 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 2 tornado warnings right now. I like I said, I think we've hit our peak for the day, but we are gonna hang out a little bit longer to make sure the folks up there on the northeast side of Columbus are gonna be okay, and we'll probably end up wrapping it up here pretty soon to get ready for tomorrow. Because we could be in for a long day tomorrow. We really could.
I will be right back.
All right, buddy. Yeah, we could be in for a long day tomorrow. Jacob, you gonna be busy?
I mean, I have my exam from 3 to... I have my exam from like 2:15 to possibly 5 or 6, so...
Okay.
We'll see what happens, but I should be able to get back right as storm develop. Right
Be
after
here for
storm.
now. I may have to leave abruptly though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end this pretty soon. Like.
Yeah, we are.
Like 10:30.
Yeah, about 10:30. We're gonna give the Columbus still a little bit more time, and
Make sure that everyone is safe in the path of that storm, especially.
you're right. And to reiterate, y'all, we are not, even after we end, there's no guarantee we're not gonna have another tornado warning. If I have to, if we have a PDS and above, I'll hop back on here solo. But I highly doubt we're gonna have a tornado of that kind of magnitude later on tonight. I really do think we're gonna wane down. Large hail, damaging winds are gonna be your main threats for tonight, and then maybe a brief tornado. Really all across the risk area. I don't think we're gonna be dealing with a big tornado threat until tomorrow. Which we've already went over. So if you're just now tuning in, you can use the DVR feature on YouTube to go back to when we talked about tomorrow. But in summary, we are talking about possibly a big event tomorrow afternoon, beginning likely tomorrow, like probably early tomorrow afternoon, going into tomorrow night. So like Pac said, take today, but move it about 200 miles south
And
and
west.
and west. Yeah,
And then
and a
kind of
lot more
expand it a little
widespread.
bit.
Yeah,
It's a little bit more expansive too.
yeah. So
Yeah.
could could have a big day tomorrow. We're gonna make sure. We're gonna see if we're gonna be here. I know because we are a volunteer group, we let other people do their own thing. But if we are able to all gather here, then we'll definitely be here.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, got one active tornado warning. Uh, Paducah might get SVR'd. I don't really think that'll be a massive issue. In the long term.
Well, that tornado
Again,
warning near Bedford isn't really much of anything special.
we're looking at broad rotation north of Paducah, but I really.
We'll see. We're gonna get a lot of broad rotation on that for a while because of the.
Yeah, you are.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be broad rotation or weak tornadoes. That's gonna be what it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be like.
Yeah. And typically, like, I'm not really a big fan of the people that only go live for, more significant events. Uh, but there is a reason for it. Um, you don't want to go live and, get people riled up for a nothing burger event. Uh, we like to mainly cover the events that are going to impact, a lot of people. Because, like, the idea is that if we were to go live for every event and nothing happens,
I'll be
you're
back.
gonna get you're gonna get desensitized to the idea of that notification coming up. So we're really only gonna try to go live when we absolutely have to. And today definitely warranted it. I mean, we had a Tory at one point.
Yeah, pretty
Up there
eventful
in
day
Michigan.
in the in the Michigan sector.
Yeah, and I hope that in some capacity we help someone out there. Um, I know that our main goal, uh, as a collective group, would be to help as many people as we can. Um, because like everybody that volunteers their time has the same passion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, we're coming up on about 10:30. Jacob, if you have anything else.
I got nothing else. You guys take care. You guys have a good night. If there's any big risk areas that we need to point out, we'll I'll tweet it out on my Twitter at WXAirhard.
And I'm gonna go ahead and throw that in chat.
The W and the E is capitalized. I'm gonna be up all night studying because finals, lol. So I'm definitely gonna be probably also monitoring this, and I'll make sure to definitely monitor for the Ohio situation. But it looks like for Ohio, other than the southern part of Ohio, we have mostly ended this risk. But very interesting way to end off. We likely had almost I would say we almost had 10 tornadoes in Ohio today alone. It was cute. That QL at the end really was crazy.
Jacob, can you DM me your Twitter at?
Oh Jesus!
I.
my blood in Christ.
Oh my God! I don't know how to spell your last name, and it will haunt me for the rest of my life.
ERHARD. But here,
I checked your Discord, and it wasn't there.
Because I don't put my last name on my disc.
But anyway, y'all, I'm spamming Jacob's Twitter in the chat. If y'all want to go check him out, give him a follow. He'll be helping y'all out throughout the night. Jacob's gonna be busy all night, and we're likely gonna be busy tomorrow if we can get everybody together. But I think with that being said.